They hand me a problem. Put a ring on it. Her mouth ruins polling. Her temper scares donors. She's everything the campaign can't control and everything I can't stop watching.
The contract says fake engagement. No touching, no feelings. Just good optics until November.
But I've got her on camera in my arms.
Smiling through the lies we both agreed to sell.
She thinks I'm here to fix the narrative. She doesn't know I'm ready to burn it for her. If she runs, I'll chase her. If she leaks, I'll bury the bodies. I fixed her reputation. Now I'm planning on ruining it every night. Stay tuned for fake fiancé heat, enemies to lovers tension, scandal core obsession, and a ruthless fixer who finally loses control on purpose.
Happily ever after guaranteed. Chapter 1. Isla. Garlic, butter, success. The holy trinity of Slow's kitchen. Tonight, a fourth element had entered the mix. The sour, unmistakable smell of a reputation beginning to curdle. I stand at the pass, wiping a smear of saffron reduction from the rim of a ceramic plate. My hands are steady, they always are. But the rhythm of my line is off. A kitchen is a living organism. It breathes, it pulses, and right now, it's holding its breath. Chef, table 4 wants to cancel. Marco, my sous chef, murmurs. He doesn't meet my eyes. He's staring intensely at a tray of microgreens as if they hold the secrets of the universe. And the reservation for the tin top at 8? They just called. Said they found a more suitable venue. I don't look up. The heat of the lamps beats down on my neck, making my skin, a deep, rich brown that usually glows under the pass lights, feel tight and hot. I place a single perfect cilantro leaf onto the scallop ceviche. Heard, I say. My voice is calm, but my stomach twists into a hard, painful knot. I wipe my hands on my apron, the rough linen familiar against my palms, and finally look up. My crew is moving, but they're disjointed. The dishwasher is scrubbing a pot a little too aggressively. The grill cook is glancing at his phone when he thinks I'm not looking. They are whispering. I catch the tail end of it from the pantry station. Saw the video. She looked crazy. I grab my phone from my back pocket. It's vibrating against my hips so hard it feels like a second heartbeat, erratic and panicked. I shouldn't look. I know the rule. Never check social media during service. It's the kiss of death. But the silence in my own kitchen is deafening. I look. The screen is bright, assaulting my eyes. A video is paused on a freeze frame of my face, twisted in a snarl, my finger pointing aggressively. The caption, bold and damning, reads, Celebrity chef Isla Slow, Davenport, melts down on paying customer. The apple doesn't fall far from the political tree. I tap play. The audio is tinny but unmistakable. Get the hell out of my restaurant, the digital version of me screams. My cooks have more class in their aprons than you have in your entire bloodline. I watch myself. I look unhinged. My curls, usually a crown I wear with pride, look wild and unkempt in the shaky footage. My eyes are wide, furious. What the video doesn't show is the 10 minutes prior. It doesn't show the man in the garish suit snapping his fingers at my waitress, calling her sweetheart, with a sneer that made my skin crawl. It doesn't show him grabbing her wrist when she tried to clear his wine glass, pulling her off balance. It doesn't show the fear in her eyes. The edit just shows the angry black woman. It cuts out the provocation and leaves only the reaction. It's a caricature. It's a weapon. The comments are scrolling so fast they blur. She's always been trashy. This is the senator's daughter? Yikes. Boycott Slows. Entitled brat. Chef? Marco's voice is tentative. I shove the phone back into my pocket, but the damage is done. The digital world is bleeding into my physical one. The ticket machine, usually the heartbeat of the restaurant, has stopped printing. Fire table 6, I order, my voice sharper than I intend. And tell the host to stop taking calls. If they want to cancel, let them go to voicemail. Isla. I freeze. Nobody calls me Isla in this kitchen during service. It's Chef. Always Chef. I turn toward the swinging doors. Standing there looking wildly out of place in her gray pencil skirt and sensible heels is Beatrice, my father's scheduler. She looks like she stepped directly out of the Senate floor and into my chaotic grease-stained sanctuary. She's clutching a terrifyingly expensive leather bag and looking at a grease trap with mild horror. Beatrice, I say, wiping my hands on a towel. I'm in the middle of dinner service. If the senator wants a table, he can wait 3 months like everyone else. Beatrice doesn't smile. She never smiles. She has been managing Oliver Davenport's life since I was in diapers, and she treats me with the exhausted patience of a zookeeper handling a particularly rebellious tiger. The senator isn't hungry, Isla, she says. Her voice cuts through the clatter of pans. He requires your presence? Now? I have a full dining room. I gesture to the floor. I'm not going anywhere. Check your phone again, dear. I frown. I pull the device back out. A text message from the lead investor of the restaurant group. We've seen the video. The board is convening an emergency meeting in the morning. We back a chef, Isla, not a liability. Fix this tonight, or we pull the funding. All of it. The floor seems to tilt beneath my feet. This restaurant is mine. My sweat, my tears, my savings, my escape. It's the one thing in the world that doesn't belong to the Davenport dynasty. It's the one place where I am just Isla, the woman who understands flavor, not Isla, the senator's disappointment. If they pull the funding, Slows is dead by the end of the month. I feel a sudden, sharp need for tactile comfort. My thumb finds my forefinger, rubbing the pads together in a rhythmic, frantic motion, seeking the friction, the reality of my own skin. It's a tell I've had since I was a kid, and right now, I can't stop it. He can fix it, Beatrice says softly. It's a lure. He has a team handling the narrative, but you need to be there. You need to get in the car. I didn't do anything wrong, I say, though the words taste like ash. That guy grabbed my staff. Perception is reality, Isla. You know that better than anyone. Beatrice checks her watch. The press is already gathering out front. We need to go out the back. I look at Marco. He's pretending to check a sauce, but I can see the fear in his posture. He has a kid. If this place goes under, he's out of a job. Take the pass, I tell him. Don't overcook the sea bass. I untie my apron. It feels like surrendering armor. I toss it into the hamper and grab my leather jacket, pulling it on over my chef's whites. It's a ridiculous outfit. Custom denim, combat boots, and a frantic energy that feels like static electricity under my skin. Fine, I snap at Beatrice, but I'm taking my own car. We don't have time for arguments, she says, turning on her heel. The alley, now. I follow her through the back of the kitchen, past the dish pit where the steam hits my face, hot and wet. I push through the heavy steel security door and step into the alley. The DC humidity wraps around me instantly, heavy and suffocating. The alley smells of wet cardboard, old fryer oil, and impending rain. It's a stark contrast to the sterile, air-conditioned world my father inhabits. A black SUV is idling by the dumpsters, looking menacingly sleek against the graffiti-stained brick. The windows are tinted so dark they look like voids. Flashbulbs pop at one end of the alleyway. The paparazzi have found the back exit. They are like sharks smelling blood in the water. Isla, did you assault that man? Isla, is the senator stepping down? Isla, give us a smile. I flinch, shielding my eyes. Beatrice is already opening the back door of the SUV, ushering me toward it like I'm a prisoner being transferred. Get in, she hisses. I scramble into the back seat, desperate to escape the blinding lights and the shouting. I slide across the leather seat, expecting to see my father's silver hair, expecting his disappointed frown, expecting the lecture that starts with, "Do you have any idea what you've done?" But the seat next to me is empty. I look toward the front. The driver is a man I don't recognize. He's huge, his neck thick with muscle, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses despite the twilight. "Where is he?" I ask Beatrice, who is climbing into the passenger seat. "Where is my father?" The door slams shut, sealing us in silence. The lock engages with a heavy final thud. The driver turns slightly. He doesn't look like a campaign volunteer. He looks like a man who breaks things for a living. "The senator is at headquarters," the man says. His voice is gravel and authority. "He isn't asking, Miss Davenport." He hits the gas. The car lurches forward, tires screeching against the asphalt, speeding away from my restaurant, my life, and the only freedom I've ever known.
Chapter 2. Nathaniel. The war room at campaign headquarters is kept at a precise 68 degrees. It is a temperature designed for sharp minds and dry collars, but tonight the air has gone stale. It smells of burnt coffee, cold pizza, and the particular metallic dread of a campaign circling the drain. I stand before the wall of monitors, my arms crossed over my chest. On 12 different screens, the same loop plays. Isla Davenport points a finger. Isla Davenport screams. Isla Davenport destroys 20 years of careful brand management in 45 seconds of grainy iPhone footage. It is a bloodbath, Nate. My deputy chief of staff, Sarah, murmurs the words as she stares at the monitors. Marcus Thorne, our opposition's campaign manager, is not in the room, but I can practically hear his laughter echoing off the glass walls. "The numbers," I say. I do not shout. Shouting is for people who have lost control. "Down 4 points in the suburbs," Sarah gasps. Her face is pale in the blue light of the monitors. But the real damage is the family values block. They're calling it the Davenport discipline problem. The narrative isn't just that she is rude. It is that the senator cannot control his own house. If he cannot lead his daughter, he cannot lead the state. I stare at the freeze frame of Isla's face. Even pixels cannot contain her. She looks wild, furious, and entirely unmanageable. I turn away from the screens, physically blocking out the chaos. I straighten my cuffs, the navy wool of my suit settling into place with the familiarity of armor. It is tailored to a millimeter of my life, just as my charcoal tie is knotted with a geometric precision that brooks no argument. I run a hand over my jaw, the rough rasp of stubble against my palm serving as the only evidence that I have not slept in 36 hours. I cannot afford to look like a man on the brink of exhaustion. I must look like a machine built for damage control. But Isla is not a problem I can solve with a press release. "Get the senator," I tell Sarah. "He is already here." The double doors at the opposite end of the room swing open. Senator Oliver Davenport walks in. He moves with the easy, gliding grace of a man who has spent 3 decades shaking hands, but his eyes are hard. He does not look like a worried father. He looks like a CEO whose stock price just plummeted. "Turn it off," Oliver commands, gesturing vaguely at the screens. Sarah scrambles to kill the feed. The room plunges into a blessed gray silence. "It is a disaster, Oliver," I say. "I do not sugarcoat things for him. That is not my job. My job is to tell him the truth so he can survive it. The focus groups are using words like unstable, elitist, and aggressive. They are associating her behavior directly with your parenting." Oliver sighs and sits at the long mahogany table. He rubs his temples. "It is not the unfairness that bothers me, Nathaniel. It is the inconvenience. We are 6 weeks out. I do not have time to rehabilitate her character." "We do not need to rehabilitate her," I say, taking the seat to his right. I place my briefing folder on the table, aligning the edges perfectly with the wood grain. "We need to hide her. I've arranged for a quiet trip to Europe, a culinary tour. We get her out of the news cycle until November. Running away looks like guilt, Oliver says. He taps his fingers on the table. Tap, tap, tap. It's the sound of a countdown. We need a counter-narrative, something loud enough to drown out the noise, something that screams stability, maturity, tradition. We do not have a candidate for that role, I point out. We have marriage, Oliver says. I pause. Excuse me? People love a wedding, Nathaniel. It is the ultimate act of settling down. If Isla is engaged, happily, visibly engaged to a steady, respectable man, the narrative shifts. She is not a wild child anymore. She is a woman in love. She is being tamed. It is a medieval concept. It is archaic, manipulative, and sexist. It is brilliant, I admit, viewing it purely through the lens of strategy. But Isla is single. Unless you plan to hire an actor, which opens us up to blackmail, this is a non-starter. Oliver turns his head slowly. He looks at me. The silence in the room stretches, becoming thin and high-pitched. I do not need an actor, Oliver says softly. I need someone the public already trusts, someone they see as the epitome of responsibility, someone they already associate with this family. My blood runs cold. It is a physical sensation, a drop in temperature that really has nothing to do with the air conditioning. No, I say. You are the perfect candidate, Oliver continues, as if I have not spoken. You are my chief of staff. You are practically my son in their eyes. You are handsome in that severe, brooding way women seem to like. You are white, which plays well with the independents who are uncomfortable with Isla's intensity. You are the steady hand on the tiller. I am your employee, I say, voice dropping an octave, and Isla despises me. We cannot be in a room together for 5 minutes without an argument. The public will see through it. They will see what we show them, Oliver counters. Chemistry is just lighting and angles. It is unethical. It is politics. I stand up. I need to be vertical to have this conversation. I need to look down at him. I will not do it. I've given you 10 years of my life, Oliver. I've cleaned up your legislative messes. I've drafted your speeches. I've buried your opponents. But I will not tie my life to a woman who views me as a glorified babysitter just to save you a few points in the polls. Oliver does not stand. He leans back, studying me with the detached curiosity of a scientist observing a specimen in a jar. The healthcare bill, he says. I freeze. The expansion of rural clinics, Oliver says casually. The funding for advanced cardiac care in low-income districts. The bill you wrote. The bill you have been fighting to get to the floor for 3 years. He knows exactly where to insert the knife. He knows that my grandfather died of a heart attack in a waiting room because there were no specialists available in our district. He knows that the bill is not just policy to me. It is penance. It is the only reason I tolerate the swamp of this city. If I lose this election, Oliver says, his voice devoid of malice, simply stating a fact, the bill dies in committee. The clinics do not get built. The funding disappears. He lets that hang in the air. You are blackmailing me, I state. I am negotiating, he corrects. You want to save lives, Nathaniel. I want to keep my seat. We both need Isla to look like a blushing bride to get what we want. I feel a muscle in my jaw jump. I adjust my tie, tightening the knot until it feels like a chokehold. It is a small, futile attempt to restore order to a world that has suddenly tilted off its axis. She will never agree, I say. It is my last line of defense. Leave her to me, Oliver says. There is a commotion outside the glass walls of the conference room. Heads turn in the bullpen. The low hum of staffers working the phone stops abruptly. The double doors are pushed open with enough force to rattle the frame. Isla Davenport enters. I have not seen her in person in 6 months, not since the Christmas party where she told me my personality was beige. Seeing her on a screen does not do justice to the sheer, kinetic force of her presence. She brings the humidity of the city in with her. In this room of gray suits, navy blazers, and pale, tired faces, She is a shock of vibrant, unapologetic color. She's wearing a distressed leather jacket over a white chef's coat that is stained with something dark, sauce or grease, and combat boots that strike the floor with a heavy, military cadence. But it is Isla herself who commands the eye. She is tall, holding herself with a defiance that makes her seem even taller. Her skin is a deep, luminous brown, glowing with a sheen of perspiration and fury. It contrasts sharply with the sterile, fluorescent wash of the office, making her look like a living thing trapped in a morgue. Her hair is a magnificent disaster, a halo of dark, tight curls that refuse to be contained, springing out around her face in a way that defies gravity and logic. Her eyes are wide, dark, and burning. They sweep the room, dismissing the staffers, dismissing the screens, dismissing even her father. They land on me. I feel the impact of her gaze like a physical shove. It is not fear I see in her face. It is not shame. It is pure, concentrated venom. She marches across the room. The sound of her boots is the only thing audible in the silence. She does not stop until she is standing at the opposite end of the mahogany table, directly facing me. She leans forward, planting her hands on the polished wood. Her fingernails are short, practical, unpolished. Her breathing is heavy, her chest rising and falling rapidly under the leather. I can smell her from here, not perfume, but something complicated and earthy. Rain, garlic, fire. "Did you write the script for my funeral, Hayes?" she asks, her voice low and scraping against the quiet. "Or just the eulogy?"
Chapter 3. Isla. The silence doesn't settle. It drops. A final, decisive weight that tells you the talking is done and something else has begun. My question lingers in the air. Funeral or eulogy? But neither of the men in the room flinches. My father sits behind his massive mahogany desk, his face a mask of familiar disappointment. And Nathaniel Hayes stands just behind his right shoulder, a sentinel in a navy suit that fits him so well it's offensive. I hate that I noticed the fit. I hate that even now, while my career is burning to the ground, my eyes traitorously trace the sharp, severe lines of him. He hasn't moved a muscle since I stormed in. He looks like he was 3D printed from a file labeled Patriarchal Authority, tall, broad-shouldered, and irritatingly symmetrical. His dark hair is combed back with a precision that suggests he uses a ruler in the morning, and his jawline is so sharp you could cut glass on it. But it's the eyes that get me. They are a piercing, unnatural blue, cold and analytical, currently dissecting me like a frog in a biology lab. He is objectively, infuriatingly beautiful, and I want to throw a chair at him. "Sit down, Isla," my father says. It's not a request. "I'll stand," I counter, crossing my arms over my chest. The leather of my jacket squeaks, a loud, rude sound in the hush of the office. I prefer to be on my feet when I'm being executed. "You are being dramatic," the senator sighs, taking off his reading glasses. "Just like your mother." The dig lands exactly where he meant it to, right in the soft tissue of my chest. "Leave her out of this," I snap. "You summoned me. I'm here. I have a dinner service to save, so can we skip to the part where you tell me how disappointed you are, and I tell you that I don't care?" "We aren't here to discuss your feelings," Nathaniel says. His voice is a low baritone, smooth and devoid of jagged edges. It's a voice made for de-escalating hostage situations. "We are here to discuss the optics. The video has over 2 million views, Isla. The narrative is spiraling. People are excavating your past for the world to see." "The narrative is a lie," I shot back, turning my glare on him. "That guy grabbed my staff. I defended her. Also, the past is the past. That was over a decade ago." "The voter in Iowa doesn't care about the truth," Nathaniel says, stepping forward. He moves with a predatory grace that makes the room feel suddenly smaller. They care that the senator's daughter looks like she lacks discipline. They care that you look unstable. Unstable? I laugh, a harsh, jagged sound. Because I have a pulse? Because I don't bleed ice water like you? Because you are a liability, my father interrupts, his hand slamming flat on the desk. The sound echoes. I flinch, just a fraction of an inch, but Nathaniel sees it. His gaze drops to my hands, which are clenched into fists at my sides. We have a solution, the senator says, regaining his composure. He leans back, tenting his fingers. A way to reset the board, to turn this scandal into a strength. I look between them. They are a wall. The politician and his fixer. The father and the son he actually wanted. Let me guess, I say, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Rehab? A convent? Or maybe you want me to join the Peace Corps until November. Marriage, the senator says. I blink. The word doesn't make sense. It's like he started speaking Mandarin. Excuse me? An engagement, he clarifies. A public commitment to a steady, respectable partner. It signals maturity. It signals traditional values. It tells the voters that you are settling down, that the wild child phase is over. I let out a snort of disbelief. You want me to get fake engaged? To who? Some donor's son? An actor? I look around the room, half expecting a camera crew to jump out. This is insane, even for you. Not an actor, Nathaniel says. He walks around the desk, coming to stand directly in front of me. He's close enough that I can smell him. Crisp starch, expensive soap, and the faint, bitter scent of black coffee. Someone the public already knows. Someone trusted. I look at my father. He doesn't blink. He simply reaches into his briefcase and pulls out a crisp, stapled document. He slides it across the polished wood of the conference table with the casual arrogance of a man playing a royal flush. I look down. It's a non-disclosure agreement. Attached to it is a contract. Engagement protocol. My eyes scan the header. Party A, Isla Davenport. Party B, Nathaniel Hayes. The air escapes my lungs in a rush. I look up at Nathaniel. His face is stone. He isn't joking. I laugh. I can't help it. It bubbles up from my chest, loud and hysterical. You, I point a finger at his immaculate tie. You have got to be kidding me. You hate me. I despise you. We can't be in the same zip code without me wanting to poison your coffee. It is a strategic alliance, Nathaniel says, unfazed. It's a joke. I step back, shaking my head. Daddy, tell me this is a joke. You want me to marry him? The man who has spent more than a decade judging every breath I take? He is the perfect candidate, my father says, watching me with cold calculation. The public loves him. He is seen as the moral compass of this office. He's a robot in a suit, I yell, gesturing at Nathaniel. He doesn't have a heart. He has a darkly ambitious soul. I look at them, standing shoulder to shoulder. The resemblance in their posture is uncanny. The same arrogance, the same belief that they can rearrange human lives like chess pieces. Resentment, hot and old, floods my veins. It's always been this way. Nathaniel, the golden boy. The one who brought home the grades. The one who wrote the speeches. The one who stayed by my father's side while I ran as far and fast as I could. And there's something else. A darker suspicion that has lived in the back of my mind since I was 12. I look at the way Nathaniel stands guard over my father. It's unnatural. It's the kind of loyalty that usually comes from blood. Just like his mother, I think. Just like Fiona. I remember the way Nathaniel's mother used to look at my father in the hallways of the Senate office years ago. That soft, secretive gaze. The hushed conversations that stopped when I entered the room. I've always believed that whatever happened between them whatever emotional affair they carried on, is what broke my mother's heart. It's what drove her into the depression that eventually stopped her heart. And now here stands Nathaniel, the usurper, the son he has always wanted. I won't do it, I say. My voice is quiet now, trembling with rage. I won't play house with your pet project. Find someone else to save your poll numbers. I turn toward the door. I'm leaving. And if you call my investors again, I'll go to the press myself and tell them exactly what kind of father you are. Sit down, Isla, my father says. Go to hell. I reach for the door handle. We have the photos from Daytona, he says. I freeze. My hand hovers inches from the brass handle. The temperature in the room seems to drop 20 degrees in a split second. I turn around slowly. My father opens a folder that was sitting innocuously on his desk. He fans out 3 8x10 glossy prints. They are from my college years. The years I tried to scrub from the internet. Me, at 19, straddling the back of a Harley. Me, half naked at a beach bonfire, passing a bottle of whiskey to a guy with a neck tattoo. And a close-up, one I didn't know existed, of the ink I used to have on my shoulder. A chaotic, sprawling design I got when I was high and angry, before I had it laser removed and replaced with my scars. Opposition research is a thorough business, my father says pleasantly. Thorne has these. He hasn't released them yet because he's waiting for the October surprise, but I can beat him to it. You wouldn't, I whisper. If these leak, the senator says, tapping the photo of me on the bike, looking wasted, you lose the Michelin consideration. You lose the TV deal. And your investors, they won't just pull funding. They'll sue you for breach of character clause. You'll be uninsurable in the culinary world. You'll be back to flipping burgers at a diner in Jersey. He pauses, letting the threat settle over me like a shroud. Or, he continues, you put on a ring, you smile. You help me win this election. And in November, we announce a quiet, amicable split. Your image is rehabilitated. My seat is safe. Everyone wins. I feel sick, physically ill. The bile rises in my throat, tasting of acid and betrayal. I look at the photos. They are my shame, my youth, my pain on display. He would burn my entire life down just to secure a voting block. I turn my head toward Nathaniel. Surely he can't be okay with this. He's the moral compass, isn't he? He's the one who lectures me about responsibility. He's the one who claims to care about the sanctity of the office. Nathaniel, I say. My voice cracks. I hate it, but I can't help it. You can't let him do this. This is blackmail. I look into those blue eyes, searching for a flicker of hesitation. A sign that there is a human being underneath the charcoal wool. I need him to step out of the role of the fixer and be a decent person. Nathaniel looks at the photos. He looks at my father. Then he looks at me. His face is unreadable, a beautiful blank wall. He lifts his wrist and checks his expensive watch. We have a press conference in 2 hours, he says, his voice flat. Do we have a deal, or do you lose your restaurant?
Chapter 4. Nathaniel. The holding room is a vacuum of beige. Beige walls, beige carpet, beige chairs upholstered in a fabric that is designed to be stain-resistant and soul-crushing. The air conditioning is humming at a low, aggressive frequency, chilling the sweat on the back of my neck. Isla is pacing. She moves like a caged tiger, her combat boots thudding against the carpet with unnecessary force. The leather jacket creaks with every sharp turn she makes near the water cooler. She is sucking all the oxygen out of the room. I am not saying it, she says for the 3rd time. She stops, turning to glare at me. I am not saying, I'm sorry. The man grabbed my waitress. If I apologize, I am validating every entitled prick who thinks $100 steak comes with the right to harass the staff. I sit at the small round table, my pen hovering over the draft of her statement. I do not look up. I focus on the ink. Black, permanent, orderly. We are not asking you to apologize for defending your staff, I say, keeping my voice level. It requires effort. My patience is fraying, thread by thread. We are asking you to apologize for the method. You screamed profanities in a room full of children and grandmothers. You looked out of control. I was angry. Anger is a luxury you cannot afford right now, I counter. Not if you want to keep your investors. She goes silent. I know I've won the point, but it brings me no satisfaction. It feels like kicking a wounded animal. I slide the paper toward her. Read the second paragraph. I regret that my passion for my team overwhelmed my professional composure. It is technically true. It admits a loss of control without conceding the moral high ground. Isla picks up the paper. She reads it, her nose wrinkling as if the words have a foul odor. It sounds like a lawyer wrote it, she mutters. A lawyer did write it. She crumples the edge of the paper, then smooths it out. It is a small rebellion, but she accepts it. Fine, she says, but I'm doing it my way. No teleprompter. Agreed. I check the time on the wall clock. 6:45 p.m. We are bleeding time. Now, the engagement. Isla stiffens. She leans back against the beige wall, crossing her arms over her chest. The leather jacket acts as armor. The lie, she corrects. The narrative, I insist. I stand up. I cannot do this sitting down. I need to manage the space. We need a timeline. The press will ask dates. They will ask details. If we contradict each other, the story falls apart within the hour. Fine, she snaps. When did we fall in tragic, blinded by lust? Was it while you were drafting legislation to bore the East Coast to death? Or while I was busy actually working for a living? I ignore the jab. We were in the same venue 4 years ago at the inaugural ball. That is a matter of public record. There are photos of us in the same room. I think I told you to get out of my way that night, she recalls. You told me I looked like a funeral director seeking a client, I correct her. But the cameras just saw two people talking. We will say the attraction was there, but complicated. Professional boundaries kept us apart. Forbidden love, she deadpans. How original. It works because it explains the silence. We faced our feelings 6 months ago. Quiet dinners, late nights at the office. I don't come to the office. You brought food, I improvise. To the senator. I was there. We started talking. She rolls her eyes, a dramatic, full-body motion. God, you are good at this. It is terrifying. Do you have a plan for human emotion in that briefcase? I have a strategy to save your career, I state. Do you want to hear it, or do you want to keep insulting me? She waves a hand, mocking me. Proceed, Mr. DeMille. Physicality, I say. Isla freezes. What? The press conference. We cannot stand 3 feet apart like strangers. We're supposed to be newly engaged. There is an expectation of intimacy. She laughs, but it is a hollow, nervous sound. You want to touch me? I don't want to do anything, I say, stepping into her personal space. I want to pass a bill. I want the senator re-elected. Touching you is simply the mechanism by which those things happen. I extend my hand. Give me your hand. She hesitates. She looks at my open palm as if it contains a live grenade. Then, slowly, reluctantly, she places her hand in mine. The contrast is jarring. My hand is smooth, pale, manicured, the hand of a man who pushes paper and types briefs. Her hand is rough. There are calluses on her palms, small burned scars on her knuckles, the skin hardened by heat and steel. It is a working hand, and it is warm. Shockingly warm. Relax, I instruct. You are stiff as a board. I'm holding hands with the enemy, she hisses. Fight or flight is kicking in. Fight the urge, I say. I step closer. I am now within the boundaries of social propriety. I can see the gold flecks in her brown eyes. I can see the pulse jumping in the hollow of her throat. I'm going to put my hand on your waist, I announce. Do not punch me. No promises. I slide my free hand around her waist. The leather of her jacket is cool, but the body underneath is radiating heat. I pull her slightly closer, closing the gap until we are standing hip to hip. It creates a circuit. A strange, humming tension that vibrates up my arm. She smells chaotic. Not the sterile, floral perfumes the women in D.C. wear. She smells of wood smoke, citrus zest, and something sharp like pepper. It is pungent and real and entirely out of place in this sanitized room. It invades my senses, disrupting the clean lines of my thoughts. You smell like a campfire, I say without thinking. It's mesquite, she says, her voice slightly breathless. She looks up at me, her chin tilting. For a second, the hostility wavers, replaced by a confused awareness. She is realizing that I am a man, not just a suit. I am realizing she is a woman, not just a problem. This is ridiculous, she whispers, but she doesn't pull away. You are holding me like you're afraid I'm going to break. I am holding you like I'm afraid you're going to bite, I counter. I might. Smile, I command, looking down at her. You're supposed to be happy. She bares her teeth in a grimace. I hate you. Better. That looks like passion from a distance. It's amazing, she says, her eyes narrowing. She pulls her hand from mine, breaking the contact, though my hand stays on her waist. You really are perfectly cast for this. You've been acting like the perfect man your entire life, haven't you? The perfect grades, the perfect suit, the perfect lack of opinions. This is just another role. It is not a role, I say, dropping my hand from her waist. The loss of contact leaves a cold spot on my palm. It is discipline. You should try it sometime. She steps back, putting safe distance between us. She rubs her arms as if cold. Discipline? Is that what it's called? I call it pathetic. I stiffen. Excuse me? The way you follow my father, she says, her voice turning cruel. You're brilliant, Nathaniel. Everyone knows it. You could be running your own firm. You could be a senator yourself. But you just follow him around, cleaning up his messes, burying his bodies. It's blind loyalty. It's sad. My back teeth slam together. The muscle in my jaw jumps, a sharp, involuntary spasm. She does not know. She cannot know about the night my father died, the blood on the linoleum, the debt I owe Oliver for stepping in when I was a boy with nothing. She sees a lapdog. She does not see the man paying a life debt. My loyalty is my business, I say. My voice is quiet, but it lands like a stone in the room. The door opens before she can respond. A junior staffer, Tyler, bustles in. He is 24, eager, and holding a clipboard like a shield. He stops when he sees the tension in the room, his eyes darting between Isla and me. Sorry to interrupt, Tyler stammers. The senator wanted me to check on the wardrobe. He looks at Isla. He looks at her leather jacket, her combat boots, the wild halo of her hair. He grimaces. We have a change of clothes in the dressing room, Tyler says, regaining his confidence. A nice pastel dress, cardigan, softens the edges. And we were thinking, maybe we mentioned that you're taking a step back from the kitchen to focus on the wedding? You know, play up the domestic angle. The voters love a housewife transformation. The silence that follows is absolute. Isla looks as if she has been slapped. Her mouth opens, a retort ready to fire, but I speak first. No, Tyler blinks. Sir? She is not changing, I say. I turn to look at Tyler, channeling every ounce of authority I possess. And she is certainly not stepping back from her career. Isla looks at me, her mouth snapping shut. Her eyes are wide. But the focus groups, Tyler starts. The focus groups are wrong, I interrupt. If we put her in a cardigan and an apron, we look like we are hiding her. We look ashamed. I look at Isla. She is staring at me with a complexity of expression I cannot parse: shock, confusion, and something else. Isla Davenport is a Michelin star chef, I say, my voice hard. She built an empire from scratch before she was 30. She's not a prop, Tyler. She's a powerhouse. We do not hide her talent. We weaponize it. Tyler swallows hard. Right, of course. Just the leather? The leather stays, I say. It's authentic. Tyler nods rapidly and backs out of the room, closing the door with a soft click. I turn back to Isla. The silence is different now. It is not heavy. It is charged. You defended me, she says. It is not a question. It is an accusation. I defended the asset, I say, returning to the safety of logic. Dumbing you down would backfire. It would look desperate. You called me a powerhouse. I stated a fact. She studies me. For the first time, she is not looking at the suit. She is looking at the man inside it. It makes me uncomfortable. I prefer her hatred. I know how to navigate her hatred. I do not know how to navigate her curiosity. There is a sharp rap on the door. Beatrice enters without waiting for an invitation. She's holding a tablet in one hand and a small black velvet box in the other. Her face is set in grim determination. The press is set up, she announces. The senator is taking the podium. You have 5 minutes. She walks straight to me and presses the velvet box into my palm. It feels heavy, cold, and final. From the senator's safe, Beatrice says, her voice devoid of sentiment. His grandmother's setting. It plays well with the traditionalists. I look down at the box in my hand. Oliver really did think of everything. He had the contract, the leverage, and the ring ready before I even walked into the war room. Beatrice looks at us, standing apart, the tension radiating off us in waves. 5 minutes, she repeats. To look like you are in love. I suggest you put that on her finger and start practicing your smiles. I look at Isla. She looks at me. The reality of what we are about to do crashes down. We are about to lie to the world. We are about to bind ourselves together legally and publicly. Isla takes a deep breath. She reaches out and grabs my hand. Her grip is tight, bordering on painful. Let's get this over with, she says. Showtime, I reply.
Chapter 5. Isla. The hallway leading to the press room feels like the digestive tract of a large bureaucratic beast. It smells of floor wax, stale coffee, and the unique sour sweat of ambitious people terrified of losing their jobs. A wild alien pulse has taken over my chest, not a drum, but a frantic fist knocking from the inside, demanding to be let out. Shoulders back, Nathaniel murmurs. He is walking beside me, a pillar of navy wool and absolute calm. You are not walking to the gallows, Isla. You are walking to a podium. Is there a difference? I mutter, staring straight ahead. We round the corner, and the noise hits me first. It's a wall of sound, the chatter of reporters, the click-clack of equipment being set up, the low hum of electricity feeding the lights. Then the flashbulbs start. Even though we aren't on the stage yet, the photographers stationed at the door spot us. The hallway erupts in blinding white bursts. Click, flash, click. Isla over here. Did you throw the wine, Isla? Isla, look this way. My vision swims. The spots of light burn into my retinas, disorienting me. I stumble slightly, my boot catching on the carpet. The noise is overwhelming. It reminds me of the kitchen during a grease fire. Chaotic, dangerous, and loud. I feel the panic rising, hot and suffocating. My hand twitches at my side. My thumb touches the pad of my forefinger, circling it in a frantic circular motion, seeking the friction, the texture, something real to ground me in this artificial hellscape. Suddenly, the light dims. Nathaniel has moved. He steps between me and the photographers, using his broad shoulders as a physical shield. He doesn't touch me, but his presence is so commanding, so large, that he effectively blocks out the chaos. He looks down at me. His face is stoic, revealing nothing to the cameras, but his voice is pitched low, just for me. "Look at my tie," he orders. "Focus on the knot." I blink, forcing my eyes to adjust. I stare at the silk knot of his tie. It's charcoal gray with a subtle geometric pattern. It is perfectly symmetrical. "Breathe," he says. I inhale. I smell him, starch, expensive soap, and that sharp, clean scent of winter air. It drowns out the smell of the nervous sweat in the hallway. "I'm fine," I lie. "You are not," he counters. "But you are about to be excellent." He steps back, just enough to let me walk, but he stays close, protective. The movement is fluid, practiced, and confusingly effective. I hate that I needed it. I hate even more that it worked. We step onto the stage. My father is already there, standing behind the podium with the seal of the United States Senate looking ominous behind him. He looks grave, paternal, and disappointed. It's his best look. "Thank you all for coming on such short notice," the senator says, his voice booming through the speakers. "I know there have been questions regarding the incident at my daughter's restaurant last night. We are here to address them directly." He steps aside. He gestures to me. I walk to the microphone. It smells of old metal and someone else's breath. The lights are hotter here. I can feel a bead of sweat trickling down my spine under the leather jacket. I refuse to take it off. I am not a politician. I am a chef. This is my armor. I look out at the sea of faces. They are hungry. They want blood. They want the angry black woman to implode, so they have a headline for the morning edition. I reach into my pocket and pull out the crumpled piece of paper Nathaniel gave me. I smooth it out on the podium. "Last night," I begin, my voice shaking slightly before I harden it. "There was an altercation at my restaurant. Slows." I look at the paper. I regret that my passion overwhelmed my professional composure. I look up. I see Nathaniel standing in the wings, his arms crossed, watching me intently. "I built my restaurant on a simple principle," I say, going off script. "Respect. Respect for the ingredients, respect for the process, and respect for the people who work 14 hours a day on their feet to serve you." A murmur moves through the press pool. This isn't the groveling apology they expected. "The video you saw," I continue, my voice gaining strength, "shows me at my worst. I was loud. I was profane. And for the disruption to the other diners, and for the language I used, I apologize. I lost my temper, and a leader should never lose their cool." I pause. I grip the sides of the podium until my knuckles ache. "However," I say, looking directly into the camera lens, "I do not apologize for defending my staff. The customer in question physically grabbed a server. In my house, you do not touch my people. If standing up to a bully makes me difficult, then I accept the label." The room explodes with questions. "Isla, the customer claims he never touched her. There's no security footage. It's your word against his. Are you calling the customer a liar?" I step back, my jaw locking. I knew this would happen. The altercation happened in the alcove near the wine cellar, a notorious blind spot in my security system. I have no proof, just my anger and a crying waitress. Nathaniel steps forward. He takes the microphone. The room quiets down instantly. He has that effect on people. He is the adult in the room. "We believe context matters," Nathaniel says smoothly. "As many of you know, the layout of Slows is historic. The alcove where this incident occurred is not covered by the primary security system, a fact the victims seem to rely on." He pauses, leaning one hand on the podium. "However," Nathaniel continues, his voice dropping to a dangerous, precise register, In the age of social media, privacy is an illusion. My team located a patron at the adjacent table who happened to be filming a birthday toast when the incident occurred in the background. My head snaps up. I look at him. I didn't know. He didn't tell me. "We are releasing that footage to the press pool now," Nathaniel announces. On the monitors flanking the stage, a new video appears. It's not the stark black and white of a security camera. It's shaky, vertical cell phone footage. In the foreground, a woman is laughing over a slice of cake. But in the background, clear as day, is table 4. You see the man in the suit reach out. You see his hand clamp onto my waitress's wrist. You see him yank her hard enough that she stumbles. You hear the distinct shatter of a wine glass hitting the floor. Then you see me step into the frame. It changes everything. It doesn't make me look nice. I still look furious, but it makes me look righteous. I wasn't attacking a customer. I was intercepting an assault. "As you can see," Nathaniel says, "Miss Davenport is passionate, protective." He pauses, letting the silence stretch. "And she was provoked." He looks at the senator. The reporters are furiously typing. The narrative has just fractured. I am no longer the aggressor. I am the defender. Nathaniel didn't just spin the story. He rewrote the reality of it. My father steps back to the mic to execute the pivot. "We are a family that believes in justice," the senator says. "And we believe in support, which is why we are thrilled to announce that Isla is finding that stability in her personal life." He gestures to Nathaniel. Nathaniel walks over to me. He doesn't look at the crowd. He looks at me. "You found the video," I whisper, barely moving my lips. "I didn't even know it existed." "I find everything," he replies, his face impassive. He takes my left hand. He lifts it. There is a ring on my finger. The vintage diamond from Beatrice's velvet box sits heavy and cold against my skin. "Isla and Nathaniel are engaged," my father announces. The room goes absolutely silent for 1 second. Then pandemonium. "What? When? The chief of staff? Show us the ring." Nathaniel keeps hold of my hand. He pulls me slightly closer, anchoring me as the questions fire like bullets. "We have been seeing each other privately for some time," Nathaniel says into the mic, his voice calm and steady. "We wanted to keep it out of the campaign, but, well, when you know, you know." He looks at me. "Right, darling?" The endearment sounds foreign in his mouth, like a word he learned from a textbook. "Right," I manage to choke out. I force a smile. It feels like my face is cracking. "Nathaniel has been my rock." "Hold it there," a photographer from the Post yells. "Can we get a loving look? Nathaniel, look at her." My stomach plummets. This is the performance. This is the lie. I turn my body toward him. I look up. Nathaniel turns to me. He blocks out the lights again. The world narrows down to the sharp line of his jaw, the shadow of stubble, the intense blue of his eyes. He reaches up. His hand, warm and large, cups my cheek. His thumb brushes a stray curl away from my forehead. The gesture is tender, intimate, and for a split second his eyes change. The cold, analytical calculation vanishes. He looks at me, really looks at me, with an intensity that stops my breath. It's not acting. It's something else. Something possessive. Something burning. "You're doing great," he whispers, so low the mic doesn't catch it. My heart hammers against my ribs. Not from anxiety, from him. The shutter clicks are a machine gun rapid fire, capturing the moment forever. The moment the rebel looked at the fixer and didn't look away. "Okay, that's enough," Nathaniel announces, dropping his hand. The spell breaks. The coldness returns to his face instantly. "Thank you all. No further questions." He grabs my hand, firm, professional, guiding, and steers me off the stage. We walk down the steps, past the blinding lights, back into the shadows of the wings. The noise of the press room fades behind the heavy velvet curtains. We are alone in the corridor. I yank my hand away from his grip as if he burned me. I stumble back a step, pressing my back against the cool cinder block wall, gasping for air. The adrenaline crash is hitting me hard. My hands are shaking. Nathaniel stops. He adjusts his cuffs, shooting them straight, restoring the perfect lines of his suit. He looks completely unaffected. "That went well," he says, checking his phone. The narrative is already shifting on Twitter. Power couple is trending. I stare at him. I can still feel the ghost of his hand on my cheek. I can still feel the solid wall of his body shielding me from the lights. I hate him. I hate this deal. I loathe that I just lied to the entire country. But what terrifies me the most isn't the lie. It's the fact that for the 30 seconds I was standing in the circle of his arms, with the whole world screaming at me, I felt safe. And safety is a dangerous thing to feel with a man who holds the keys to your destruction.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 6. Nathaniel. The silence inside the armored SUV is heavier than the steel plating in the doors. We are moving through the DC streets, the city lights blurring into streaks of neon and white against the tinted glass. Beside me, Isla is vibrating with residual adrenaline. She is staring out the window, her jaw set, her hand still clutching the leather seat as if she expects to be ejected at any moment. I look at the space between us on the bench seat. 6 inches of beige leather. It feels like a canyon. It feels like a mistake. The adrenaline of the press conference is fading, leaving behind the cold, hard clarity of what I have just done. I have bound myself publicly to the one woman who has the power to dismantle my carefully constructed life with a single look. I need structure. I need parameters. If I do not contain this situation immediately, it will consume me. We need ground rules, I say. My voice sounds too loud in the quiet cabin. Isla turns her head slowly. The streetlights wash over her face, highlighting the sharp curve of her cheekbone and the tension in her neck. She looks exhausted and beautiful in a way that makes my chest ache. Rules, she repeats flatly. Of course. Did you bring a rule book, or should I take notes on a napkin? I ignore the sarcasm. Sarcasm is her shield. Logic is mine. The engagement is a job, I state, keeping my eyes forward. It has hours. It has deliverables. It requires boundaries. Boundaries, she scoffs. You just touched my face in front of 10 million people like I was precious to you. A bit late for boundaries, don't you think? The memory of her skin under my thumb flares up. Soft, warm, alive. I shove it down into the dark box where I keep everything else I am not allowed to want. That was for the cameras, I say. The lie tastes like ash. Off camera, we maintain strict professionalism. No touching. No domestic displays unless we are in the public eye. We keep our private lives separate. Fine by me, she snaps. What else? We stay in separate hotel rooms on the road, I continue. We travel together, but we sleep apart. We minimize variables. Variables, she mutters, shaking her head. You talk about marriage like it's a hostile takeover. This is a hostile takeover, Isla, of your narrative. She shifts, turning fully toward me. The leather of her jacket creaks. Fine. My turn. Rule number 1. You don't criticize my cooking. Ever. If we are eating alone, you keep your Michelin Guide opinions to yourself. I've never criticized your cooking, I point out. I criticized your plating. There is a difference. To you, maybe. To me, it's the same thing. Rule number 2. You don't manage my attitude when the cameras are off. If I want to be pissed off, I get to be pissed off. You don't get to fix my mood. I look at her. Her eyes are defiant, daring me to argue. She is fighting for scraps of autonomy in a game she has already lost. Agreed, I say. Professional courtesy only. The car slows, pulling up to the curb outside her apartment building in Navy Yard. It is a trendy industrial area. Brick warehouses converted into lofts, smelling of river water and gentrification. The driver puts the car in park. One more thing, I say before she can reach for the door handle. Pack a bag. You are coming with us to Virginia tomorrow. Isla freezes. Her hand hovers over the latch. Excuse me? The campaign trail, I clarify. We have a week of swing through the swing districts. Handshaking, baby-kissing, town halls. You need to be there. No, she says immediately. Absolutely not. I have a restaurant to run. I did the press conference. I wore the ring. I'm not going on a tour of rural Virginia to pretend to adore you while my sous chef has a panic attack. The restaurant is managed, I say. I spoke to your GM. He has it covered. You went behind my back? Her voice rises. I ensured your compliance, I correct. The deal was to rehabilitate your image, Isla. A press conference is a headline. A tour is a narrative. You need to be seen supporting the senator. You need to be seen supporting me. I'm not a prop, Nathaniel. She turns on me, fury radiating off her in waves. I'm not going to sit there and smile while you and my father sell policies that I don't even agree with. You will if you want to keep your funding, I say. It is a low blow. It is cruel. But it is necessary. The investors are watching, Isla. If you bail now, the unstable label sticks. You lose slows. She stares at me, her chest heaving. I can see the calculation behind her eyes, the desperate search for an exit. She glances out the window. Across the street, parked near a streetlight, is a nondescript sedan. As Isla looks, a lens extends from the passenger window. Flash. The burst of light cuts through the darkness. Isla flinches, shrinking back into the seat. She hates them. She has hated them since she was a child hiding behind the senator's legs. They are already here, I say softly. They will be outside your restaurant. They will be outside your apartment. There is no privacy for you here, Isla. The only way to control the story is to be on the bus with us. She looks at the photographer, then back at me. She looks trapped. I hate you, she whispers. It is not banter this time. It is a statement of fact. I know, I reply. Kiss me. Her head snaps back. What? The photographer, I say, nodding toward the window. He is waiting for a shot. If we argue, the headline is, Trouble in Paradise already? If we are affectionate, the headline is, Lovebirds can't bear to part. We need the latter. No, she hisses. She recoils, pressing herself against the door. I am not kissing you. My lips are not touching yours, Hayes. Not for a vote, not for $1, not for anything. Also, we're inside the damn car. No one can see us. She looks at my mouth with genuine revulsion. It stings, somewhere deep behind my ribs, but I do not let it show. Fine, I say. I reach out. I grab her left hand, the one bearing the heavy vintage diamond. She tries to pull away, but I hold fast. My grip is firm, encompassing. Then we improvise, I murmur. I lift her hand. I do not break eye contact. I watch her pupils dilate as I bring her knuckles to my mouth. I press my lips to the ring and then, deliberately, to the warm, soft skin just above it. It is a courtly gesture, old-fashioned, safe. But the sensation of her skin against my mouth is electric. I feel the pulse in her hand jump. I feel the heat of her rush through the point of contact. It is not a chaste peck. I let my lips linger, breathing in the scent of her, mesquite and rain, against my will. The flash goes off outside. Once. Twice. I lower her hand but do not release it. "Who told you it had to be on the lips?" I ask quietly. Isla stares at me. Her mouth is slightly open, her breath catching in her throat. She looks stunned, as if I just spoke in tongues. For a second, the anger is suspended, replaced by a confused, terrified awareness. She yanks her hand back, cradling it against her chest. "Pick me up at 8, she says, her voice shaking. She opens the door and scrambles out into the night, fleeing from me as if I am the danger. Perhaps I am. The lobby of the Dominion Grand Hotel in Richmond smells of fresh lilies and old money. It is a smell I associate with donors, graft, and compromise. I stand near the check-in desk, checking my watch. 5 p.m. We are on schedule. The automatic doors slide open. Isla walks in. She is compromised on the wardrobe, but barely. She is wearing high-waisted trousers and a silk blouse in a deep emerald green, but the leather jacket is draped over her shoulders like a cape, and her hair is free, a magnificent cloud of curls defying the humidity. She is dragging a rolling suitcase that looks like it has survived a war zone. She looks furious. She looks magnificent. People turn to stare. In a room full of beige suits and pearls, she is a riot of color. I walk over to meet her. I reach for her bag. "I got it," she snaps, pulling the handle away. "We are on stage, Isla," I say through a fixed smile. "Let the fiancé carry the bag." She relinquishes it with a huff. "We took separate cars. Why are we meeting in the lobby?" "Optics," I say, "and logistics. We need to check in before the briefing." We approach the front desk. The concierge is a young man with a name tag that reads Kevin. He looks up, and his eyes widen of recognition. "Mr. Hayes," Kevin beams, "and Mrs. Davenport. Oh, wow. Congratulations on the engagement. I saw the press conference. Just beautiful. Truly." "Thank you, Kevin," I say, employing my best political charm. "We're just checking in." I slide my credit card and ID across the marble counter. Kevin types furiously. He frowns. He types again. A flush creeps up his neck. "Ah," Kevin says. The smile falters. "Is there a problem?" Isla asks, tapping her nails on the counter. Tap, tap, tap. "Well," Kevin stammers, "it seems there has been a bit of a booking error. With the campaign taking up 2 floors and the wedding party for the Johnson family, we are completely at capacity." I feel a muscle in my jaw jump. I reach up, adjusting my cufflink, snapping the metal into place. "Explain." "We don't have the 2 adjoining king rooms you requested," Kevin says, looking pained. "In fact, we only have 1 room left available in the entire hotel." He holds up a single key card. "It is the executive suite," Kevin offers weakly, as if that solves the logistical nightmare. "It has a lovely view of the river, and, of course, a king bed for the happy couple." I look at the key card. I look at Isla. She's staring at Kevin with a look that suggests she is mentally calculating the cooking time of his liver. "1 bed," she repeats, her voice dangerously low. "I am so sorry," Kevin says. I take the card. I do not look at Isla. I cannot look at Isla. "It will be fine," I say, lying through my teeth. "We will make it work. We will end up sharing a bed anyway. What couple stays in different rooms?"
Chapter 7. Isla. The executive suite at the Dominion Grand smells like lemon furniture polish and divorce. It's spacious, I'll give it that. There's a sitting area with a velvet settee that looks like it belongs in a dollhouse, a massive mahogany desk that screams, "Important business happens here," and a wall of windows overlooking the James River. But the centerpiece of the room is the bed. It is a king, piled high with an obscene number of pillows and flanked by 2 identical lamps. It dominates the space, mocking me with its singular, expansive existence. And just to twist the knife, the bathroom is separated from the bedroom not by a wall, but by a floor-to-ceiling pane of frosted glass. It offers the illusion of privacy while guaranteeing that every shadow and movement will be broadcast in high definition. "Elegant," Nathaniel says, dropping his garment bag on the luggage rack. He sounds bored. "It's a fishbowl," I correct him. I walk over to the window, crossing my arms. My skin feels tight, itching with the residual stress of the check-in. "And there is one bed." I noticed. "I'm taking the couch," I announce, turning to face him. Nathaniel pauses in the middle of hanging up his suit jacket. He turns, giving me a look that suggests I have just proposed we set the drapes on fire. "Don't be ridiculous," he says. "You are the asset. If you wake up with a crick in your neck and look miserable in the photos tomorrow, I have failed my objective. I will take the couch." "Oh, save the white knight routine," I snap. "I've slept on flour sacks in the back of a van. I can handle a velvet love seat." "I insist," he says, walking over to the piece of furniture with his pillow in hand. He stops. He looks down at the couch. It is indeed a glorified fainting couch, designed for Victorian women to collapse on to gracefully, not for a full-grown man to sleep on. It is barely 5 feet long. Nathaniel stares at it. He looks at his own legs. He does the mental math. "Isla," he says, his tone shifting from noble to defeated. "I am 6'3". Physics is not on my side." I snort. "Regretting the chivalry already?" He sighs, tossing the pillow back onto the mattress. He weighs the cost of his dignity against the reality of spinal alignment. Logic wins. It always does with him. "Fine," he says, turning back to the bed. "You're not sleeping on the couch. We share. It is a king. There is plenty of demilitarized zone in the middle." "You're not going to fight for my honor?" I tease, though my stomach does a nervous flip. "Some gentlemen." "I am a pragmatist," he says, loosening his tie. "And I need sleep." He moves to the room service menu on the desk. "I'm ordering dinner. Do you want the salmon or the steak?" "I want to leave," I mutter. "But since I'm a hostage, get me the burger, rare. And if they put truffle oil on the fries, I'm flipping this table." 30 minutes later, the food arrives under silver domes, delivered by a waiter who spends 3 minutes too long staring at my engagement ring. We sit at the small round table near the window. It feels absurdly domestic. I lift the bun of my burger. It's overcooked, gray. "How is it?" Nathaniel asks. He is cutting his steak with precise surgical strokes. "The cow died in vain," I say, dropping the bun back down. I pick up a fry and dip it into the small ramekin of yellow sauce on the side. I taste it. My face contorts instantly. "What?" Nathaniel pauses, fork halfway to his mouth. "The béarnaise," I choke out, reaching for my water. "It's aggressive." "It's a 5-star hotel," he says. "How bad can it be?" "It tastes like dried tarragon and resentment," I say, wiping my mouth with the linen napkin. The emulsion is split. You can feel the grease coating the roof of your mouth. It's not a sauce. It's a culinary hate crime. I look up, ready to fight him on it, expecting him to tell me I'm being a diva. Instead, Nathaniel is shaking. His shoulders are trembling. He puts his fork down, presses his napkin to his mouth, and makes a sound I have never heard before. A laugh. Not a polite political chuckle, but a rusty, genuine sound that rumbles deep in his chest. "A culinary hate crime?" he repeats. his eyes crinkling at the corners. The blue ice actually melts for a second. It is, I insist, fighting a smile. Someone back there gave up on their dreams and took it out on my potatoes. God, he sighs, picking up his wine glass. You are exhausting, but you are not wrong. My steak is rubber. See? I point a fry at him. I have taste. You just have tolerance. Tolerance is a survival skill in DC, he says, the humor fading back into his usual mask. Taste is a liability. The air shifts. We are back to business. We need to maximize this time, Nathaniel says, pushing his plate away. The press will ask about our shared interests. We need common ground. Okay, I say, leaning back. Movies. What's your favorite? I don't watch many movies, he admits, but I enjoyed The Foggy of War. I stare at him. The documentary about Robert McNamara, that's your comfort watch? It's instructive. I like Bad Boys too, I say. Explosions, Will Smith, chaos. He winces. Music? 90s hip-hop, Lauryn Hill, Wu-Tang when I'm prepping. Classical, he says. Bach, sometimes jazz if it's instrumental. Of course, I groan. You are a walking cliché, Hayes. Do you have any vices? Do you eat junk food? Do you jaywalk? I drink too much coffee, he offers, and I am pathologically punctual. Those are interview answers. I rub one thumb against my forefinger, the friction soothing the sudden spike of irritation. I'm talking about real life. What do you do when you aren't fixing my father's messes? He looks at me. The silence stretches, taut and uncomfortable. For a moment, he looks like he might actually tell me something real. Like he might tell me about the architecture dreams or the grandfather who died waiting for a doctor. I sleep, he says finally, because I don't have time for anything else. He stands up abruptly. Speaking of which, we have a 6 a.m. call time. He walks toward his suitcase. I'm going to shower, he announces. Do not look. I wouldn't dream of it. I lie, picking up my wine glass. He disappears into the bathroom. A moment later, the silhouette of a man appears against the frosted glass. I take a large gulp of wine. I can see him stripping off the suit jacket, the tie, the shirt. He is broad. Even through the blur of the glass, I can see the taper of his waist and the width of his shoulders. I turn my chair around to face the window, staring out at the dark river. I will not look at the blurry, naked shape of the man I am supposed to hate. I will not. I am building a fortress. I have stripped the decorative pillows from the fainting couch and the armchair, piling them on the king bed. It is a great wall of down feathers. What are you doing? I turn around and promptly drop the pillow I was holding. Nathaniel is standing by the bed. He has brushed his teeth. He has turned down the lights. He is wearing nothing but a pair of black boxer briefs. I freeze. Mine eyes do a traitorous sweep before I can stop them. He is not just fit for a politician. He is shredded. His chest is broad and dusted with dark hair that trails down a ridged abdomen, disappearing into the waistband of the tight black fabric. His thighs are thick, powerful, corded with muscle. There is a scar on his ribs I've never seen, jagged and old. He looks like a fighter, not a lawyer. My mouth goes dry. Where are your clothes? I squeak. He looks down at himself, then back at me. I am sleeping. You can't sleep like that, I stammer, gesturing vaguely at his semi-nudity. Put on pajama pants or a shirt, something. I don't own pajamas, he says calmly. I overheat. Usually I sleep nude. My eyes widen. You what? Boxers are a concession to your modesty, he says, pulling back the duvet on his side of the bed. This is a compromise, Isla. Take it or leave it. You are a pervert, I hiss, snatching up my t-shirt and clutching it like a shield. A secret exhibitionist pervert. I am a man who prioritizes REM cycles, he counters, sliding into bed. He looks completely unbothered, while I feel like my face is on fire. If seeing a human body shocks you, I question your biology education. It's not the biology, I mutter, turning off the lamp on my side with aggressive force. It's the proximity. I crawl into the bed on my side of the pillow wall. I am wearing an oversized vintage t-shirt and shorts, but I suddenly feel very naked. The mattress dips under his weight. Even with the pillows between us, I can feel him. I can feel the heat radiating off his skin. It crosses the demilitarized zone and warms my back. "Good night, Isla," he says. His voice is deep, rougher now that he's lying down. "Go to sleep, Hayes," I whisper. I squeeze my eyes shut. He is the enemy, I tell myself. He is the fixer. He is the reason you are in this mess. But my brain is flashing images of that scar on his ribs, the cut of his obliques, the way his hands looked on the steering wheel. I hate that he's attractive. It feels like a personal betrayal. It would be so much easier if he were soft, or hairy in the wrong places, or clumsy. But he is efficient, even in his nudity. I lie there for what feels like hours, listening to the hum of the air conditioner and the steady rhythmic breathing from the other side of the pillow wall. I must have drifted off because the sound of the sliding glass door wakes me. I blink open my eyes. The room is dark, illuminated only by the city glow filtering in from the outside. The space beside me is empty. The pillow wall has toppled slightly. I hear a voice, low, urgent. I push myself up on one elbow. The balcony door is cracked open a few inches. Nathaniel is out there. He isn't wearing a shirt, just the boxers, shivering slightly in the cool night air. He is gripping his phone so hard his knuckles are white. I shouldn't listen. It's a violation of the truce. But I hold my breath. "I know," Nathaniel whispers. His voice sounds wrecked. It lacks all the polish and armor he wears during the day. "I know the risks." A pause. He listens to the person on the other end. He runs a hand through his hair, messing up the perfect order. He leans his forehead against the glass, looking down at the street 20 stories below. "I'm doing it for him," Nathaniel says, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper that carries on the wind. "I have to. Just hold on a little longer. If this works, everything changes." He sighs, a sound of heavy, crushing weight. "I won't let you down. I promise." He hangs up. I lower myself back onto the pillows, my heart thumping against my ribs. I'm doing it for him. My father. He's talking to someone about my father. His mother? He only talks softly to her. The suspicion I buried, the affair, the loyalty, the secrets, comes rushing back. Who is he protecting? And what exactly does he think is going to change if this marriage works? I close my eyes, feigning sleep as the balcony door slides shut and the bed dips under the weight of a man with too many secrets.
Chapter 8. Nathaniel. The next day, the schedule dictates that we spend 45 minutes at Earl's Eats, a roadside diner in rural Virginia that serves as the unofficial town hall for 3 counties. The objective is simple: eat a localized breakfast item, shake hands with the morning regulars, and project an image of relatable domestic bliss that will play well on the evening news. It is a standard political theater. I have executed this play 1,000 times. However, I have never executed it with a partner who looks like she wants to set the venue on fire. Isla stands beside me near the hostess stand. She's wearing the approachable cardigan the stylists insisted upon, but she wears it like a straitjacket. Her arms are crossed tight over her chest. Her smile is fixed, brittle, and does not reach her eyes. The air in the diner is thick with the smell of bacon grease, old coffee, and skepticism. The crowd is exactly what the polling data predicted: white, Working class, older. They look at me, the suit, the polished shoes, the DC haircut, and see an intruder. They look at Isla, the vibrant skin, the wild curls, the celebrity aura, and see an alien. "Morning, folks," I say, pitching my voice to be heard over the clatter of silverware. "I'm Nathaniel Hayes, and this is my fiancée, Isla Davenport. We're just passing through to hear what's on your mind." Silence. A man in a trucker hat at the counter turns slowly on his stool. He looks at my suit. He looks at Isla's diamond ring. He dips a piece of toast into a runny yolk and turns back around. It is dying. The room is dying. I step forward, ready to launch into the stump speech about rural healthcare initiatives, the safe, logical bridge to connect our worlds. Beside me, Isla stiffens. I assume she is reacting to the hostility. I move slightly to block her from the line of sight of the man at the counter, a reflex that is becoming alarmingly habitual. "Isla," I murmur, barely moving my lips. Smile. Wave. Do not engage the hecklers. "Do you smell that?" she asks. Her voice is not angry. It is focused. "Smell what? The cholesterol?" "Scorched milk," she says. Her nostrils flare slightly. "And salt. Someone is ruining the grits. It smells like burning plastic." "Isla, focus," I command. "We are losing the room." "We never had the room, Hayes. Look at them. They think we're here to pet them like zoo animals." She is right. I know she is right. But I have a schedule. I have a script. "Just shake the hands," I say. "Excuse me," she says. She does not say it to me. She says it to the room. Isla steps away from my protective shadow. She does not walk toward the voters. She walks toward the kitchen. My stomach drops. "Isla," I hiss. "Where are you going?" She ignores me. She pushes through the swinging double doors marked employees only. The diner goes quiet. Even the man in the trucker hat turns around. I stand frozen for a fraction of a second, calculating the damage. Candidate's daughter raids kitchen. Celebrity chef insults local cook. It is a disaster in the making. I follow her. I have to contain this. The kitchen is a cramped, sweltering box. It is louder than the dining room, a cacophony of sizzling flat tops and shouting. A large man with a grease-stained apron, presumably Earl, is sweating profusely over a massive pot, looking on the verge of a cardiac event. A teenage boy is dropping plates in the dish pit. It is chaos. Isla walks right into the middle of it. She does not look like a politician's wife. She looks like a general inspecting the front lines. "You're burning the bottom," Isla says, pointing at the pot. Earl blinks, wiping sweat from his forehead with a rag. "Who the hell are you?" "I'm the woman who can smell that char from the parking lot," Isla says. She reaches out. "Give me the spoon." "Isla," I warn, stepping fully into the kitchen. The heat hits me instantly, wilting the starch in my collar. "We are leaving." She turns to me. Her eyes are blazing. For the first time all morning, she looks alive. "Go back out there and talk about your bill, Nathaniel," she orders. "I can't let them serve this. It's disrespectful to the corn." "Disrespectful to the corn?" I repeat, incredulous. "Isla, we are on a schedule." "Move," she says. She takes the massive wooden spoon from Earl's stunned hand. She dips it in, tastes it, and grimaces. "High heat?" she asks Earl. "You rushed it because you're backed up on tickets?" Earl looks at her. He looks at the line of ticket orders spewing from the printer. He looks defeated. My line cook called out. I got 30 covers and 1 set of hands. Isla drops her expensive leather bag onto a sack of onions. She sheds the approachable cardigan, revealing a silk tank top that leaves her arms bare. "Apron," she demands. Earl hands her one. She ties it around her waist. The transformation is instantaneous. The stiffness vanishes. The defensive posture disappears. She squares her shoulders, grabs a towel, and looks at the ticket rail. "Okay, Earl," she says, her voice cutting through the noise. "Scrape the top of that pot into a fresh one. Don't scrape the bottom or you'll get the char. Add a stick of butter and a cup of heavy cream to bring it back. I'll take the flat top. Let's clear the board. I stand near the walk-in cooler, stunned into immobility. I should stop this. I should drag her out. This is a security nightmare. It is a breach of protocol. But I cannot move. I watch as Isla Davenport takes over the kitchen. She moves with a terrifying, beautiful efficiency. She cracks eggs with one hand, flips pancakes with a flick of her wrist, and barks orders at Earl that he follows without question. "Order up," she yells, sliding 3 plates onto the pass. "Pick up, table 4. The teenage dishwasher stares at her like she is a superhero. I back out of the kitchen, pushing through the swinging doors. The diner is silent. Everyone is staring at the kitchen door. "What's she doing back there?" the trucker hat man asks. "Calling the health inspector?" "She's cooking," I say, smoothing my tie. I feel ridiculous. 10 minutes later, the food starts coming out. Waitresses rush past me, carrying plates of biscuits, eggs, and bowls of creamy, steaming grits. The trucker hat man gets his plate. He takes a bite of the grits. He pauses. He takes another bite. He looks at his neighbor. "Damn," he says. "That's good." The door swings open again. Isla walks out. She is flushed. Her hair is frizzing from the steam. There's a smudge of flour on her cheek. She's wearing a stained apron over her silk blouse. She looks magnificent. She walks behind the counter, carrying a coffee pot. "Who needed the refill on the dark roast?" she asks. A woman in a floral dress raises her hand, looking starstruck. "That's me, honey." Isla pours the coffee. She leans in, resting her hip against the counter. "Sorry about the wait. Earl's short-staffed today. You know how hard it is to find good help on a Tuesday." The room nods in unison. They know. "My daddy used to say you can tell the State of the Union by the price of bacon," the woman says. "Your daddy was right," Isla replies, wiping the counter with a rag. "I paid $8 for a pound of pork belly in D.C. last week. It's criminal." "It's the transport costs," the trucker hat man pipes up. "Diesel is up." "And the feed," Isla agrees. She looks at me. My fiancé here has a lot of charts about why that is, but I just know it makes it hard to put breakfast on the table. She gestures to me. She just lobbed the ball perfectly into my court. She disarmed them, fed them, and then opened the door for me to walk through. The hostility in the room has evaporated. It has been replaced by curiosity. I step forward. I do not need the stump speech. I just need to match her energy. I spend the next 30 minutes talking, really talking, to the people, but my eyes keep drifting back to Isla. She is moving between the tables, clearing plates, laughing at jokes, touching people on the shoulder. She is not performing. That is the difference. I have spent my life studying the mechanics of influence. I build coalitions through logic, leverage, and shared interest. I construct loyalty brick by brick. Isla builds it with a plate of food and a smile. She has a political instinct I lack. Absolute sensory connection. She feels the room, and she gives it exactly what it is hungry for. We wrap up. The exit is a triumph. People who wouldn't look at us an hour ago are now shaking my hand and asking for selfies with Isla. We get back into the SUV. The door seals us in. Isla rips the apron off and throws it on the floor. She leans her head back against the seat, closing her eyes. She is breathing hard. "You have flour on your face," I say. She opens one eye. "Don't criticize the chef." "I'm not criticizing," I say. I reach into my pocket and pull out my handkerchief. It is crisp, white, monogrammed. I lean over. Isla freezes. She watches me as I bring the cloth to her cheek. I wipe the smudge of flour from her skin. My knuckles graze her jawline. Her skin is hot, damp with sweat. "You saved the stop," I say quietly. "I was drowning out there. You turned the tide." She looks at me, surprised by the admission. "I didn't do it for the poll numbers, Hayes. I did it because Earl was drowning in the weeds. And I hate bad grits." "Whatever the reason," I say, lowering my hand but not pulling away. "It was impressive. You have a gift, Isla. You connect with them in a way I cannot. Because I'm not trying to sell them anything, she says softly. Her gaze drops to my mouth, then snaps back up to my eyes. The air between us grows thin, charged with the same electricity I felt at the press conference. Maybe, I murmur. For a moment, the strategy, the contract, the deception, it all fades. There is just the heat of the car, the smell of mesquite and sweat, and the woman who just proved me wrong in the most spectacular way possible. I want to kiss her. Not for the cameras. For me. There's a sharp tap on the window. We spring apart. I turn, my heart thudding a heavy, irregular rhythm against my ribs. A man is standing outside the car. He's not one of the press pool photographers. He's holding a recorder and wearing a press badge from a tabloid blog known for scraping the bottom of the investigative barrel. I roll down the window an inch. We are leaving. Submit questions to the press secretary. Mr. Hayes, the reporter shouts, thrusting the recorder at the gap. Just one question about the timeline. The timeline is public, I say, signaling the driver to go. Not the engagement, the reporter yells over the engine. Daytona! We got a tip that Ms. Davenport was expelled from her sorority for running drugs with the Iron Kings. Is that why she dropped out? Is the senator covering up a felony? The car lurches forward. I see Isla's face in the reflection of the glass. The color drains from her cheeks so fast she looks gray. Her hand flies to her mouth. I roll the window up, sealing out the noise, but the question wafts in the air like toxic gas. Running drugs. That wasn't in the dossier. I turn to Isla. I feel the cold, rigid armor of my profession snap back into place. I reach for my tie, tightening the knot until it chokes off the lingering warmth of the moment. Isla, I say, my voice devoid of the softness from moments ago. Is it true?
Chapter 9. Isla. Is it true? Nathaniel's question hangs in the air of the SUV like smoke, choking out the remaining oxygen. I stare at him. The warmth from the moment in the diner, the way his knuckles grazed my jaw, the way he looked at me like I was something, is gone. It has been incinerated by 5 words from a tabloid reporter. In its place is the fixer, cold, clinical, white. He is looking at me not as a partner, but as a risk assessment. He is waiting for me to confirm that I am exactly the kind of liability his world expects a woman like me to be. No, I say. My voice is hard, stripping away the softness I had foolishly let creep in. I rode motorcycles, Nathaniel. I drank cheap whiskey. I made bad decisions with men who had too many tattoos and not enough ambition. But I never ran drugs. The reporter had specifics, Nathaniel says. He isn't yelling. He is scrolling on his phone, already managing the fallout before I've even finished my defense. Expulsion records, sorority bylaws. I wasn't expelled for drugs. I snap. I was expelled because I told the chapter president that her legacy admission policy was racist. And then I poured a keg of beer into the grand piano during the alumni mixer. It was vandalism, not trafficking. He stops scrolling. He looks at me. Vandalism, he repeats flatly. I was 19 and angry, I say, turning toward the window. The Virginia countryside is a blur of green. I know that's a foreign concept to you. I'm sure at 19 you were already ironing your socks and drafting mock legislation. At 19, I was working 2 jobs to keep the lights on, even with the scholarship from your father. He says quietly. The retort dies in my throat. We have to kill the story, he says, tapping the screen again. We issue a denial. We threaten libel suits. But, Isla, if there is a single photo, a single text message that links you to a distribution network, this campaign is over, and your career goes with it. There isn't, I say, because I didn't do it. Good. He adjusts his tie, pulling the knot tight against his throat. It is a sharp, jerky motion, the only sign that his composure is cracking. Then we smile. We go to the fundraiser, and we pretend the past stays dead. He goes back to his phone. The wall is back up. The silence stretches between us, no longer heavy with attraction, but thick with suspicion. The Dominion Grand Ballroom smells of stale air conditioning, heavy perfume, and money. It is a scent I know well. It's the smell of my childhood, fundraisers, galas, handshakes that feel like transactions. I stand near the entrance, smoothing the silk of my emerald trousers. I kept the outfit from the diner, but the leather jacket is gone, replaced by the approachable cream blazer Beatrice forced into my bag. I feel like an imposter. Shoulders back, Nathaniel murmurs beside me. He is scanning the room, marking the exits, the donors, the threats. You look tense. I look like I'm waiting for an ambush. I mutter. The drug story hasn't hit the mains yet, he assures me, his hand hovering near the small of my back, but not touching. My team is suppressing it. Just charm them like you did at the diner. The diner was real people, I say, eyeing the room full of tuxedos and gowns. These are sharks in sequins. We circulate. I play the part. I smile until my cheeks ache. I laugh at jokes that aren't funny. I let older white men hold my hand a second too long while they tell me how articulate I am for a chef. I swallow the rage. I let it simmer in my gut like a reduction sauce. Every time someone whispers, every time a phone lights up, my stomach clenches. Do they know? Are they looking at the drug runner? I feel a sharp spike of anxiety. My thumb finds my forefinger, rubbing aggressively against the skin, seeking the friction to ground myself. Nathaniel notices. He steps closer, his body shielding me from the room's gaze for a split second. Do you need water? He asks. I need a tequila, I say. Neat. Water, he decides. Stay here. I see the senator's biggest donor by the bar. I need to put out a fire. He walks away, leaving me standing near a towering display of shrimp cocktail that looks rubbery and sad. I exhale, trying to shake the tension. I reach for a prawn, inspecting it. Overcooked. No acid. Still critiquing the menu slow? The voice is like gravel in a blender. It scrapes against my spine, freezing me in place. I haven't heard that nickname in 10 years. Not since I scrubbed the grease from under my fingernails and enrolled in culinary school. I turn around slowly. Standing by a potted ficus, holding a bottle of beer by the neck, is Jax. He shouldn't be here. He is wearing a suit, but it fits him poorly, straining at the shoulders, the fabric cheap and shiny under the chandeliers. His hair is slicked back, but I can still see the faint outline of the neck tattoo he's tried to cover with makeup. He looks like trouble. He looks like my past coming to collect. Jax, I say, my voice is steady but my pulse is racing. Who let you in? I got friends in high places now. He grins. It's a predator's grin. Or at least friends who pay well to see the senator's little girl squirm. The opposition. Of course. Thorne must have dug him up along with the photos. What do you want? I ask, stepping back. Just seeing an old friend, he says, stepping into my personal space. He smells of cheap cologne and cigarettes, a sensory assault that cuts through the expensive atmosphere of the room. You look good, Isla. Polished, cleaned up nicely, got rid of the ink I see. He glances at my bare wrist, where the lavender tattoo sits. I grew up, I say coldly. You should try it. Ouch, he laughs. Still got that mouth on you. That's what I always liked. You were wild slow. Riding on the back of my bike, screaming at the cops. You were real then. I was lost, I correct him. And I was 19. And now, he gestures around the room with the beer bottle. Now you're playing house with a suit that's stiff over there? He nods toward the bar, where Nathaniel is deep in conversation with a silver-haired donor. Nathaniel's back is to us. He's 10 times the man you are, I say. The defense comes out automatically surprising me. Jax sneers. He's a wallet, babe. A ticket to legitimacy. Does he know about the Daytona run? Does he know what we really did that weekend? My blood runs cold. We didn't do anything, Jax. You did. I was just stupid enough to be in the car. That's not how the cops saw it. He lowers his voice, leaning in. And that's not how the press will see it when I give my exclusive interview. The chef and the cartel, or maybe the senator's daughter and the cartel. Catchy, right? You're being paid to lie, I hiss. Get out of my face. I turn to leave. I need to find Nathaniel. I need security. Jax moves fast. He reaches out and grabs my upper arm. His fingers dig into the soft flesh, tight and possessive. It triggers a visceral memory. The alleyway, the biker bar, the feeling of being trapped. Don't walk away from me, Slow, he growls, the mask of the party guest slipping. We aren't done. I think your fiancé needs to know exactly how trashy his new bride really is. Let go of me, I say, voice rising. People nearby are starting to turn. I can feel the eyes, the angry black woman making a scene, the ghetto coming out. I can't scream. I can't hit him. If I cause a scene, I validate every rumor. I am trapped in the prison of optics. Let go, I grit out. Or what? Jax taunts, tightening his grip. You gonna throw a plate at me? Prove them all right. The air beside me shifts. It happens so fast I don't process the movement. 1 second, Jax is sneering down at me. The next, his face contorts in shock and pain. A hand has clamped onto Jax's wrist, the one holding my arm. The hand is large, manicured, and applying enough pressure to crush bone. I look up. Nathaniel is standing there. He isn't the fixer. He isn't the politician. The mask is completely gone. His blue eyes are dark, dilated with a violence so pure it makes the air crackle. His jaw is locked tight, the muscle jumping wildly. He doesn't look at me. He is staring at Jax with the terrifying, lethal focus of a man who is about to dismantle a threat, piece by bloody piece. If you do not remove your hand from my fiancé in the next second, Nathaniel says, his voice a low, terrifying rumble that vibrates in my chest, I will break it.
Chapter 10. Nathaniel. Bone is surprisingly fragile. I can feel the radius and ulna of Jax's wrist shifting under my grip. It would take approximately 10 pounds of additional pressure to snap them. It is a calculation I make in a nanosecond, dispassionate and clinical, even as a red haze of violence obscures the periphery of my vision. I will never forget the face of the man who took Isla on that bike more than a decade ago. Jax's face has gone from sneering arrogance to white-knuckled shock. He tries to pull back, but I do not let go. I anchor him there, forcing him to remain in the space he invaded. I said, I repeat, pitching my voice so low it is audible only to him and Isla. Remove your hand. He drops Isla's arm as if it were burning coal. I should release him. The threat is neutralized. The logical, strategic part of my brain, the part that runs campaigns and drafts legislation, is screaming that we are in a ballroom full of iPhones and donors. It is screaming that the optics of the chief of staff physically assaulting a guest are catastrophic. I do not care. I look at this man, this cheap suit, this walking collection of bad decisions, and I do not see a voter. I see a parasite who thinks he has the right to touch what does not belong to him. You think you have leverage, I say, stepping closer. I force him to look up at me. I want him to feel the height difference. I want him to feel the power imbalance. You think you can sell a story about a college weekend and ruin her? You are playing checkers, and you are playing them badly. I have rights, Jack stammers, clutching his wrist. You assaulted me. I prevented a harassment suit, I correct him. And if you speak to a reporter, if you type a blog post, if you even whisper Isla's name in a crowded bar, I will not sue you. I will dismantle you. I lean in, invading his personal space until he flinches. I will have the IRS audit every tax return you have ever filed, I whisper. I will have your outstanding parking tickets converted to warrants. I will find the reason you were fired from your last 3 jobs, and I will make sure every potential employer in this hemisphere knows about it. I will bury you under so much litigation and red tape that you will need a shovel to breathe. Jack swallows. His eyes dart around the room looking for an exit. He realizes finally that he is not dealing with a jealous boyfriend. He is dealing with the machinery of the state. Get out, I say. He scrambles back, nearly knocking over the ficus plant, and disappears into the crowd. I stand there, my chest heaving, my hand still curled into a fist at my side. The red haze begins to recede, replaced by the cold, sharp realization of what I have just done. The room has gone quiet. I turn. 50 faces are looking at us. The senator's biggest donor is holding his martini glass halfway to his mouth. A campaign volunteer has her phone raised, the camera lens a black eye staring in judgment. Scandal. It is the only word flashing in my mind. Violent outburst at fundraiser. Chief of Staff loses control. I need to spin this, immediately. I adjust my cuffs. The sharp click of the metal link snapping into place acts as a grounding mechanism. It restores the lines of the suit. It restores the mask. Apologies, everyone, I say. My voice is steady, projecting easily to the back of the room. I smile. It is my political smile, tight, reassuring, and completely fake. We had a minor security issue. An uninvited guest was harassing the staff. It has been handled. I place a hand on the small of Isla's back. She flinches. The movement is small, a ripple of muscle under the silk of her blouse, but I feel it against my palm. She is trembling. Walk, I murmur to her. Chin up. Do not look down. We move through the crowd. I nod to the donors. I offer tight, apologetic smiles. I steer her toward the service elevators, bypassing the main lobby where the press is waiting. The silver doors slide shut, sealing us inside. The silence is deafening. Isla is staring at the floor indicator. Her arms are wrapped around her waist, hugging herself as if she is trying to hold her pieces together. Her skin, usually so luminous, looks ashen under the harsh fluorescent lights of the elevator. I watch the numbers climb. Lobby. Mezzanine. 3. 4. I am vibrating. The adrenaline is still pumping through my veins, a toxic cocktail of rage and protective instinct that has nowhere to go. I want to hit something. I want to find Jax in the parking lot and finish the job. The doors open on the executive level. I guide her down the hallway to our suite. I swipe the keycard. The lock disengages with a green flash. We step inside. The room is exactly as we left it. The pillow wall on the bed, the room service tray on the desk. It is a domestic scene that feels like a mockery of the violence downstairs. Isla walks to the middle of the room and stops. She does not take off the blazer. She stands there, staring at the window, her back to me. I'll pack, she says. Her voice is hollow. It sounds like she is speaking from the bottom of a well. What? I lock the door and lean back against it, loosening my tie. I feel like I am suffocating. I'll pack, she repeats. She turns around. Her eyes are dry, but they are filled with a resignation that makes me sick. You were right. The liability is too high. If Jax talks, the campaign sinks. I'm quitting. I'll go back to D.C. and handle the fallout alone. You are not going anywhere, I say. Don't you get it? She laughs, a jagged, broken sound. I am trash, Nathaniel. That's what the voters will see. That's what Jax sees. That's what you see. A biker chick who scrubbed off the dirt but couldn't scrub off the stain. You can't fix this. I am a sinking ship. She moves toward her suitcase. Something inside me snaps. It is not the logic that breaks. It is the restraint. I cross the room in 3 strides. I grab her suitcase and shove it off the rack. It hits the floor with a loud thud. Isla jumps, staring at me with wide eyes. "Stop it!" I say. My voice is rough, scraping against my throat. "Stop talking about yourself like that." "It's the truth!" she yells back, her composure finally shattering. "I am a mess! I have always been a mess! And you are Mr. Perfect who has never made a mistake in his life! You almost broke a man's arm downstairs because of me! I am ruining you!" "You think I care about his arm?" I demand, stepping into her space. "I should have broken his jaw. He touched you." "He's my ex! It's my baggage! He is a predator!" I shout. "And I do not care if he is your ex, your friend, or the Pope. He made you look afraid. I will not tolerate it." "Why?" she pushes, tears finally glistening in her eyes. She pokes me hard in the chest. "Why do you care? It's just a job, right? It's just a contract. I'm just an asset." I catch her hand. I hold it against my chest, right over the tie I loosened, right over the heart that is hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "Because you are worth 10 of him," I say. The words hang in the air, heavy and absolute. Isla freezes. Her mouth opens slightly, but no sound comes out. "You built an empire with nothing but your hands and your taste," I say, my voice becoming intense and furious. "You command a kitchen better than most generals command an army. You have more integrity in your little finger than Jack's, or the senator, or I, have in our entire bodies." I step closer. I am looming over her now, trapping her between my body and the edge of the mahogany desk. "You are not trash, Isla," I tell her, forcing her to meet my gaze. "You are vivid. You are brilliant. And you are the only thing in this entire godforsaken campaign that is real. Do not ever let a man like that make you feel small again." She's staring at me. Her chest is rising and falling rapidly, matching my own breathing. The anger is still there, coursing through me, but it is transmuting. It is changing state, like ice to steam. The adrenaline of violence is bleeding into something else, something dangerous. I look at her face. I look at the pulse jumping in her throat. I look at her mouth. The air changes. It thickens. The smell of her, mesquite, rain, and fear, fills my lungs. I want to kiss her. It is not a strategic thought. It is a primal, starving need. I want to taste the fight in her. I want to erase the memory of Jax's hand on her arm and replace it with my own. I lean in. Isla does not pull away. Her eyes drop to my lips. Her breath hitches. She leans toward me, a fraction of an inch, a subconscious surrender to gravity. We are terrified people standing on a precipice. I could close the gap. I could ruin everything right now. I could break the contract, the rules, and my own sanity. Duty, my mind whispers. Discipline. I squeeze my eyes shut for a second, fighting the urge to wreck my life. I release her hand. I step back. It takes every ounce of willpower I possess. "Get dressed," I say, my voice unrecognizable. "We have a briefing in an hour." I turn around and walk out the door, leaving her standing in the room, vibrating with the ghost of a touch that never happened.
Chapter 11. Isla. 3 days. That's how long it has been since Nathaniel almost kissed me in a hotel room in Richmond. That's how long it has been since he looked at me like I was oxygen and he was drowning, only to walk out the door and turn back into a statue made of ice and policy briefings. We haven't talked about it. Of course we haven't. We don't talk about things like almost kisses or violent protective outbursts. We talk about polling data. We talk about schedule logistics. We talk about the weather. As for Jax, he vanished. I don't know what Nathaniel did after he left our room that night. I assume it involved lawyers, non-disclosure agreements, and the kind of threats that make grown men wet the bed. All I know is that by the next morning, the tabloid blog had taken down the teaser headline about my drug past And Jax was allegedly on a bus back to Florida with a sudden desire to focus on his landscaping business. It's terrifying. It's impressive. And it makes the air between us so thick I can barely breathe. We are currently sitting in the back of the campaign bus, rolling toward a community center outside of Charlottesville. My father is sitting at one end of the conference table, looking at his iPad with a frown that suggests the internet has personally offended him. Nathaniel is opposite him, typing on his laptop. I'm staring at a proposal I spent all night drafting. Kitchen table talks, I say, breaking the hum of the tires on the asphalt. My father looks up. What? My initiative? I say, sliding the paper toward him. We've been doing these stiff photo ops where I stand next to you and nod while you talk about macroeconomics. It's boring. It's fake. And the voters know it. My father picks up the paper. He reads the header. He grimaces. Cooking? He asks Swarpaz, the word dripping with disdain. Isla, we are trying to elevate your image. We want you to look like a first lady in training, not the help. The insult lands in the center of my chest. Familiar and dull. It's not the help, Dad, I say, keeping my voice steady. It's connection. Food is the universal language. You talk at people. I want to cook with them. Small groups, undecided voters. We sit down, we break bread, and we listen to their actual problems instead of giving them talking points. It's messy, the senator dismisses, tossing the paper back. It's uncontrolled. You in a kitchen with knives and hot oil? It's a problem waiting to happen. Beatrice has you scheduled for a tea at the DAR chapter. Stick to that. I hate tea, I snap. And the DAR hates me. They look at my hair like it's a political statement. It is a political statement, my father counters. This is a no, Isla. We stick to the script. I feel the frustration spiking, hot and sharp. My thumb finds my finger pad, rubbing aggressively against the skin. I need the friction. I need to feel something other than the crushing weight of his disapproval. It's a good idea, a voice says. We both turn. Nathaniel hasn't looked up from his laptop. He types one final sentence, hits enter, and then closes the lid. He looks at the senator. The polling data from the diner stop is anomalous, Nathaniel says. His voice is calm, devoid of the heat that was in the hotel room, but carrying absolute authority. Isla's favorability rating jumped 8 points in that county. The qualitative feedback wasn't about her policies. It was about her warmth. It was about the grits. Grits don't pass legislation, my father grumbles. No, Nathaniel agrees. But they win elections. The voters feel unheard, Oliver. They feel like D.C. is a fortress. Isla inviting them to a table, even a metaphorical one, dismantles that perception. It makes us look accessible. He turns to study me. For a second, the mask slips. Just a fraction. His blue eyes lock onto mine, and I feel that familiar, dangerous pull in my gut. He isn't just agreeing with the strategy, he is validating me. We should run a pilot program, Nathaniel says. Today, at the community center. Let her work. My father looks between us. He sees the united front. He sees the logic, even if he hates the method. Fine, the senator sighs, rubbing his temples. But if she sets the building on fire, Nathaniel, it's coming out of your salary. The Charlottesville Community Center kitchen smells like bleach, floor wax, and decades of church potlucks. It's a far cry from the stainless steel precision of Slows. The ovens are ancient, the pilot lights finicky. The knives in the drawer are duller than a Senate subcommittee hearing. I love it. I stand at the prep island, surrounded by 20 women from the district. They are skeptical at first. Arms crossed, eyeing my silk blouse, which I protected with a borrowed, oversized apron that says "Kiss the Cook." We're making chicken stew, I announce, dumping a massive bag of onions onto the counter. Because it's raining. And frankly, I need comfort food. Who knows how to break down a bird? A grandmother in the front row raises her hand. Honey, I was breaking down chickens before you were a glint in your daddy's eye. The room laughs. The tension breaks. For the next hour, I am not the problem. I am not the scandal. I am just chef. We chop, we saute. The room fills with the smell of mirepoix, onions, carrots, celery sweating in butter. It's the smell of home. I ask them about their healthcare costs while we peel potatoes. I ask about the school district while we sear the meat. They talk, they yell, they laugh. And in the corner of the room, leaning against the doorframe, is Nathaniel. He has been there the whole time. He isn't checking his phone. He isn't talking to the press pool that Beatrice has corralled outside. He is watching me. His gaze is akin to a physical weight. I can feel it tracing the line of my back as I bend over the pot. I can feel it on my hands as I demonstrate the proper way to dice a bell pepper. It's distracting. I look up, catching his eye across the steam of the stew. He doesn't look away. He is drinking in the scene, the chaos, the noise, the way I'm laughing with a woman named Brenda about her husband's inability to find the laundry hamper. He looks proud. The thought trips me up. My father has never looked at me like that in a kitchen. He's only ever looked at me with tolerance. Nathaniel looks at me like I am performing magic. So what about the senator? Brenda asks, nudging my elbow. Does he cook? My father thinks a microwave is advanced technology, I joke, turning back to the cutting board. And Nathaniel over there? I gesture to the corner with my knife. He survives on black coffee and the tears of his enemies, I say. The women cackle. Nathaniel's lips twitch into a ghost of a smile. I actually make a decent omelet? Nathaniel speaks up, his voice carrying effortlessly over the chatter. Lies? I shoot back, smiling at him. I bet you measure the milk with a graduated cylinder. Precision yields results, chef. Our eyes lock again. The banter is easy, practiced, but the undercurrent is hot enough to boil the water on the stove. I feel a flush rise up my neck that has little to do with the oven temperature. I look back down at the parsley I'm chopping. My focus is shattered. My brain is busy replaying the way his voice sounded when he said, Chef, chop, chop, choke. The knife slips on a wet stem. Pain, sharp and immediate, slices through my left index finger. Damn. I drop the knife. The women gasp. Blood wells up instantly, bright red and alarming against the green parsley. It's a deep cut. Isla! Nathaniel is there before I can even grab a towel. He moves with that terrifying speed he showed at the fundraiser, crossing the room in 2 strides. He crowds into my space, pushing aside the cutting board. Let me see, he orders. It's fine, I stammer, clutching my hand to my chest. My heart is hammering. Just a nick. Dull knives are dangerous, I told you. Isla. He doesn't ask again. He reaches out and takes my wrist. His grip is firm but gentle, completely different from the way he grabbed Jack's. He pulls my hand away from my chest. He inspects the cut. The blood is dripping onto the floor. Not a nick, he diagnoses grimly. Beatrice, first aid kit. The room has gone silent. The women are watching us with wide eyes. The fake engagement is suddenly very real, very bloody, and very intimate. Nathaniel turns on the tap at the sink. He pulls me toward it. This is going to sting, he murmurs. He runs my finger under the cold water. I hiss at the contact. He doesn't let go. He holds my hand under the stream. His other hand resting on my lower back to steady me. His body is a solid wall of heat against my side. Beatrice runs in with the kit. Nathaniel snatches it from her with his free hand, kicking the box open on the counter. I can do it, I say, trying to pull back. I'm embarrassed. I'm a professional chef. Cutting myself in front of an audience is rookie behavior. Nathaniel, seriously, I have kitchen scars all the time. Be quiet, he says softly. He turns off the water. He grabs a sterile gauze pad and presses it to the wound. He applies pressure. He looks down at me, his face inches from mine. I can see the flecks of gray in his blue eyes. I can smell the sandalwood soap he uses. You were distracted, he accuses quietly, so only I can hear. I was not, I lie. You were looking at me. You were staring, I counter breathlessly. It's rude. I couldn't look away, he admits. My breath hitches. He lifts the gauze. The bleeding has slowed. He reaches for the antiseptic wipe. Ready? I nod. He cleans the wound. His movements are incredibly precise. He wraps a bandage around my finger, smoothing the adhesive with his thumb. He treats my hand like it is something rare and breakable, not the tool of a laborer. He holds my hand for a moment longer than necessary. He turns it over, looking at my palm. He traces the callus on my palm with his thumb, then looks at the scar on my knuckle from a burn 3 years ago. The room, the voters, the campaign, it all fades away. There is just the sensation of his skin on mine. You have hands just like my mother, he murmurs. The words drop between us like stones. I freeze. The blood in my veins turns to ice water. His mother, Fiona, the woman who worked for my father for 20 years, the woman who was always there, always in the background, always whispering with the senator while my mother sat alone in their home. I pull my hand back sharply. What? I whisper. Nathaniel blinks, as if waking up from a trance. He realizes what he said. The vulnerability shuts down instantly. The mask slides back into place. She worked hard, he says stiffly, straightening up and stepping back. She had working hands. That's all I meant. But I can see it in his eyes. A flash of something else. Grief. Guilt. Hands like my mother. My mind races. Connecting dots I don't want to connect. He equates me with her. The woman who loved a man she couldn't have. The woman who served the Davenport ambition until it consumed her. Does he see me as another victim of my father? Or does he see us, him and me, repeating history? We're done here, I say abruptly, turning away from him to hide the sudden shaking in my hands. Class dismissed.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Nathaniel. I hate variables. I build my life on constants. Schedules, polling data, flight paths, legislative agendas. I appreciate cause and effect. I appreciate predictability. A Category 1 hurricane spinning off the coast of the Carolinas is the ultimate variable. The pilot says we are grounded until morning, I announce, turning away from the rain-lashed window of the rental car. The airfield in Raleigh is closed. This is as far as we go. Isla is sitting in the passenger seat of the SUV, her knees pulled up to her chest. She's staring out at the deluge that is currently turning the dirt road into a river of mud. The windshield wipers are fighting a losing battle, slapping a frantic rhythm that matches the headache currently tightening behind my eyes. "So we're stuck," she says. She doesn't sound angry. She sounds resigned. In the middle of nowhere. Not nowhere, I correct, checking the GPS on my phone. We are in Hendersonville, North Carolina, and we are fortunate. The advance team found the only vacancy in a 30-mile radius. I look up at the structure looming through the rain. The Whispering Pine Inn. It is a Victorian monstrosity of gingerbread trim and wrap-around porches. Exactly the kind of place that smells of potpourri and enforced cheerfulness. "It looks like a haunted dollhouse," Isla mutters. "It is a roof," I say. "Grab your bag." We make a dash for the porch. The wind is ferocious, whipping the rain sideways. By the time we stumble through the front door, we are soaked. Isla's curls are plastered to her forehead, and my suit, Italian wool, completely ruined, is heavy with water. The lobby is empty. The lights flicker ominously. "Hello?" I call out. An elderly woman appears from the back, holding a flashlight. "Mr. Hayes, you made it just in time. The county just cut the grid. Power's out all over the mountain." As if on cue, the overhead chandelier buzzes once and dies. The inn plunges into darkness. "Fantastic," Isla says in the dark. 2 hours later, the world has shrunk to the radius of a firelight. We are in the private parlor of the guest cottage behind the main house. It is intimate. Too intimate. The storm is raging outside, battering the walls, but inside, the only sound is the crackle of the logs I stacked in the stone hearth and the clink of glass against glass. I pour 2 fingers of amber liquid into a crystal tumbler and hand it to Isla. "It's bourbon," I say. "The owner says it's local." Isla takes it. She's sitting on the rug in front of the fire, having refused the floral-patterned armchair. She's changed into dry clothes, leggings, and an oversized sweatshirt that slips off one shoulder. Her feet are bare. "Thanks," she murmurs. She takes a sip and winces. "It tastes like kerosene and oak." "It's warm," I counter, pouring my own. I sit in the armchair. I feel constricted. The wet suit is drying stiffly and the tie feels like a noose. I reach up and loosen the knot. I pull the silk strip free and drape it over the armrest. I unbutton the top button of my shirt. Isla watches me. Her eyes are dark, reflecting the dancing flames. She is still guarding herself, the tension from the community center kitchen 3 days ago lingering between us like a ghost. "You have hands like my mother." I shouldn't have said it. It was a slip, a crack in the wall. "You're staring," I say, taking a long drink of the bourbon. It burns, a welcome distraction. "I've never seen you untucked." "Shirtless but not untucked," she says. She gestures with her glass. "You usually look like you sleep in a 3-piece suit." I like order. "You like control," she corrects. "Is there a difference?" She rolls her eyes, taking another sip. "So, your mother." I freeze. The glass stops halfway to my mouth. "We don't have to talk about it," she says quickly, looking back at the fire. Her shoulders are tight. You said that thing in the kitchen, about her hands." "She was a cleaner," I say. The words come out before I can weigh them. The bourbon is doing its work, dissolving the filters I usually keep in place. "Before she worked for your father, she cleaned office buildings in downtown D.C. night shift, scrubbing marble floors, emptying trash cans for men who made more in an hour than she made in a month." Isla stiffens. I can see the defensive line of her back. She doesn't like hearing this. For some reason, she has always harbored a coldness toward my mother, a resentment I have never fully understood given how rarely they interacted. I didn't know that, she says stiffly. I used to wait for her in the lobby, I continue, staring at the amber liquid in my glass. She would come out at 4 a.m., her hands red and cracked from the industrial bleach. She always smelled like ammonia and exhaustion, but she never complained. She just wanted me to go to school. She wanted me to be one of the men in the suits, not the boy emptying the bin. And then she met my father, Isla says. Her voice is sharp, cutting through the nostalgia, and suddenly she wasn't scrubbing floors anymore. She was running his schedule. She was gatekeeping his life. She was qualified, I say, my voice hardening. She was the smartest person in that building. Your father saw potential where everyone else saw invisible labor. He saw a lot of things in her, apparently, Isla mutters into her glass. I look at her. The animosity in her tone is palpable. She speaks as if Fiona stole something from her. I take another drink. She was loyal, Isla. That is not a crime. Loyalty, Isla scoffs. She looks at me, her eyes flashing. Is that what you call it? I call it obsession. She gave her entire life to him, and now you're doing the same thing. It's genetic. It is gratitude, I snap. For what? A job? A scholarship? She shakes her head. It doesn't add up, Nathaniel. You are brilliant. You could run this country, but you act like you owe him your soul. Why? Because he hired your mom? No. Then why? She pushes, shifting on the rug to face me fully. Where was your father in all this? While Fiona was scrubbing floors, where was he? The question spins me back into the past. The air moving through the room seems to rush out, sucked into the fireplace. I set my glass down on the side table. My hand is shaking slightly. I reach up to my cuff, my fingers finding the metal link, twisting it, securing it. Click. Click. It is a futile attempt to restore order to a memory that is pure chaos. He was working, I say. My voice sounds strange to my own ears, hollow. He was security. Private detail. For who? For the senator. Isla blinks. I didn't know that. It was a long time ago, I say. You were just a kid, even before the Senate run, when Oliver was just a state attorney general making dangerous enemies. I look at the fire. I can still smell the hospital waiting room. I can still hear the sound of my mother screaming when the officers walked in. There was an assassination attempt, I say. I'm not looking at Isla anymore. I'm looking at a rainy night in 1996. A rally in Baltimore. A man with a handgun in the crowd. Isla goes perfectly still. I remember reading about that. My dad, he wasn't hit. No, I say. He wasn't hit. I turn to look at her. Because my father stepped in front of him. Isla's mouth opens, but no sound comes out. Her eyes are wide, processing the information, rewriting the history she thought she knew. He took 2 bullets to the chest, I say. The words are clinical, factual. It is the only way I can say them. He died on the pavement before the ambulance arrived. He saved Oliver's life. Isla covers her mouth with her hand. Oh my God, Nathaniel. The senator. I pause, swallowing the lump in my throat. He came to the funeral. He sat with my mother. He paid for the burial. He paid off the house. He put me through prep school, through college, through law school. He gave my mother a job. He gave me a future. He felt he owed her a life. Isla stares at me. The firelight flickers across her face, illuminating the shock, the confusion. He died for him, she whispers. Yes. You feel indebted to my father for all his help. And that's why you're here, she says. It isn't a question. She's putting the pieces together. That's why you handle his messes. That's why you agreed to this insane engagement. She looks at me, and her eyes narrow. The sympathy vanishes, replaced by something sharper. Anger? Disbelief? Is that it? She asks. You're paying back a debt that isn't yours, Nathaniel. I'm securing a legacy, I defend, my voice rising. He gave me everything. He bought you, she argues, standing up. The blanket falls from her shoulders. He used his money to buy your loyalty, so he wouldn't have to feel guilty about your dad. And you fell for it. You're just another Davenport asset. Do not speak about him like that, I warn, standing up to meet her. We are toe-to-toe in the firelight. Why? She challenges. Because he's the great senator? Because he's a hero? Because he is the only father I have left, I shout. The silence that follows is absolute. The storm outside seems to pause. The fire pops, a loud crack in the quiet. Isla stares at me. Her chest is heaving. My confession hangs between us, raw and bleeding. I've never said that out loud. Not to anyone. I look her dead in the eye, stripping away the polish, the strategy, the lies. He raised me, I say, my voice breaking on the edge. He taught me how to tie a tie. He taught me how to drive. He showed up to my graduation when my own mother was too sick to make it. He is not just a boss to me, Isla. He is the man who stepped in when my world fell apart. I step closer, invading her space, needing her to understand the weight of the chain I wear. So yes, I serve him. I protect him. I will lie to the world and marry a woman who hates me if it means keeping him in office. I lean down, my face inches from hers. That is my excuse, I whisper harshly. What's yours?
Chapter 13. Isla. What's your excuse? The question hangs in the dank cold air of the cottage parlor, heavier than the humidity from the storm. I stare at Nathaniel. The firelight is dying, casting long, wavering shadows across his face. He looks wrecked. The polished, impenetrable armor of the chief of staff is gone, stripped away by bourbon and a confession that has just rewritten the entire history of my family. His father died for mine, and I am the brat who just threw it in his face. I don't have one, I whisper. It's the only honest thing I can say. I don't have an excuse, Nathaniel. I just have anger. And right now, I don't even know where to put it. He watches me for a second longer, his chest rising and falling heavily. Then, the energy seems to drain out of him. He runs a hand over his face, looking suddenly exhausted. The fire is out, he says, his voice rough. And the temperature is dropping. He's right. I can see my breath puffing in the air. The B&B, charming as it is, has the insulation of a cardboard box. Without the electric heat, the damp chill of the hurricane is seeping through the floorboards. We can't sleep in the chairs, I say, wrapping my arms around myself. We'll freeze. The bed, he states. It's not a question. It's a logistical necessity. We move to the bedroom in silence. The single quilt on the mattress looks thin. Fully clothed, I announce, kicking off my shoes but keeping my socks on. And we stay on our respective sides. The pillow wall goes back up. Agreed, he murmurs. We crawl in. The sheets are freezing. I curl into a tight ball on the edge of the mattress, shivering so hard my teeth chatter. Isla? What? You are shaking the entire frame. I'm cold, Hayes. Sue me. I feel the mattress shift. A warm, heavy weight moves closer. This is survival, he says in the dark. Do not read into it. Before I can argue, an arm wraps around my waist and pulls me backward. My back collides with his chest. He is a furnace. The heat radiating off him is instant, shocking and undeniably welcome. I stiffen for a second, my brain screaming danger, but my body is a traitor. It melts. I exhale, my shivering subsiding as I borrow his warmth. Go to sleep, he whispers against my hair. If you try anything, I mumble, my eyes heavy. I'll bite you. Good night, Isla. I wake up to the sound of rhythmic breathing, not mine, The room is gray, lit by the weak, watery light of a storm-washed morning. The rain has stopped, but the world outside is dripping. I'm not on my side of the bed. I am sprawled across the center, and I am alone. I sit up, rubbing the grit from my eyes. The spot next to me is still warm. I hear a sound from the parlor, a low grunt of exertion. I slide out of bed, shivering as the morning air hits my skin. I creep to the doorway. Nathaniel is there. He has pushed the coffee table aside to clear a space on the rug. He is shirtless. I freeze, gripping the doorframe. I should look away. I should turn around and go brush my teeth, but my feet are nailed to the floor. He is doing push-ups. Not the performative kind guys do at the gym to show off, but slow, controlled movements that speak of terrifying discipline. His back is a landscape of muscle. His back flexes and releases with hypnotic regularity. Sweat gleams on his skin, tracing the line of his spine, gathering in the divot of his lower back, just above the waistband of his trousers. He pushes up, exhale. He lowers down, inhale. He switches to one arm. My mouth goes dry. I watch the cords of his tricep bunch and release. I watch the way his core engages, rigid and steel hard to keep his balance. It is raw masculine power on display, stripped of the suits and the speeches. He pauses at the top of the movement, shaking slightly, sweat dripping from his chin onto the rug. I feel a flush start at my collarbone and rush downward. It settles low in my belly, a heavy, pooling heat that catches me off guard. It's a lingering ache, a dampness between my legs that has absolutely no business being there. He is the fixer, I remind myself. He is the enemy. But right now, he is just a man who looks like he was carved out of marble by a moody artist. He pushes back up and rotates, sitting back on his heels. He grabs his shirt from the armchair to wipe his face. He looks up and spots me. His hair is messy, damp with sweat. His chest is heaving. His eyes are clear and sharp. "You're awake?" he says. I swallow hard, crossing my arms to hide the fact that my nipples are hard against the fabric of my sweatshirt. "You're exercising," I state brilliantly, "in a B&B parlor." "Endorphins," he says, standing up. He doesn't put the shirt on. He just uses it to wipe his neck. Helps clear the head. The power is back on, by the way. I made coffee. He gestures to a carafe on the side table. I walk past him to get a cup. I have to pass within inches of him. The smell hits me. Salt, musk, and that underlying sandalwood scent that seems to live in his pores. It's intoxicating. It smells like sex. I pour the coffee with a shaking hand. "Put a shirt on, Hayes," I say, staring aggressively at the black liquid in my mug. "You're making the furniture uncomfortable." "Is it the furniture?" he asks. His voice is low, teasing, dropping an octave in a way that vibrates against my spine. I take a sip of scorching coffee just to feel a different kind of burn. "We need to leave," I say. "The road should be clear." "The regional airfield is still a disaster," Nathaniel announces as we walk out to the rain-slicked driveway. He is staring at his phone, his thumb scrolling through a wall of red text. "Flooded runways, cancellations are cascading up the coast. If we wait for a flight, we're stranded here another 24 hours. "I can't do another night," I say, eyeing the B&B. The ghost of a Victorian doll is definitely watching me. "And I have a menu tasting on Tuesday." "Agreed," he says, unlocking the rental SUV. We drive. It's 6 hours to DC, but at least I control the situation. I'm not leaving our return to chance. He tosses his bag in the back. The decision is made. The drive back to DC is quiet, but the silence isn't heavy like yesterday. It feels soft, like the air after a thunderstorm breaks. Nathaniel drives with one hand on the wheel, his elbow resting on the doorframe. He is back in his suit, wrinkled now, and less armor-like, but the vibe has shifted. We know more about each other. You're speeding, I note, watching the speedometer inch past 75. I am driving efficiently, he counters. There is a difference. You drive like you legislate, fast and with total disregard for the little people. He glances at me, a smirk playing on his lips. And you navigate like you cook, by instinct and vibration. You told me to turn left at the tree that looks sad back there. It did look sad. It was a weeping willow. It's in the name. It was a birch, Isla. It was just bending in the wind. Whatever. We're not lost, are we? Not yet. We pull off the highway an hour outside the city. My stomach is growling loud enough to be heard over the engine. Fuel, I demand. For the car and for me. We stop at a gas station that smells of gasoline and fried chicken. It's bright, garish, and delightfully trashy. I wander the aisles, grabbing a bag of spicy chips and a bottle of sparkling water. Nathaniel is at the counter, paying for the gas. He looks absurdly out of place next to the display of beef jerky, like a panther standing in a petting zoo. I meet him at the register. He eyes my chips. Red dye number 40, he notes. Happiness number 100, I correct. I glance at the rack of magazines next to the register. My heart stops. There, right next to Guns and Ammo and Soap Opera Digest, is a glossy tabloid. The headline screams in yellow block letters, "Is it real?" Underneath is a photo from the press conference. It's the moment he touched my face, the moment I looked at him and forgot to breathe. I grab it. Look, I whisper, shoving it at him. He looks down. He reads the subheadline. Body language experts say yes. The heat between Davenport and Hayes is unfakeable. Nathaniel reads it. He looks at the photo. He looks at me. Unfakeable, he repeats. Apparently we're good, I say, a nervous laugh bubbling up. We fooled the experts. Yes, he says slowly. His eyes search mine, intense and unreadable. We certainly fooled them. The cashier, a bored teenager popping gum, scans my chips. That you? She asks, pointing a manicured nail at the cover. Yeah, I say, standing a little straighter. That's us. Cute, she says, unimpressed. That'll be $12.50. Nathaniel pays. As we walk back to the car, the tension is back, but it's different. It's simmering. The headline validated the lie, but it also poked the truth. Is it real? I settle into the passenger seat, ripping open the bag of chips. I need the salt. I need the crunch. I need to stop thinking about his sweat dripping onto the rug this morning. My phone buzzes against my thigh. I jump. Relax, Nathaniel says, starting the engine. It's probably Beatrice asking for an ETA. I pull the phone out. It's a text. Unknown number. I unlock the screen. A sender. Unknown, I know about the contract. Call me if you want to save your reputation. Marcus Thorne. The air leaves my body. The sound of the bag crinkling seems deafening in the suddenly silent car. My vision tunnels. The heat, the banter, the connection. It all evaporates, replaced by a cold, sharp spike of terror. Thorne knows. The opposition manager knows, which means he knows everything. The arrangement, the timeline, the lie. My hand starts to tremble. I can't stop it. My thumb flies to my forefinger, rubbing the skin so hard it burns, seeking friction, seeking a way to ground myself before I float away into panic. Isla? Nathaniel asks. His voice is sharp, alert. He notices the shift in the temperature immediately. What is it? I stare at the screen. The letters blur. How the hell did he know? Nathaniel asks again. What is it? Drive, I whisper. Just drive.
Chapter 14. Nathaniel. The National Building Museum is a cavern designed to make human beings feel insignificant. Massive Corinthian columns rise 75 feet into the air, supporting a ceiling that seems miles away. The floor is a sprawling expanse of marble that amplifies the sound of Italian leather soles and high heels into a dull, echoing roar. The air conditioning is set to a temperature best described as preservation grade. It keeps the flowers crisp and the donors from sweating through their tuxedos. It is a sterile, magnificent tomb. I stand near the perimeter of the Great Hall, scanning the room. My tuxedo fits with the familiar constriction of a second skin. I've checked the exits. I've clocked the position of the press pool. I've mapped the location of every major donor and opposition researcher in the room. But my primary focus is the woman in the gold dress standing 20 feet away. Isla has been vibrating since we crossed the district line. For the rest of the 6-hour drive from North Carolina, she was silent. Not the comfortable, companionable silence of the morning, but a fearful, jagged silence. She clutched her phone like a lifeline, her thumb hovering over the screen, but she never typed. When I asked her about the text she received at the gas station, she told me to drive. When I pressed, she told me to drop it. Now she looks like a cornered animal masquerading as a debutante. She is wearing gold silk that drapes over her body like liquid metal. It is backless, a daring choice that reveals the curve of her spine and the smooth, dark skin I was doing push-ups next to this morning. Her hair is pinned up, but a few curls have escaped, framing a face that is currently smiling with a brightness that does not reach her eyes. She is terrifyingly beautiful, and she is terrified. "She looks like she's waiting for a sniper," a voice says beside me. I do not turn. I know the voice. It is Beatrice, holding a tablet and a glass of sparkling water. "She is adjusting," I say, keeping my eyes on Isla. The press coverage from the hurricane layover has been intense. The storm-bound lovers. The narrative is holding. "The narrative is fine," Beatrice says, tapping her screen. "The candidate is pulling up 2 points in the swing districts, but Isla looks like she's about to bolt. She's checked the time on her phone 4 times in 3 minutes. I track Isla's gaze. She isn't looking at the phone anymore. She is looking across the room, past the senator, past the ice sculpture toward the bar. Standing there holding a scotch and wearing a smile that looks like a bear trap is Marcus Thorne. The opposition manager raises his glass in a subtle toast. He is looking directly at Isla. Isla flinches. It is small, a tightening of her shoulders, a shift in her weight. But from here, it looks like a scream. "Thorne is here," I note. "He bought a table," Beatrice confirms. "Standard intimidation tactic. He wants to see if we sweat. We do not sweat." "Tell that to your fiancé," Beatrice murmurs. "She's hyperventilating near the shrimp." I start to move. I need to intercept. I need to put myself between her and whatever threat Thorne represents. But someone beats me to it. Preston Sterling, a real estate developer with more money than God and hands that tend to wander, has cornered her. He is a major donor to the super PAC. He's also a man who believes his net worth entitles him to treat women like collectibles. I stop, watching. Sterling is laughing at something he said. He leans in close, invading her personal space. Isla steps back, her hip bumping the table. She is smiling, but her jaw is locked tight. Sterling reaches out. His hand lands on her bare shoulder. He slides it down her arm, lingering. A sharp, violent heat flares in my chest. It is not the cool, calculated assessment of a political liability. It is a primal, roaring possessiveness that has absolutely no place in this room. I move without thinking. I cross the floor in seconds, weaving through the crowd with a speed that draws looks. Sterling is leaning in again, his hand moving toward the small of her back, the skin exposed by the low cut of the dress. "Preston," I say. My voice is pleasant, low, and carries the distinct threat of a loaded weapon. Sterling jumps. He pulls his hand back. He turns to me, his face flushing slightly. "Nathaniel!" he booms, recovering his composure. "Just congratulating the little lady. She's a firecracker, this one. You've got your hands full." "I do," I say. I step into the space Sterling was occupying. I turn my back to him, effectively cutting him out of the conversation. I look down at Isla. Her eyes are wide. She smells of jasmine and fear. "You're shaking," I murmur. "I'm fine," she lies. Her voice is brittle. "Just charmed to death by the donor class." "He touched you." "He's a donor, Nathaniel. They pay for the privilege." "Not for that," I say. I reach out. I place my hand on the small of her back, directly on the warm, bare skin. The contact is electric. Isla gasps softly. She looks up at me, startled. My hand is large against her waist, claiming the space, burning a brand into her skin. Mine. The thought rises unbidden, arrogant and absolute. "Dance with me," I order. "I don't dance," she says, glancing over my shoulder. Her eyes dart back to the bar. Back to Thorn. "You do tonight," I say. I do not give her a choice. I guide her toward the middle of the room where a string quartet is playing a waltz that is entirely too slow. We step onto the floor. I pull her close, closer than is polite, closer than is necessary. My right hand stays on her back, skin on skin. Her left hand grips my shoulder. Her fingers are cold. "Look at me," I say, tightening my grip as we begin to move. "Stop looking at him." "I can't," she whispers. She's staring at my lapel, refusing to meet my eyes. "He's watching, Nathaniel. He's watching us right now." "Let him watch," I say. "He is opposition. It is his job to watch. It is our job to give him nothing." "You don't understand," she breathes. "He's not just watching. He's calculating." "Isla." I dip my head, bringing my lips close to her ear. To the room, it looks like an intimate whisper between lovers. "What did the text say? The one you got at the gas station?" She stiffens in my arms. We spin. The room blurs around us, a carousel of black tuxedos and colored silk. "Nothing," she lies again. "You have been terrified for hours," I state. "You are looking at Marcus Thorne like he is the Grim Reaper. Tell me." "I can't." "Why?" "Because if I tell you, you'll leave," she says. Her voice cracks. "You'll realize I'm not worth the cost. You'll cut the line." I pull back slightly to look at her face. Her eyes are swimming with tears she is fighting to suppress. She looks devastated. "I told you in North Carolina," I say, my voice low and fierce. "I do not cut the line. I serve the senator. I protect the asset. You are the asset." "I'm not the asset anymore," she shakes her head. "I'm the liability." "Isla." "He knows, Nathaniel." I stop moving. We are on the dance floor, people swirling around us, but for a second, the world stops. "What does he know?" I ask. I need the specifics. I need the data. Isla looks up at me. Her fear is naked now, stripped of all defenses. "He knows about the contract," she whispers. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. My mind races. The contract, the NDA, the timeline, the financial stipulations. If Thorne has the document, if he has proof that this engagement is a transaction, it is over. The campaign is dead. The senator is disgraced, and Isla is ruined. "How?" I ask. My voice is ice. "I don't know," she says, a tear finally escaping and tracking down her cheek. "He texted me. He said he knows. He said to call him if I want to save my reputation." She grips my jacket. "He's going to leak it, Nathaniel. He's going to tell everyone it's a sham, that I'm a fraud, that you're a fraud." I look over her head. Across the room at the bar, Marcus Thorne is watching us. He sees me looking. He smiles. It is a slow, predatory smile. He raises his glass again. He has the kill shot. He knows it. I feel the walls of the trap closing in. Logic dictates that we separate. Logic dictates that I drag Isla out of here, put her in a car, and start drafting a denial strategy. Logic dictates that I distance the senator from the fallout immediately. But I am not thinking about logic. I am thinking about grits. Thinking about the fact that she is shaking in my arms because she thinks I am going to abandon her. I look back down at her. He wants you to run, I say. He wants you to panic. He wants to see space between us. He has the truth, she whispers. The truth is what we make it, I say. I release her hand and slide my arm around her waist, pulling her flush against my body. There is no air between us now. I can feel the rapid beat of her heart against my chest. I reach up with my free hand. I adjust my cufflink, snapping the metal lock into place with a sharp, definitive click. Order. I am restoring order, but not the order of the campaign. My order. What are you doing? She breathes, her eyes searching mine. If he knows it is fake, I say, my voice dark and absolute, then we have to make it look authentic for him and for the public. A contract is just a paper. How? I do not answer her with words. I slide my hand up her back, tangling my fingers in the loose curls at the nape of her neck. I tilt her head back. Nathaniel? She gasps. Don't look at him, I command, my gaze dropping to her mouth. Look at me. I lower my head. I do not kiss her for the cameras. I do not kiss her for the voters. I kiss her because if the ship is going down, I want to be the one holding her when it sinks. I crush my mouth to hers, devouring her panic, her fear, and the lie that brought us here.
Chapter 15. Isla. The kiss doesn't end. It's equivalent to an atomic explosion. When Nathaniel finally pulls back, the world doesn't stop spinning. The ballroom of the National Building Museum is exactly as it was 10 seconds ago. Marble, columns, expensive tuxedos. But the axis has shifted. He looks at me. His pupils are blown wide, swallowing the blue, and his mouth is swollen. For a split second, the fixer is gone. There is only a man who looks like he just survived a car crash and enjoyed it. Smile, he whispers, his voice rougher than gravel. Thorne is watching. I force the corners of my mouth up. It feels like my face is made of plaster. My heart is beating so hard against my ribs, I'm surprised the silk of my dress isn't vibrating. It was for the cameras, I tell myself. It was a strategy. But strategies don't taste like scotch and fire. Strategies don't make my knees buckle. We finish the dance. We navigate the room. We leave. The car ride home is a vacuum of silence. We don't touch. We don't look at each other. He stares out the window at the passing streetlights, and I stare at my hands, trying to figure out how to stop them from shaking. We go to our separate rooms at the hotel. I lock the door. I touch my lips. I don't sleep. The air in the kitchen of the historic Rawlings mansion is thick enough to chew. It smells of truffle oil, anxiety, and a very expensive HVAC system that is currently failing. It is too hot in here, Chef Jean-Luc screams, throwing a towel onto the stainless steel prep table. He is a man my father hired for the optics, French, temperamental, and completely incapable of handling a crisis. The breakers, they keep popping. My ovens are dying. I cannot sear the scallops in a sauna. I am standing near the service entrance, wearing a cocktail dress that costs more than my first car. It's midnight blue, structured, and restrictive. I'm supposed to be the ornament tonight. I'm supposed to sip champagne and charm the 50 donors sitting in the dining room who hold the fate of the campaign in their checkbooks. But I am not looking at the donors. I am looking at the flickering lights of the convection ovens. Jean-Luc, I say, stepping forward. Switch to gas. You have 6 burners. Gas? He scoffs, wiping sweat from his forehead. For 50 covers, alone? My sous chef is stuck in traffic. The power is surging. This is impossible. I quit. He doesn't just say it. He unties his apron, throws it on the floor, and storms out the back door muttering about amateur working conditions. The kitchen goes silent. The 3 line cooks look at each other terrified. The lights overhead buzz ominously, then dim to half power. "Fantastic," I whisper. The swinging door to the dining room flies open. Nathaniel walks in. He stops. He looks at the empty chef station. He looks at the terrified line cooks. He looks at me. He is wearing a black tuxedo tonight. He looks severe, beautiful, and incredibly stressed. The tension from the gala kiss is still there, a live wire running between us that snaps every time our eyes meet. "Where is Jean-Luc?" he asks. "He abdicated," I say. "The power is failing, the ovens are down, and we have 50 hungry billionaires waiting for the first course." Nathaniel closes his eyes for a brief second. I see him mentally rearranging the chessboard. When he opens them, the panic is walled off. "The senator is about to give a toast," he says calmly. "If dinner isn't served in 20 minutes, the narrative shifts from political powerhouse to disorganized disaster. We need food, Isla." He looks at me. He doesn't ask. He just waits. I look at the line cooks. I look at the trays of raw scallops. I look at my manicure. "Hold my purse," I say. I kick off my heels. The cool tile feels grounding against my bare feet. I reach behind my neck and unzip the dress slightly to let my lungs expand. "Apron," I command. One of the line cooks tosses me a white apron. I tie it over the silk dress. It looks ridiculous. I don't care. I walk to the pass. I rub my thumb and forefinger together hard, feeling the rough texture of the cotton apron, grounding myself in the sensory reality of the kitchen. The heat, the smell of garlic, the hum of the gas range. This is real. The ballroom was fake. The kiss, I can't think about the kiss. "Okay, listen up," I shout, clapping my hands. The line cooks jump. Forget the convection. We are going old school. Pans on the fire. We're doing a hard sear on the scallops, basting with butter and thyme. I need a risotto station, and I need it now. I turn to Nathaniel. He is holding my rhinestone clutch like it's a grenade. He is watching me with an expression I can't quite parse. Relief, yes, but something else. Hunger? "You," I point a pair of tongs at him. "You're front of house." "I am the chief of staff," he corrects. "Not tonight. Tonight you are the maitre d'. Keep the wine flowing. If the lights flicker, tell them it's atmospheric ambiance. Distract my father. And for the love of God, keep Marcus Thorne out of my kitchen." "Thorne isn't here," he says, stepping closer. "But the press pool is outside. If they catch wind of a meltdown—" "There is no meltdown," I say, cranking the heat on the burner. The blue flame roars to life. "There is just dinner. Go." He nods. He turns on his heel and marches back into the dining room. The next 2 hours are a blur of controlled violence. The kitchen is a war zone. I am shouting orders, shaking pans, tasting sauces. The heat is oppressive. Sweat trickles down my back, soaking my silk dress. My hair, painstakingly styled by Beatrice, is frizzing into a halo of chaos. But the food is good. It's better than good. It's alive. The scallops go out perfectly golden. The risotto is creamy and rich. Every time the door swings open, I catch a glimpse of Nathaniel. He is a maestro. He moves through the dining room, pouring wine, laughing at jokes, smoothing over the long pauses between courses. He catches my eye through the porthole window of the door. He gives me a subtle nod. Safe. We are a machine. He holds the line. I feed the troops. By the time the dessert course, a deconstructed lemon tart that I improvised because the ice cream machine died, goes out, I am shaking. The last plate leaves the pass. The kitchen is quiet, save for the clatter of the dishwasher. The line cooks are slumping against the counters, exhausted but grinning. Good service, I tell them, untying my apron. Clean down, go home. I grab my heels and my purse. I need air. I need quiet. I push through the back door leading into the butler's pantry. It's a narrow, dimly lit hallway lined with shelves of silver platters and crystal glasses. It's cool here. I lean back against the shelves, closing my eyes. My feet throb. My adrenaline is crashing, leaving me lightheaded. The door opens. Nathaniel slips inside. He locks the door behind him. I open my eyes. He looks disheveled. His tie is gone. His top 2 buttons are undone. He is breathing hard, as if he just ran a marathon. "They loved it," he says. His voice is low, echoing in the small space. The senator is taking credit for the rustic charm of the evening. The donors are writing checks. "Good," I breathe. "We saved the world." "You saved the world?" He corrects. He walks toward me. He doesn't stop at the polite professional distance. He keeps coming until he is standing inside my personal space. The pantry is tiny. The air suddenly feels very thin. "You have sauce on your cheek?" he says. I reach up to wipe it, but he catches my hand. His grip is firm, his palm hot against mine. "Allow me," he murmurs. He reaches into his pocket, pulls out a handkerchief, and gently wipes the spot. The motion is agonizingly slow. He doesn't pull away when he's done. He rests his hand against my jaw, his thumb brushing over my pulse point. My heart hammers against his fingers. "You were incredible in there," he says. His eyes are dark, searching my face. "I watched you. You took chaos and turned it into art. You've done this quite a few times during our travels." "I was just cooking," I whisper. "You were leading," he says. "You are terrifying when you work, Isla. It is..." He trails off, his gaze dropping to my mouth. It is the sexiest thing I have ever seen. The air leaves my lungs. Sexy. Nathaniel Hayes, the man of marble and logic, thinks I'm sexy when I'm covered in sweat and scallop juice. "We have a rule," I say, my voice trembling. "No touching off camera." "Screw the rule," he growls. He steps closer, pressing his body against mine. I'm trapped between the shelves and the hard wall of his chest. I can feel the heat radiating off him. I can smell the adrenaline and the expensive cologne. He leans in. His forehead rests against mine. We are breathing the same air. "I haven't stopped thinking about it," he whispers. "The gala, the way you tasted." "It was a strategy," I say weakly, clutching his lapels to keep myself upright. "Was it?" He tilts his head. His lips hover inches from mine. I can feel the ghost of his breath. "Tell me to stop," he says. "Tell me this is just business, Isla. Tell me you don't feel this." I look at him. I see the cracks in the armor. I see the man who broke a wrist to protect me. I want to tell him to stop. I want to tell him to back off. But my body betrays me. I tilt my chin up. "I can't," I whisper.
Chapter 16. Nathaniel. I can't. It's less a whisper than a crack in her composure. I step into it. There's no more distance, no more audience, no more campaigns. My mouth finds hers with a bruising hunger, and the taste is pure contradiction. The tart, bright citrus of dessert, and the dark, metallic rush of panic. She gasps, a short, startled sound, and I take it from her, making it mine. Her mouth is hot, tasting of adrenaline and the lemon tart she deconstructed. She gasps against my lips, a sharp intake of breath that I swallow whole. Brace for the shove, for her to weaponize the contract, the rules, all her sharp and rightful anger. Instead, she melts into the space I've taken. Isla's hands fly up, gripping the lapels of my jacket, pulling me down to her level. Her body arches into mine, pressing the soft curves of her form against the hard lines of my chest. There is no air between us. There is only friction. I groan, a low, guttural sound that vibrates in my throat. It is a loss of control I cannot afford, but I cannot stop. I slide my hands down her back, past the silk of the dress, finding the curve of her waist. I grip her hips, anchoring her against the shelving unit. The silver platters rattle ominously behind her. To hell with the donors. To hell with the senator and his polling. The only metric that matters is the give of her mouth against mine. My tongue sweeps into her mouth, deepening the kiss, demanding everything she's been holding back. She meets me stroke for stroke. She's not passive. She kisses with the same ferocity she used to command the kitchen line 10 minutes ago. Sharp, reactive, and completely overwhelming. Her fingers tangle in my hair, tugging hard. It sends a shockwave of heat straight to my groin. Rule number 1, no touching off camera. I am breaking the rule. I am incinerating it. I shift my weight, pressing my knee between her legs. She gasps into my mouth, her nails digging into my shoulders through the fabric of my shirt. The friction is unbearable. It is perfect. I want to lift her onto this counter. I want to ruin this dress. I want to... The door handle rattles. We freeze. "Chef, are you in there?" The voice is young, one of the line cooks. The reality of the world comes crashing back in. The pantry, the gala, the contract. We spring apart as if the air between us has turned to shrapnel. Isla stumbles back against the shelves, her chest heaving, her lips swollen and red. Her eyes are wide, black pools of panic. She looks thoroughly ravaged. I spin toward the door, placing my body between her and the entrance. I button my jacket. I run a hand through my hair. I force the air into my lungs, expanding my diaphragm, willing my heart rate to decelerate from a sprint to a jog. I open the door 6 inches. The line cook blinks at me, holding a tray of dirty ramekins. He looks terrified. "We need the silver coffee service," he stammers, looking past my shoulder. 5 minutes, I say. My voice is steady. It is a miracle. Chef Davenport is reviewing the inventory. Do not disturb her. I close the door. I lock it. I do not turn around immediately. I stare at the wood grain of the door. I need a moment. I need to compose myself before I face her. We're both compromised. "Nathaniel," she whispers. I turn. She is pressing the back of her hand to her mouth. She looks terrified. Not of me, but of the situation. "We have to go," I say. I do not acknowledge the kiss. I cannot acknowledge it. If I speak about it, I make it real. And if it is real, we are in danger. The car is out back. I will handle the senator. "Okay," she breathes. "Okay." She grabs her heels from the floor. She doesn't put them on. She flees the room barefoot, clutching her purse, running from the heat we just generated. I stay in the pantry for 10 seconds. I count them. 1, 2, 3. I look at the space where she was standing. I can still smell her. Jasmine and wood smoke. 10. I walk out the door. The drive to Navy Yard is a vacuum. The interior of the SUV is hermetically sealed against the humid DC night, but the silence inside is heavy enough to crush bone. I drive. I focus on the road. I focus on the red taillights of the car in front of me. I focus on the lane markers. Structure. Order. Logistics. Isla is curled against the passenger door, staring out the window. She has put her shoes back on, but she looks dismantled. Every time we pass a street light, I see her reflection in the glass. She is touching her lips again. I grip the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white. I failed. My mandate was simple. Protect the campaign. Rehabilitate the image. Secure the legacy. Instead, I just made out with the client in a butler's pantry while the press pool was parked 50 feet away. Marcus Thorne knows about the contract. He's circling like a shark in bloody water. And I just gave him the blood. If that cook talks, the headline isn't true love. It is lack of impulse control. It is the Davenport wild child corrupts the chief of staff. We are trying to sell the voters on Camelot, on dignity, on a couple ready for the White House. We are not selling a tawdry, desperate hookup in the back of a kitchen. If we look messy, we lose. And tonight, I was messy. But the terror coiling in my gut is not just about the campaign. It's about the way she felt in my arms. It is about the fact that for 3 minutes, I forgot the senator existed. I forgot my father existed. I forgot everything except the taste of her. That is not a strategic error. That is a catastrophic system failure. I pull up to the curb outside her building. The engine idles, a low, steady hum that contrasts sharply with the chaotic rhythm of my pulse. Isla doesn't move immediately. She stares at the dashboard. That... She starts, her voice cracking. She clears her throat. That didn't happen. I look at her. I see the fear in her eyes. She is offering me an out. She is giving me a chance to reset the board, to go back to being the fixer and the asset. No, I say. It didn't. It is a lie. We both know it is a lie. It hangs between us, heavy and suffocating. She nods, a jerky, mechanical motion. She reaches for the door handle. Good night, Nathaniel. Isla. She stops, her silhouette framed in the harsh street lamp. The words pile up behind my teeth. Magnificent, terrifying, a force of nature. I say none of them. I just stay on my seat, a man hollowed out by the one truth I can't voice. She's not a crisis to manage, has never been. She's the air, and I am drowning in her. Check the locks, I say instead. Thorne is still out there. I know, she whispers. She slips out of the car. I watch her walk to the lobby doors. She moves with a stiff, careful grace, like she is holding herself together with sheer will. She scans her fob. The glass doors slide open. She steps inside. She doesn't look back. I wait until the elevator doors close, swallowing her whole. I am alone. The silence in the car is absolute. I look down at my hands. They are steady now, resting on the leather of the steering wheel. But inside I am vibrating. I reach up and adjust my left cuff. I snap the link. Click. I adjust the right. Click. It does not help. I pull the phone from the center console. The screen glows bright in the darkened cab. I navigate to my contacts. I scroll down, past the senator, past Beatrice, past the list of journalists and fixers and lawyers I keep on retainer for emergencies. I stop at a name. Plan B, Brenda Rowan. Brenda is a crisis management specialist in New York. She is the nuclear option. The plan I drafted 3 weeks ago in case Isla Davenport proved to be unmanageable. The plan that involves leaking a narrative about Isla's mental health, painting her as unstable, and creating a sympathetic exit for the senator to dissolve the engagement while keeping the sympathy vote. It was a contingency, a safety net, a way to cut the line if the asset became too toxic. I look at the name. Tonight, Isla saved the senator's reputation. She saved the dinner. She acted with a competence and a fire that shamed every person in that room, myself included. She is not the liability. I am. I press edit. I scroll to the bottom of the contact card. My thumb hovers over the red text. Delete contact. I press it. Are you sure you want to delete this contact? I press yes. The name vanishes. There is no plan B anymore. There is no exit strategy. I'm locked in this car on this road with this woman. I put the phone face down on the passenger seat. I put the car in drive and pull away from the curb, driving into the dark, tangled streets of a city that suddenly feels too small to hold the secret I am keeping.
Chapter 17. Isla. The smell of roasted cumin is the only thing keeping me sane. I am standing in the basement kitchen of a VFW hall in suburban Maryland, chopping cilantro with a rhythm that borders on violent. Chop, chop, chop. It's a percussion track for my spiraling brain. 1 week. It has been 1 week since the gala. 1 week since the pantry. 1 week since Nathaniel Hayes pressed me against a shelf of silver platters and kissed the absolute soul out of me only to drive me home in a silence so loud it left ringing in my ears. I scraped the cilantro into a bowl with the side of my knife. "You're going to murder that garnish, chef," a voice says. I look up. Carmela, my best friend and the only person I trust to handle the front-of-house logistics for this rogue kitchen table tour, is leaning against the prep table. She's holding a clipboard and looking at me with that specific blend of pity and annoyance that only a friend of 15 years can manage. "It's not murder," I say, wiping my hands on my apron. "It's rustic preparation." "It's aggression," she corrects. "You've been vibrating anxiously since Tuesday, and you keep checking your phone like it's a bomb detonator." I instinctively glance at my phone sitting on the stainless steel counter. The screen is black. No texts, no calls. Nathaniel has respected the silence. He sends schedule updates through Beatrice. He sends talking points through email. When we are at events together, like the stiff, awkward handshaking line we did yesterday in Baltimore, he stands at a polite, professional distance. He touches the small of my back only when the cameras are up, and his hand feels like a ghostly weight, there and then gone. He is terrified. That's the only explanation. He realized he broke the rules. He realized he compromised us. He's the fixer, and in that pantry, he broke the one thing he's supposed to control, himself. "I'm fine," I lie, grabbing a lime. "The tour is going well. The poll numbers are up. My father is actually off my back for once." "And the fiancé?" Carmela asks. She knows the deal is fake, but she doesn't know about the pantry. I haven't told anyone about the pantry. If I say it out loud, it becomes real, and I can't handle it being real. "He's doing his job," I say, slicing the lime in half. "Managing the narrative." "Uh-huh," Carmela says. She walks over and picks up a piece of the brutally chopped cilantro. "Is that what you're calling it? Because I saw the photos from the gala. Isla, that man looked like he was ready to eat you alive, and I don't mean in a culinary way." "It was a performance," I snap. "Marcus Thorne was watching. We had to sell it." "Sell it?" Carmela laughs. "Honey, he wasn't selling anything. He was buying the whole lot. I've seen men act, Isla. I've dated actors. That look, the way his hand was possessive, that wasn't a strategy. That was a claim." I squeeze the lime over the carnitas, the acid stinging a small paper cut on my thumb. I welcome the sting. It's sharp. It's real. "He is a strategist, Carm," I say, my voice tight. "He saw a threat, Thorne knowing about the contract, and he neutralized it. He escalated the PDA to cover the lie. That's all it was. Damage control." "Right," she says, unimpressed. "And the way you're currently decimating citrus fruit, is that damage control too?" "This is seasoning," I say. "Go check the guest list. I have 40 veterans hungry for tacos in 20 minutes. She holds her hands up in surrender and backs away. "Fine. But you can't chop your way out of feelings, Isla." "I've tried. It just leads to very spicy salads and a lot of crying." She leaves the kitchen. I lean my hip against the counter and exhale, a long, shaky breath that rattles in my chest. Damage control. That's what I keep telling myself. Nathaniel is a machine. He saw a leak, and he plugged it with the most efficient tool available, physical intimacy. He didn't kiss me because he wanted to. He needed to make the lie bulletproof. It makes sense. It fits the profile. So why does my body still feel like it's on fire? Why do I wake up in the dead of night, reaching for a warm weight that isn't there? Why do I replay the sound of his groan, that low, rough sound that vibrated against my neck, on a loop? I'm the asset. I'm the job. And for a terrifying, fleeting moment in that pantry, I forgot that. I thought I was the woman. I grabbed the bowl of cilantro. I need to serve the food. I need to smile. I need to pretend that I'm not waiting for a text that is never going to come. 2 hours later, My apartment in Navy Yard is usually my sanctuary. It's a riot of color. Mustard yellow velvet sofa, teal rugs, shelves overflowing with cookbooks, and ceramic bowls I picked up in Oaxaca. It smells of beeswax candles and lingering spices. Tonight it feels like a cage. I lock the door behind me and lean my forehead against the cool wood. The event was a success. The veterans loved the food. I shook hands. I smiled. I played the role of the devoted daughter and fiancée who is bringing warmth to the cold machinery of the Senate. I'm exhausted. I kick off my boots and walk into the kitchen. I open the fridge. It's pathetic. A jar of kimchi, a half-empty bottle of rosé, and a carton of eggs that expired 3 days ago. The irony of being a chef who never has food at home isn't lost on me. I grab the rose. I don't bother with a glass. I take a swig straight from the bottle, the cold wine hitting my empty stomach with a pleasant burn. I walk to the living room and collapse onto the sofa. I pull my phone out. Still nothing. He's ghosting me. We are engaged to be married in the eyes of the American public. And he is ghosting me. It's smart. It's the logical play. We got too close. The lines blurred, and now he's reestablishing the perimeter. He's building the wall back up, brick by brick, silence by silence. I should be relieved. This protects me. It keeps things simple. I do my job. He saves the campaign. And in November, we part ways with a polite, sad press release. My thumb makes contact with the pad of my forefinger. I rub the skin, hard. Rub, rub, rub. The friction is a grounding wire, but the current is too strong. I hate him. I hate him for the illusion of safety in North Carolina. I hate him for playing the hero with Jax. But what I really hate, what burns in my throat, is how he kissed me like I was his end, and then proving that I matter less than a poll number. Buzz. The intercom by the door chirps. I jump, nearly dropping the wine bottle. I stare at the small screen on the wall. It's late, 9:30 p.m. I didn't order delivery. I walk over and press the button. Who is it? It's me. The voice is tinny through the speaker, distorted by static, but unmistakable. Deep, measured, Nathaniel. My heart does a traitorous double tap against my ribs. What do you want? I ask, my voice sounding more breathless than I intended. I need to come up, he says. Please. The please throws me. Nathaniel Hayes does not say please. He issues directives. He states facts. He does not ask for permission. I hesitate. My brain says no. My brain says he is dangerous. My brain says keep the wall up. My hand presses the buzzer to unlock the lobby door. I wait by the open apartment door. I don't fix my hair. I don't put on shoes. I'm wearing stained jeans and a t-shirt that says mise en place. If he wants to see the asset, he can see the reality. The elevator dings down the hall. Heavy footsteps approach. Not the click-clack of his usual dress shoes. These sound softer, heavier. Nathaniel rounds the corner. He looks unraveled. He is wearing a suit, but the jacket is gone. His white shirt is unbuttoned at the collar, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing the forearms I spent too much time staring at in the B&B. His hair is messy, as if he's been running his hands through it for hours. But it's what he's holding that stops me. A brown paper bag. Grease stains are already blooming at the bottom, turning the paper translucent. He stops in the doorway. He looks at me. His eyes are bloodshot, the blue dulled by exhaustion. You let me up, he says. I'm weak, I admit, crossing my arms over my chest. And I have a wine bottle within reach if you're here to give me more bad news about polling data. He looks at the bottle of rosé on the console table, then back at me. No data, he says. He lifts the bag. Dinner? I frown. I'm a chef, Nathaniel. I don't need charity takeout. It's not charity. he says. It's a correction. He walks past me into the apartment. He brings the smell of rain and cold air with him, displacing the scent of beeswax. He puts the bag on my coffee table. 5 guys, he announces. Cheeseburger, all the way, Cajun fries. I blink. Excuse me? In North Carolina, he says, turning to face me. You said you wanted a burger, but not the hotel garbage. You wanted the real thing, greasy, terrible for your arteries. He gestures to the bag. I stood in line, he says. There was a toddler screaming behind me. It was chaotic. I stare at the bag. Then I stare at him. Nathaniel Hayes, the man who wears bespoke Italian wool and drinks single malt scotch, stood in line at a fast food joint because I made a comment a week ago. Why? I ask. The word comes out quiet, suspicious. Because you need to eat, he says. And because I haven't slept in 3 days. He sits down on my yellow velvet sofa. He doesn't ask. He just collapses, scrubbing his hands over his face. Isla, he says, his voice muffled by his hands. Sit down. I stay standing. I need the height advantage as I stare at him with a raised eyebrow. He's acting like he owns the house. I'm not hungry. Liar, he says, dropping his hands. He looks up at me. I can hear your stomach from here. Sit. I sit on the armchair opposite him. The coffee table is the demilitarized zone. He opens the bag. The smell of Cajun spice and grease fills the room. It smells like heaven. He pulls out a foil-wrapped burger and slides it toward me. He pulls out a second one for himself. We eat in silence for a few minutes. It's ungraceful. It's messy. It's exactly what I needed. Thorne hasn't leaked the contract, I say after I swallow a bite. I check the blogs. He won't, Nathaniel says. He wipes his mouth with a paper napkin. I neutralized him. Neutralized him how? I made it clear that if he touched you or the campaign, I would burn his career to the ground. It helps that I have leverage against him, Nathaniel says calmly. And then I gave him a show. I freeze. The burger turns to ash in my mouth. A show. The kiss. Maybe someone was watching and I didn't know. The confirmation I didn't want. I put the burger down. My appetite vanishes, replaced by a cold, hard knot in my stomach. Right, I say. My voice is flat. The show, the strategy. You certainly gave him that. I stand up. I need to move. I walk to the window, looking out at the dark street below. You're good at it, I say, my back to him. I'll give you that, Hayes. You almost had me convinced. For a second in that pantry, I actually thought, I laugh, a harsh, jagged sound. God, I'm an idiot. I thought you actually felt something. But it was just another maneuver, another piece of the fix. Isla. Don't, I snap, turning around. Don't spin this. You saw a threat and you handled it. You kissed me to shut down Thorne. You used my body as a prop to sell your narrative. It's fine. It's the job. But don't come into my house with a cheeseburger and act like you care. He is staring at me. He hasn't moved from the sofa. His expression is unreadable, stone still. Is that what you think happened? He asks quietly. It's what did happen, I yell. The anger finally breaks loose. You ignored me for a week. You ghosted me. If it was real, if you actually gave a damn, you wouldn't have vanished. You vanished because you got what you needed and you wanted to make sure the asset didn't get attached. I walk toward him, my hands balled into fists. Well, congratulations, Nathaniel. It worked. Thorne backed off. The polls are up. You win. Now get out of my apartment. He stands up. He moves slowly, deliberately. He walks around the coffee table. He stops in front of me. He is too close. I can see the exhaustion lines around his eyes. I can see the pulse beating in his throat. I didn't vanish because I was managing you, he says. His voice is low, steady, and terrifyingly honest. I vanished because I was terrified. I blink. What? I have a plan for everything, Isla, he says. I have a contingency for every scandal, every leak, every disaster. My life is a series of flowcharts. He takes a step closer. I hold my ground, though every instinct screams at me to run. But I do not have a plan for you, he whispers. He reaches out. He doesn't touch me. His hand hovers near my cheek, trembling slightly. I didn't kiss you in the pantry for Thorn, he says. Stop lying. I breathe. Someone was watching, right? That line cook? Did he take a picture secretly? Did you install a secret camera to make it look real? You said? His hand closes the gap. He cups my jaw. His thumb brushes my cheekbone, rough and warm, our eyes locked. Thorn wasn't anywhere close, Isla, he says. The door was closed. Nobody was watching. How can I even film us when I can't think straight? My breath hitches. The world tilts. Then why? I ask. Why did you do it? His gaze doesn't just see me, it dissects me, peeling back the layers of anger until he hits the raw nerve beneath. What I see in his eyes isn't an apology. It's hunger, stripped bare. Because I was starving, he says. The words gravel in his throat. The campaign was a paper shield. The truth is, if I didn't put my mouth on you, I would have put my fist through a wall. You're not just in my head, Isla. You're in my goddamn marrow. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Nathaniel. The silence following my confession is absolute. I do not retract the words. I refuse to spin them. I stand in the center of her living room, my chest heaving, watching the woman I am contractually obligated to ignore, process the fact that I am starving for her. Isla stares at me. Her mouth opens slightly, then closes. She looks stunned, like a deer caught not in headlights, but in the crosshairs of a rifle. She takes a step back. It is a small movement, but it speaks volumes. She is retreating. She is looking for the exit, for the joke, for the deflection that will make this safe again. You, she starts, her voice cracking. She clears her throat, rubbing her thumb violently against her forefinger. Rub, rub, rub. You're exhausted, Hayes. You haven't slept in 3 days. You're delirious. I am perfectly lucid, I say. No, she insists, shaking her head. She gestures vaguely at the takeout bag on the coffee table. You're hungry. Low blood sugar makes people say dramatic things. It's a lot of drama for the middle of the week. She is desperate to misunderstand me. She is desperate to turn this back into a negotiation she can win. I could push her. I could cross the remaining foot of space and prove it wasn't a metaphor. But I see the tremor in her hands. I see the way her eyes are darting to the door. If I push now, she runs. And I need her to stay. Yeah, I say, allowing her the lie. Hunger does strange things to the cognitive processes. Isla lets out a breath she was holding, her shoulders dropping an inch. She seizes the excuse like a lifeline. Exactly, she says, her laugh sounding brittle. You just need grease, sodium. The fries are getting cold, Nathaniel. And that is a felony. A felony? A crime against humanity. At minimum. She turns away from me, breaking the eye contact she can no longer sustain, and drops down onto the rug. She starts unpacking the bag with manic energy, setting up a barrier of foil wrappers between us. Sit, she commands, keeping her eyes on the food. Eat, before you start quoting poetry or threatening destruction again. I watch her for a moment longer. I hate the retreat, but I accept the terms. I sit down on the rug opposite her, folding my long legs beneath the low coffee table. I pick up my burger. We eat. The silence stretches, but the tension begins to shift. It changes from the sharp, jagged edge of confrontation to something softer, something domestic. Isla eats with the same intensity she brings to everything. She dips a fry into the Cajun seasoning at the bottom of the bag, not bothering with a plate. The grease from the bag is seeping onto the wood of the table. In my apartment, this would be a crisis. Here it feels lived in. Pass the napkins, she says after a few minutes, her voice finally steadying. I slide the stack toward her. She reaches out. As she extends her arm, the loose sleeve of her oversized t-shirt rides up past her wrist. I stop chewing. I've memorized the dossier on Isla Davenport. I know about the arrests. I know about the laser removal session she endured 3 years ago to scrub the rebel sleeve from her arm to appease the donors. I know about her more than she'll ever know. But I'm unaware of this. On the inside of her left wrist, stark against the luminous brown skin, is a tattoo. It is not the heavy, aggressive ink of her past. It is delicate, fine lines. A single sprig of lavender rendered with the precision of a botanical textbook illustration. I thought you removed them, I say. Isla freezes. She follows my gaze. She yanks her hand back, tugging the sleeve down to cover the skin with a sharp defensive jerk. I removed the mistakes, she says, looking away. That one stays. Lavender, I note. It does not fit the profile. What profile? The wild child. The problem. She crumples the napkin in her fist. Not everything I do is a headline, Nathaniel. I did not say it was. I said it is quiet. You are loud. She glares at me. Is that a compliment? It is an observation. You take up space. That ink is designed to be hidden. You use makeup to cover it. Isla nods, looking at her wrist. She runs her thumb over it, a nervous, self-soothing tick. My mother, she says finally. The anger in her voice evaporates, replaced by a hollow ache. She hated the noise of the political life. She hated the phones, the people, the constant performance. But she had a garden in Bethesda. There was a massive lavender bush in the back. She used to sit there for hours. Isla's gaze drifts to the grease stain on the brown bag, but she is seeing something else. She smelled like it, she whispers. Even at the end, when the depression was so heavy she couldn't get out of bed, she smelled like lavender. It was the only piece she had. I watch her. I see the grief she carries, not as a weight, but as a fundamental part of her structure. I got it the day after the funeral, she says. My father threw a fit. He said it looked trashy. He offered to pay for the laser removal before the bandage was even off. He was wrong, I say. Isla looks up, surprised. It is elegant, I say, and it is permanent. A memorial should be permanent. She studies me, searching my face for the angle. She does not find one. What about you? She asks, shifting on the rug. Do you have any secret rebellions, Hayes? Or is your skin just as blank as your schedule? I have no ink, I say. No, I guess you wouldn't, she muses, picking at a fry. Ink implies impulsivity. It implies a permanent decision based on a temporary feeling. You're more of a Marble statue type. Nothing changes. I wanted to be an architect, I say. The admission slips out. I do not talk about the before. The before is a locked room in a house I burned down a long time ago. Isla stops eating. You? Yes. I can't see it, she says. You in a hard hat, yelling at contractors? Not the construction, I clarify. The design. I like the logic of it. Structural integrity. Load-bearing walls. Creating something that stands because the math says it must stand. I lean my head back against the sofa, looking at the textured plaster of her ceiling. I had a scholarship to Pratt, I tell her. I had a portfolio. I spent my weekends sketching suspension bridges. What happened? I couldn't afford to go, I state. The senator won't pay for architecture. The sentence is a guillotine. The senator gave me advice like he always did, I continue. And he paid for everything. The funeral. He paid for the house, for my schooling. He told me that law was a more practical application of my organizational talents. He needed a mind that could see the structure of power, not the structure of buildings. I lift my left hand. I reach for my cuff. So you built him a career instead, Isla says softly. I built him a fortress, I correct. I made him untouchable. I took the chaos of his life, and yours, and I poured concrete over it until it was solid. And you buried yourself in the foundation, she says. I look at her. She notices the temperature of a room, and right now she is noticing the coldness of my own history. I did what was required, I say stiffly. Do you regret it? Regret implies a better path existed. I saw no other roads. That's a deflection, Nathaniel. It's an assessment of resources. She shifts forward. She reaches out across the coffee table. Her hand, warm, stained with salt, touches my wrist. She pushes up my rolled sleeve, exposing my forearm. There is no tattoo. Just pale skin, the blue veins visible beneath the surface, the dark hair. She traces a line down the inside of my arm with her index finger. It sends a shockwave straight to my spine. You have nice arms, she murmurs. For a suit. Isla. My voice is a warning. I am barely holding on to the leash. They look strong, she says, ignoring me. Like they could build things. Real things. She looks up at me. Her eyes are dark, heavy with the same exhaustion and hunger I feel. I think you would have made a great architect, she says. You understand how to keep things from falling apart. I am failing at that, I confess. Right now, I am failing. Why? Because I am the foundation, I whisper, the truth a cold stone in my gut. And I am cracking. I turn my hand over. I catch her fingers. I intertwine them with mine. Her hand is anchored in mine now, a tangible connection in the room. I run my thumb over the tattoo on her wrist. I can feel the slightly raised texture of the ink through the fabric. This engagement, I say, watching our joined hands. It is a construct, a fabrication. It is designed to end in November. I know, she says. Her voice wavers. We have an expiration date. We do. I look at her. The air in the room is thick, charged with the scent of rain and desire. I should pull away. I should go back to the hotel. I should delete her contact and call Brenda. But I cannot let go of her hand. The problem, Isla, I say, my voice rough with the realization that has been stalking me since the pantry, is that I am beginning to resent the countdown. She holds her breath. What does that mean? I tighten my grip, anchoring myself to her warmth. It means, I say, looking her dead in the eye, that I am terrified of the day I'll have to give you back.
Chapter 19. Isla. I am scared of the day I have to give you back. The words hang in the air between us, heavy and humid, soaking into the teal rug and the velvet sofa. They are not the words of a political strategist. They are the words of a man who is watching a structure collapse and refusing to evacuate. I stare at him. His hand is still gripping mine, his thumb resting over the lavender tattooed on my wrist. His eyes are dark, stripped of the blue ice that usually guards them. He looks wrecked. He looks beautiful. My breath catches in my throat, a sharp, painful hitch. Logic tells me to run. Logic tells me this is the adrenaline talking, the exhaustion of a 3-day insomnia bender, the intimacy of a shared secret. We are two people playing house in a timeline that expires in November. But my body doesn't care about November. My body leans forward. It is a magnetic pull, undeniable and stupid. I shift my weight on the rug, closing the few inches between us. I see his gaze drop to my mouth. I see the pulse jump in his throat. "Nathaniel," I whisper. It's a warning. It's an invitation. He releases my hand and slides his fingers into the hair at the nape of my neck. His touch is hot, possessive. He tilts my head back. "Tell me to go," he murmurs, his lips hovering a millimeter from mine. "Isla, tell me to leave." "I can't," I breathe. I close my eyes. I can smell the sandalwood soap, the rain, the burger grease. It is the most confusing, intoxicating sensory profile I have ever encountered. He leans in. I part my lips. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound is violent in the quiet apartment. Nathaniel's phone, face down on the coffee table, vibrates against the wood. It sounds like a drill. We freeze. The vibration continues relentless. Buzz, buzz. Nathaniel closes his eyes tight, a look of physical pain crossing his face. He doesn't pull away. He rests his forehead against mine, breathing hard. "Ignore it," he growls. "You can't," I whisper, the spell shattering around us like dropped glass. "It's him. It's always him." He pulls back inches. He looks at the phone. He looks at me. He knows I'm right. Nathaniel Hayes doesn't miss calls. That is the pact. That is the price of the fortress he built. He reaches out and flips the phone over. Incoming call. The senator. Of course. I scramble back, putting distance between us. The sudden coldness of the room hits me instantly. I pull my knees to my chest, wrapping my arms around my legs, trying to hold the pieces of myself together. "Answer it," I say. My voice is flat. "Go be the son he paid for." Nathaniel looks at me. The vulnerability is vanishing, replaced layer by layer with the armor of the chief of staff. He hates it. I can see that he hates it, but he picks up the phone. "Senator," he says, standing up. His voice is different now, clipped, professional. "Yes, I have the data. No, I'm handling the asset now." "The asset?" I flinch. He catches my eye. He looks stricken for a split second, but the voice on the other end demands his attention. He mouths, "I'm sorry," to me. I point to the door. He nods. He grabs his jacket from the sofa. He walks to the door, still talking about polling numbers and swing districts. The door clicks shut behind him. I am alone, with the smell of cold fries and the terrifying realization that I wanted him to stay. The next day, the conference room in the Russell Senate office building is a sensory deprivation tank. The air is recycled, smelling of photocopier ink and stale coffee. The walls are a neutral beige that sucks the life out of anyone who enters. The temperature is set to a frigid 68 degrees, presumably to keep the blood of the politicians from boiling over. I hate this room. I am sitting at the far end of the mahogany table, wearing a navy sheath dress that Beatrice selected because it screams serious partner. My hands are folded in my lap. I find that the pad of my forefinger, rubbing the skin raw with my thumb. Rub, rub, rub. Seated at the table, my father is glowing. He stands in front of a large monitor displaying a bar graph with a sharp upward trajectory. "Incredible!" the senator booms. He slaps the table with his palm. Simply incredible. Look at those numbers in Virginia. We've flipped the suburban moms. We've secured the veterans. The narrative is holding, sir, Beatrice says from her seat, looking smug. The stability angle is testing through the roof. The voters believe the engagement has grounded your daughter, and you're a great father. Great father? My father laughs. It saved me. He turns toward Nathaniel. Nathaniel is standing by the window, his arms crossed over his chest. He is back in his uniform, charcoal suit, crisp white shirt, navy tie perfectly knotted. He looks impeccable. There is no trace of the man who sat on my rug last night, with grease on his hands and fire burning in his eyes. It was the diner stop, Nathaniel says calmly, and the fundraising dinner. The shift in perception is directly correlated to the humanizing elements of the campaign. Exactly, the senator says. He walks over to Nathaniel. I wait for him to look at me. I'm waiting for him to acknowledge that I was the one cooking the grits at the diner. I saved the dinner when the chef walked out. I am the humanizing element. My father doesn't look at me. He reaches out and grips Nathaniel's shoulder. It's a heavy, affectionate squeeze, a gesture of pride. I couldn't have done this without you, Nate, the senator says, his voice thick with emotion. You saw the path when I couldn't. You steered the ship through the storm. Nathaniel stiffens slightly under the touch. It was a team effort, sir. Nonsense, my father says. He looks at Nathaniel with a warmth I haven't seen directed at me in 20 years. You have the instinct. You have the grit. God, sometimes I look at you and I think, you're the perfect son I never had. The air leaves the room. The silence slams into me like a bullet train to the chest. The perfect son I never had. I sit frozen in my chair. The words echo in my skull, bouncing off the beige walls. He has a daughter. She is sitting right here. She is wearing the dress. She is wearing the ring. She is playing the part. But I am invisible. I look at Nathaniel. He isn't looking at the senator. He is looking at me. His eyes are wide, alarmed. He knows. He knows exactly what that sentence just did to me. My father died saving him, Nathaniel had said. He felt he owed my mother a life. The old theory, the poison I've carried since I was a child, surges up my throat. The late nights Fiona spent with my father. The whispers. The way my mother shrank while Fiona grew larger in our lives. And now, Nathaniel, the architect of my father's success. The man who cleans up the messes. The man who gets the praise, the pride, the affection. He isn't just the chief of staff. In my father's eyes, he is the replacement. He is the legacy. I am just an asset. I stand up. The chair scrapes loudly against the floor. Isla? Beatrice asks, looking up from her tablet. I have a tasting, I say. My voice is shaking. I can't stop it. At the restaurant. I'm late. We aren't finished with the briefing, the senator says, frowning. Isla, sit down. We need to discuss the Ohio swing. Ask your son, I snap. The senator blinks. Excuse me? I don't answer. I grab my purse and walk out the door. I walk fast. My heels click sharply against the marble floors of the hallway. I need air. I need heat. I need to get away from the suffocating chill of this building and the people in it. Isla, wait! I hear the heavy footsteps behind me. I don't stop. I hit the call button for the elevator. Isla, stop! Nathaniel catches my arm. He spins me around. We are in the hallway near the elevators. It's empty, save for a security guard at the far end who politely looks away. Let go of me, I hiss. You can't just storm out on a senator, Nathaniel says. He is breathless, his tie slightly askew from the chase. The optics? To hell with the optics, I shout. Did you hear him? Did you hear what he said? He was just speaking colloquially, Nathaniel tries, but his voice lacks conviction. He releases my arm, holding his hands up in surrender. He didn't mean it like that. He meant exactly that, I say, stabbing a finger into his chest. He looked at you and saw everything he wanted me to be: efficient, loyal, useful, the perfect son. Isla, you are projecting. I am observing, I yell. I noticed the temperature, Nathaniel, and in there, it was freezing for me, but for you, it was warm. It's always been warm for you. You got your wish. You got a father. I laugh, a bitter, jagged sound. My mother died smelling like lavender because he sucked all the air out of the room, I say, tears burning the corners of my eyes. And now I know why. He was saving it for you, for his real family. Nathaniel flinches. His face goes pale. That is not true. You know why he helped me. You know about my father. I know your version, I counter. But seeing him look at you just now, it confirms everything. You aren't just a charity case, Hayes. You're the chosen one. You're the product of whatever happened between him and Fiona. Stop, he warns. His voice drops, dangerous and low. Do not bring her into this. You're overreaching. That is not the truth, and you know it. Why? Because it hurts? I step closer, fueled by the rage of a lifetime of being second best. Welcome to my world. You told me you built a fortress for him. Well, congratulations. You locked me out. And you're sitting on the throne. The elevator dings. The doors slide open behind me. I step backward into the elevator. Isla, don't, Nathaniel says, stepping forward. Go back to the meeting, I say, hitting the lobby button. Your father is waiting. Nathaniel steps into the elevator. Just as the doors begin to slide shut, he blocks the sensor with his shoulder, forcing them back open, and steps inside. Get out, I order. No, he says. He hits the closed door button. The doors seal us in. The elevator lurches downward. We are trapped in a 6x6 steel box. Nathaniel turns to me. He adjusts his cuff. Click. The sound echoing in the silence. But his hands are shaking. You are wrong, he says, his voice vibrating with suppressed emotion. He does not see me as a son. He sees me as a shield. There is a difference. Tell that to the hug, I spit back. Tell that to the way he ignored me. He ignores you because he doesn't know how to handle you, Nathaniel shouts. It's the first time he has raised his voice in this building. He is terrified of you, Isla. You are chaotic. You are vibrant. You are everything he can't control. He looks at me and sees a tool. He looks at you and sees. He sees her. He stops, breathing hard. He sees who? I ask. Your mother, Nathaniel whispers. He looks at you, and he sees the woman he failed. That is why he pushes you away. Not because he prefers me, but because looking at you hurts him. I stare at him. The elevator hums around us. You're lying, I say weakly. You're spinning. I am not spinning, he says. He takes a step toward me. The space is too small. The air is too thin. I am telling you the truth. And if you weren't so busy trying to hate me to protect yourself, you would see that I am the only person in that room who actually sees you. He reaches out, trapping me against the back wall of the elevator. His hands land on the railing on either side of my waist. I don't want to be his son, he says, leaning down until his nose brushes mine. And I don't want to be your enemy. I am tired of the fortress, Isla. My heart hammers against my ribs. What do you want, Nathaniel? He looks at my mouth. The anger in his eyes shifts, darkening into that same starving look he had in the pantry. I want to finish what we started in your apartment, he says.
Chapter 20. Nathaniel. The drive from the Senate office building to my apartment in DuPont Circle is a blur of red taillights and white-knuckled grip. The streets are a smear of light. The dashboard clock means nothing. My mind, that master architect of plans and contingencies, has abandoned its post. The only structure left standing is the fragile, audible one of Isla's breathing, ragged, shallow, too loud in the quiet car. She isn't looking at me. She is staring out the windshield, vibrating with tension that matches my own. We pull into the underground garage of my building. I park the car with a screech of tires that echoes against the concrete walls, a reckless sound I have never made in my life. I kill the engine. The silence is heavy, suffocating. I reach up. My hand is shaking. I grab the knot of my tie and yank it loose. I undo the top button of my shirt. I reach for my cuffs, popping the links, snap, snap, and rolling the fabric up my forearms. It is a desperate, final attempt to restore order by dismantling the uniform. It doesn't work. Upstairs, I command. My voice is gravel. Isla doesn't argue. She opens the door and slides out. We don't touch in the elevator. We stand on opposite sides of the steel box, the air between us crackling with static electricity. She is looking at the floor number increasing. I'm looking at the reflection of her neck in the polished metal doors. I want to bite her. I want to mark her. This is it. There is no turning back. The doors slide open on the penthouse floor. I unlock the door. I shove it open. My apartment is a fortress of minimalism. White walls, gray furniture, floor-to-ceiling glass overlooking the city. It is cold. It is sterile. It is a place where nothing messy ever happens. Isla steps across the threshold. I kick the door shut. The lock engages with a heavy thud. The sound is the trigger. Isla spins around. Her eyes are wide, black pools of fury and need. Finish it, she dares me. I cross the distance in 2 strides. I crash into her. My hands find her waist, gripping the silk of the navy sheath dress, bunching the fabric in my fists. I slam her back against the glass wall of the foyer.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
She rests her head on my chest. Her breathing is slowly returning to normal. Her skin is slick with sweat, sticking to mine. I stare up at the ceiling. I've broken every rule. I've violated every clause of the contract. I've jeopardized the campaign, the senator's legacy, and my own future. I run my hand down her bare arm, my fingers tracing the line of the lavender tattoo I can't see in the dark. But I know it is there. I close my eyes. I can never let her go.
Chapter 21. Isla. Light filters into the room through sheer motorized blinds. It's gray, diffused, and expensive. I stretch, my body protesting with a delicious heavy ache that settles deep in my muscles. I feel like I've been dismantled and put back together in a slightly different order. My inner thighs are sore, my back stings where the mat burned me, my lips feel swollen. I roll over. The bed is massive, a California king with sheets that have a thread count higher than my credit score. They smell like him, crisp laundry detergent, sandalwood, and the faint musky scent of sex. Nathaniel is asleep on his stomach. One arm thrown over his head, his face turned toward me. It's jarring. I've never seen him unguarded. Even when he's tired, he's alert. Even when he's drunk, he's calculating, But right now, his features are soft. The sharp line of his jaw is relaxed. His breathing is deep and slow, failing to adhere to any strict schedule. He looks younger. He looks human. I reach out, hovering my hand over the dark hair scattered across the white pillowcase. I want to touch him. I want to wake him up and see if the man who worshipped me on a rubber exercise mat last night is still there, or if the chief of staff has rebooted. I pull my hand back. I'm not ready for the reboot. I want to live in this bubble for 20 more minutes. I slide out of bed. I'm naked, and the air in the penthouse is set to a crisp 68 degrees. I shiver, grabbing his discarded dress shirt from the floor. It's missing 3 buttons, casualties of war, but I slip it on anyway. It hangs to my mid-thigh, engulfing me in his scent. I pad barefoot out of the bedroom, down the hall, past the glass wall where we started, and into the kitchen. It is a beautiful, soulless space. Marble countertops that have never seen a lemon stain. A stove that looks like it's never been lit. "Okay, Hayes," I whisper, opening the refrigerator. "What do you have?" It's grim. Several bottles of sparkling water, a container of almond milk, a bag of spinach that looks sad, and a carton of eggs. "Eggs," I say. "We can work with eggs." I find a nonstick pan in a drawer that is meticulously organized. I find a whisk. I find butter. I start to cook. The rhythm grounds me. Crack, whisk, sizzle. I hum a low tune, swaying my hips against the counter. I'm making a soft scramble, low heat, constant movement. It requires patience. It requires tenderness. I feel a lightness in my chest I haven't felt in months. Maybe years. Last night wasn't a strategy. You don't look at someone the way he looked at me if it's a strategy. You don't say you're mine if you're just trying to secure a vote. He sees me. He told me the truth about his father. He told me he was terrified. Maybe we can make this work. Not the contract. The real thing. Maybe the fake engagement was just the prologue. I turn off the burner. The eggs are perfect. Creamy, custard-like curds. I need pepper. I look around the counter. No pepper grinder, just a sleek, black wireless charging pad near the coffee maker. Nathaniel's phone is sitting on it. It buzzes. The vibration rattles against the marble. The screen lights up. I shouldn't look. It's a breach of privacy. It's against the rules. But I'm high on endorphins and the smell of butter, and I'm feeling reckless. I glance over, expecting an alarm or a news alert. It's a text message. Sender. The senator good? Work. Handling the situation yesterday. Keep her in check until Tuesday. Then we're done. Everything around me seems to stop. Even the air itself. The spatula slips from my hand. It clatters onto the marble counter, a harsh metallic sound that echoes in the silent kitchen. I stare at the screen until the light times out and goes black. Keep her in check. The words rearrange themselves in my brain, forming a weapon. Yesterday, the elevator argument. I was spiraling. I was accusing him of being the replacement son. I was threatening the stability of the relationship with my father, handling the situation. That's what last night was. It wasn't passion. It wasn't a confession. It was a containment strategy. I felt like I was breaking apart. And he fixed me. He used the one tool he hadn't used yet, his body. He screwed the anger out of me. He made me feel seen so I would stop asking questions about his loyalty to my father. Watch her until Tuesday. Tuesday, the primary vote. Once the vote is secured, I'm useless. Then we're done. Nausea rolls in my stomach, hot and acidic. I grip the edge of the counter, my knuckles turning white. My thumb rubs violently against the skin of my forefinger, seeking texture, seeking friction, seeking anything other than the hollow, crushing sensation in my chest. I look at the eggs in the pan. They look disgusting. Yellow sludge. I look down at the shirt I'm wearing. His shirt, I feel dirty. I feel like a fool. I assumed I was the exception to his rules, thought I was the one variable he couldn't control, but I was just another problem on his flowchart. Asset unstable, apply physical intimacy, stabilize. I turn off the stove. I don't plate the food. I leave it there in the pan, cooling and congealing. I walk back to the foyer. I find my ruined dress on the floor. The zipper is busted, but I don't care. I pull off his shirt and drop it on the floor like a rag. I shimmy into the dress, holding the back together with one hand. I grab my purse. I grab my shoes. I don't look toward the bedroom. I don't really want to see him sleeping. I don't care to see the face of the man who made me believe for a few hours that I wasn't just a pawn. I unlock the door. I step out into the hallway. The door clicks shut. Click. It sounds like a cell door locking. Slows is loud. It's 11 a.m. on a Friday, and the lunch rush is ramping up. The air is thick with the smell of roasting pork, yeast, and sharp vinegar. The clatter of plates and the shout of orders should be comforting. This is my kingdom. This is the one place where I control the narrative. But today, the noise makes my head pound. I walk through the back entrance, tossing my purse onto a prep table. I'm wearing an oversized denim jacket I got from my car. I didn't even go up to my apartment to make myself presentable and just went to work immediately. My hair is a disaster. I look like a walk of shame that took a wrong turn into a nightmare. Chef, Marco, my sous chef, waves a ticket at me. Supplier called. We're short on brisket. Substitute with pork shoulder, I say, not stopping. And 86 the special. I need to get to my office. I need to lock the door and scream. I push through the swinging doors into the dining room. I just need to check the floor. It's a reflex. The restaurant is full. Hipsters with laptops, Hill staffers with badges, tourists with maps. But at table 4, my best table, the one in the quiet corner by the window, there is a man who doesn't fit. He isn't eating. He has a glass of iced tea in front of him, sweating condensation onto the wood. He is wearing a shark gray suit that costs more than my annual rent. He is tapping a gold pen against the table. He gazes up as I enter the room. Marcus Thorne, the opposition. The man Nathaniel kissed me to protect me from. The man who texted me the threat. I freeze. My first instinct is to turn around and run back to the kitchen. But Thorne smiles. It's not a nice smile. It's the smile of a man who knows he has already won the game. He gestures to the empty chair opposite him. I shouldn't. Nathaniel would tell me to call security. Nathaniel would tell me to maintain the perimeter. But Nathaniel isn't here. Nathaniel is in his penthouse, sleeping off a successful night of keeping me in check. I approach the table. My legs feel heavy, like I'm wading through concrete. I stop in front of him. You're trespassing, I say. My voice is raspy. Thorne leans back, capping his pen with a satisfying snap. And you look like hell, Miss Davenport, he says smoothly. His eyes flick to the collar of my denim jacket, noting the bruise on my neck that I forgot to cover. He smirks. Rough night on the campaign trail? Get out, I say. I have a proposition, Thorne says. He reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a folded piece of paper. He slides it across the table. It's a copy of a contract. The contract. I know the timeline, Thorne says, his voice low. I know about your past, and I know that Nathaniel Hayes is going to cut you loose the second the polls close on Tuesday. He even has a plan B. You won't dare, I hiss, trying to act brave, but my voice is shaky. He has leverage over you. He leans forward, his shark eyes locking onto mine. Come on, it's nothing to what I have against you, Nathaniel, and the senator. He's playing you, Isla. He's always been playing you. Are you ready to talk now?
Chapter 22. Nathaniel. I wake up reaching for heat that is no longer there. My hand sweeps across the expanse of the California King mattress, encountering only cool, high thread count Egyptian cotton. The space beside me is empty. The indentation of her head on the pillow is slowly rebounding, erasing the evidence that she was ever here. I sit up instantly. There is no grogginess. My brain does not transition. It boots up. Immediate situational assessment. The bedroom door is open. The penthouse is silent. The ambient temperature is 68 degrees, but the air feels colder. Isla. My voice is rough, unused. It echoes off the minimalist walls. I pull on a pair of sweatpants and walk out into the hallway. I pass the glass wall where I pinned her last night. I pass the rubber mat where I unraveled. The ghosts of the night are still here. A smudge on the glass, the faint scent of sex and jasmine. But the reality is gone. I walk into the kitchen. It is a crime scene of good intentions. There is a pan on the stove. Inside, a soft scramble of eggs has congealed into a cold yellow mass. A whisk sits on the marble counter, dripping butter. And there, on the floor, is my dress shirt. It is crumpled in a heap, discarded like a rag. I walk to the counter. My phone is sitting on the charging pad. The screen is dark. I tap it. The notification center is empty, save for one text message from 4 hours ago. The senator. Good work handling the situation yesterday. Keep her under control until Tuesday. Then we're done. I stare at the words. I do not need a forensic analyst to reconstruct the timeline. Isla woke up. She came in here to cook. An act of intimacy, of service. She saw the phone light up. She read the text. Keep her in check. She interpreted the message through the lens of her insecurity. She believes last night was a tactic. She believes my hands on her body were nothing more than a containment strategy ordered by her father. I grip the edge of the counter. The marble bites into my palms. I should be relieved. She has distanced herself. The emotional entanglement that threatened to capsize the campaign has been severed by a misunderstanding. Logic dictates that I let her go, let her cool off, and manage the fallout on Tuesday. But I am not thinking about logic. I'm pondering the way she looked at me on the mat, thinking about the desperation in her voice when she screamed my name. I grab the phone. I dial her number, straight to voicemail. Isla, I say to the recording, do not do anything rash. Stay at the restaurant. I am coming to you. I hang up. I stride back to the bedroom to dress. I do not put on a suit. I put on dark jeans and a black cashmere sweater. I am not the chief of staff today. I am a man cleaning up a mess I created. The campaign headquarters in Arlington looks like the floor of the stock exchange 10 minutes before a crash. Phones are ringing in a discordant symphony. Interns are running between cubicles with stacks of paper. The air smells of stale coffee and ozone, the scent of overheating servers and overheating people. I walk through the glass doors. The room quiets down instantly. They look at me. They are waiting for the fixer. They are waiting for me to tell them the sky is not falling. I do not have that assurance to give. I'm just here to grab something, and I will go to Isla. ASAP. Beatrice intercepts me before I can reach my office. She looks pale. The senator is in the war room, she says, matching my stride. He's asking for you. Thorne's camp has gone dark. Total radio silence for 12 hours. Silence is not good, I state. Silence is the pullback before the strike. There's chatter on the dark web and we received a note. She lowers her voice. Rumors of a drop, a nuclear drop. They're saying it hits in 24 hours. What is the payload? We don't know. Financials? The drug rumors again? I push open the doors to the war room. The senator is standing at the head of the table, staring at a bank of monitors. He looks old today. The lighting in here is harsh, highlighting the deep grooves around his mouth. Nathaniel, he barks, turning around. Where the hell have you been? Isla isn't answering her phone. Beatrice says she's off the grid. I am handling Isla, I say. I do not elaborate. What is the threat level? Thorne sent a courier, the senator says. He points to a manila envelope on the table. No note, just a timestamp. Noon today. I look at the clock on the wall. 11:45 a.m. 15 minutes, I calculate. I walk to my dedicated terminal in the corner of the room. I need to see the landscape. I need to know where the breach is coming from. I log in. My fingers fly across the keyboard, entering my credentials. I pull up the security logs for the internal server. I should have been on this the second I suspected a mole. I scan the activity from the last 12 hours. 0200 a.m. System backup complete. 0415 a.m. Unauthorized access attempt. Blocked. 0830 a.m. Data restoration request. User J_Miller. I freeze. J. Miller. Justin Miller. A junior analyst in opposition research. Ambitious. Sloppy. I click on the restoration log. I need to see what he restored. Restored object. Contact card eRowan.vcf. Restored object. Notes file contingency. Alpha.txt. My blood turns to ice. Plan B. The mental instability contingency. The file I deleted in the car. The file where I outlined in clinical brutal detail how we would paint Isla as psychologically unfit if the engagement failed. I deleted it from my phone, but the cloud sync, the server backup. I did not scrub it from the deep archive. Miller restored it. Where is Miller? I ask. My voice is quiet, but it cuts through the room. Beatrice looks up from her tablet. Justin? He called in sick this morning, said he had food poisoning. He didn't have food poisoning. He had a payday. Thorne bought him. Thorne bought the contingency plan. He has the file, I say. I stand up, the chair scraping violently against the floor. The senator. The contingency plan regarding Isla. Thorne has it. The senator's face goes gray. The plan you drafted? The one where we call her crazy? Yes. If that gets out... The senator sinks into a chair. It proves the engagement was a sham. It proves we were planning to discard her. It destroys the family man narrative. It destroys her. I deleted it, I say, the guilt hitting me like a slap to the face. You didn't delete it fast enough, the senator snaps. I turn for the door. Where are you going? I have to get to her, I say. If Thorne has that file, he's going to use it to corner her. He's going to show her that her own fiancé drafted a plan to have her committed to save a Senate seat. Nathaniel, the senator shouts. Sit down. We need a spin strategy. The strategy is over, Oliver, I yell back. It is the first time I've ever called him by his first name. There is no spin for this. I storm out of the war room. I run through the bullpen. I ignore the staring interns. I need to go to Slow's. Need to get to her before Thorne does. I need to explain that the file was a failsafe from before I knew her, before I touched her, before I fell in love with the chaos she brings into my life. I burst out onto the sidewalk. The DC humidity hits me like a wet towel, clinging to my skin. I reach for my car keys, my thumb digging into the fob. I need to drive. To Slow's. I need to explain to Isla that the text she saw was the senator's words, not mine. I need to tell her that I deleted Plan B because I chose her. Turn it up! Someone shouts inside the lobby behind me. I stop. Through the glass wall of the headquarters, I see the massive wall of televisions in the lobby. They are all tuned to CNN. The interns are frozen, staring up at the screens with hands over their mouths. The banner at the bottom is bright red. Breaking news. I turn slowly. The Chiron screams in bold white letters. The marriage pact. Leaked audio exposes. Senate blackmail. It isn't a file. It isn't the contingency plan. It is audio. I walk back toward the glass, drawn like a moth to a flame. The volume is turned up. The anchor is solemn. Obtained exclusively by this network, a recording from inside the senator's private office, seemingly moments after Ms. Davenport agreed to the engagement. The screen changes to a waveform graphic, and then the senator's voice fills the lobby, booming, triumphant. I told you, Nathaniel. I told you she would fold. My own voice replies. It is calm, Resigned. You didn't just ask her, Oliver. You backed her into a corner, using the Daytona photos, threatening to torch her Michelin prospects. It's brutal. It's politics, the senator says dismissively. She was never going to do it for family loyalty. I had to use the stick. The question is, can you handle the fallout? She is going to be furious. My voice pauses on the recording. I remember this moment. I remember standing in his office, looking at the door Isla had just slammed, and making the decision to do my job instead of doing the right thing. It doesn't matter if she is furious, my voice says. Cold. Detached. She signed the contract. She is locked in. I will make sure she plays the part. And if she fights you? She won't, my voice answers. I will control the situation. I will keep her under control. I stand on the sidewalk, frozen. I adjust my left cuff. Click. It is the recording from the very first day. The moment I became complicit. The moment I looked at her pain and decided it was a manageable variable. Thorne didn't just get the contingency file. He bugged the office. He's been listening the entire time. How did he do it? Justin Miller? Is he the only mole? I look at the screen. They're showing a photo of Isla and me from the gala, the kiss. The headline below it reads, Chief of Staff or Jailer. I close my eyes. Right now, the mole is unimportant. Isla is. She's going to hear this, if she hasn't already. She thought last night was a manipulation. She thought I was keeping her in check. And now she has a recording of me promising her father I would do exactly that. I've not just lost the campaign. I've lost her.
Chapter 23. Isla. The sound of a life imploding is surprisingly specific. It starts with a single notification ping, then another, then 3. Then, within the span of 10 seconds, the entire dining room of Slows erupts into a cacophony of chirps, buzzes, and ringtones. It sounds like a flock of digital birds descending on a carcass. I am standing at the pass, plating the pork shoulder. I have a pair of tongs in my hand. I am exhausted, hungover on betrayal, and wearing a denim jacket over a ruined dress. I look up. The atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. It goes from the warm, chaotic hum of a lunch rush to a sharp, predatory silence. Heads turn, not toward the door, but toward me. 40 pairs of eyes, some confused, some delighted, some looking at me with a mixture of pity and revulsion that makes my skin itch. Marco, my sous chef, walks up to the pass. He is holding his iPad. His face is pale, the color of raw dough. Chef, he says, his voice shakes. You need to see this. I don't want to see it, I say. I know what it is. Thorne didn't bluff. I told him to go to hell, and he decided to bring hell to me. Isla, Marco whispers. It's not just the photos. I drop the tongs. They clatter against the stainless steel. I take the iPad. The screen is split. On the left, the photos I spent 10 years running from. Me at 19, straddling a Harley, flipping off the camera, with a bottle of Jack in my hand. Me at a beach bonfire, my shirt sheer and wet, my arm wrapped around a guy with a neck tattoo. The close-up of the chaotic ink sleeve I lasered off, looking aggressive and raw. It's bad. It confirms every angry black woman, ghetto, wild child trope the conservative press has been trying to pin on me for months. But on the right side of the screen, there is an audio file. The headline reads, The Puppet Master, leaked audio reveals Senate coercion. I press play. The sound of my father's voice cuts through the kitchen noise. She was never going to do it for family loyalty. I had to use the stick. Then another voice. Deep, calm, clinical. The voice that whispered my name against my neck last night. The voice that told me I was the only real thing in his life. It doesn't matter if she is furious, Nathaniel's voice says. She signed the contract. She is locked in. I will make sure she plays the part. And if she fights you? She won't, Nathaniel answers. It sounds like a man discussing the demolition of a condemned building. I will control the situation. I will keep her in check. The words echo. The floor of the kitchen seems to drop away, leaving me suspended in a vacuum of pure, cold horror. The text message this morning. Keep her in check until Tuesday. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't my insecurity flaring up. It was the mission statement from the very beginning. I feel bile rise in my throat. I feel dirty. I feel used in a way that goes deeper than bone. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of fists hitting glass startles me. I look toward the front of the restaurant. The press has arrived. They are swarming the large front windows like zombies in a horror movie. Cameras are flashing, blinding bursts of white light that cut through the dim dining room. Reporters are shouting, their voices muffled by the glass but terrified in their intensity. Isla, did you take payment for the deal? Is the engagement a sham? What about the drugs, Isla? My customers are standing up, holding their phones up, recording me. I am the exhibit. I am the train wreck. Back door, Marco says, grabbing my arm. Now! I can't move. My feet are nailed to the kitchen mats. I am staring at the iPad screen, at the waveform of Nathaniel's voice. I will force her hand. I refuse Thorne. I sat at that table an hour ago and told him to get out. I protected Nathaniel. I protected the campaign. I chose loyalty. And this is my reward. Chef, Marco yells. He shoves me toward the rear exit just as the front door bursts open. The chime jingles cheerfully, a sick counterpoint to the mob that spills into the hostess area. I run. I burst out into the alleyway behind the restaurant. The humidity hits me, thick and suffocating. The smell of rotting garbage and old grease fills my lungs. A black SUV screeches to a halt at the mouth of the alley. For a second, I think it's him. I think it's Nathaniel coming to handle me again, to spin this, to touch me until I forget that he sold me out before he even knew my name. The window rolls down. Get in the car, you idiot! It's Carmela. She leans across the passenger seat, throwing the door open. She is wearing sweatpants and a bonnet, and she looks ready to kill someone. I scramble into the car. I barely get the door closed before Carmela slams on the gas, tires spinning on the wet pavement, as we peel out of the alley, leaving the shouting reporters in our wake. Carmela's apartment in Adams Morgan is small, cluttered, and smells like sage and burnt toast. It is the only safe place left in the district. I am sitting on her beige microfiber couch. My knees are pulled to my chest. I am shivering, despite the heat of the day. Carmela paces the small living room. The TV is off. My phone is off. But the silence is screaming. I'm going to kill him, Carmela says. She isn't yelling. She is speaking with a calm, terrifying precision. I'm going to find him. I'm going to remove his perfectly knotted tie, and I'm going to strangle him with it. It was the plan all along, I whisper. My voice sounds wrecked, scraped raw. The audio? It's from the beginning, after we met. I don't care if it was from the womb, Isla. He slept with you. She stops, pointing a finger at me. He came to your house with burgers. He looked at you like you were the sun. And then we find out he was just keeping you in check. I flinch. The phrase is a sledgehammer to my brain. I slide my thumb against my forefinger. Rub, rub, rub. I do it so hard the friction burns, turning the skin red. I need the pain. I need to feel something other than this hollow, expanding void in my chest. I thought I was smart. I thought I noticed the temperature of every room. I pride myself on smelling nonsense a mile away. But I missed this. I let him in. I let him see the tattoo. I let him see the fear. I let him bend me over a rubber mat, and take everything I had, thinking it was a breakthrough. It wasn't a breakthrough. It was a transaction. He played me, I say. He's the fixer. He saw a loose end, and he tied it up. And your father? Carmela asks, her voice softening. Isla, he authorized it. I heard the tape. He told Nathaniel to use the stick. I expect it from Oliver, I say bitterly. He's a politician. I'm just a poll number to him. But Nathaniel, my voice breaks. I wanted to be an architect. I am terrified of the day I have to give you back. Lies. All of it. Just beautiful, structural lies designed to keep the asset compliant. Drink this, Carmela says, shoving a mug of tea into my hands. It has whiskey in it, a lot of whiskey. I take the mug. The ceramic is warm. My phone, which Carmela threw onto the armchair, lights up. It has been lighting up for an hour. Nathaniel, Beatrice, the senator, even Thorne. I don't touch it. Then Carmela's phone rings. She looks at it. She frowns. It's a DC number, she says. Blocked ID. She answers it on speaker. Who is this? Miss Rodriguez. The voice is breathless. Panicked. This is Oliver Davenport. Put my daughter on the phone. My father. He's calling my best friend because he knows I've gone dark. She doesn't want to talk to you, Carmela snaps. And frankly, Senator, neither do I. You're a monster. I don't have time for moralizing, my father shouts. Listen to me. The narrative is spinning out of control. The press is camping on my lawn. They're calling for my resignation. They're saying I pimped out my own daughter. If the shoe fits, Carmela says, reaching to hang up. Wait, Oliver yells. Nathaniel is gone. I freeze. The mug trembles in my hands. What do you mean gone? I ask. My voice is barely a whisper, but he hears it. Isla? The relief in his voice makes me sick. Thank God, listen. Nathaniel left the war room an hour ago. He's not answering calls. He's not following protocol. Maybe he's finding a new job, I say coldly. Rats flee sinking ships, don't they? No, my father says. It's worse. He walked out with the encrypted drives. He has the files, Isla. He has the strategy docs. He has everything. I stare at the phone. He's gone rogue, my father continues, his voice pitching up in fear. He's looking for you. I have security sweeping your apartment. The restaurant, nobody can find him. If he decides to cut a deal with the DOJ to save his own skin, if he testifies against me to get immunity, I'm going to prison. I feel a coldness spread through my veins. Nathaniel is a survivor. He built a fortress to survive. If the fortress is burning, he will calculate the most efficient exit. Throwing the senator under the bus to cut a deal, it fits the profile. But looking for me? Why is he looking for me? To make sure I keep my mouth shut? To handle me one last time? You need to stop him, my father pleads. Call him, he'll listen to you. Find out where he is. He won't, I say. He never listened to me. He just managed me. Isla, please. For the family. If he leaks anything else, we are all finished. I don't have a family, I say. And frankly, Senator, I hope he burns it all down. I signal Carmela to hang up. She ends the call. The silence returns, heavier than before. Nathaniel is loose. The fixer has gone off the grid with the secrets that could topple a Senate seat. Carmela looks at me. Isla, if he's looking for you? He won't find me, I say. Nobody knows about this place except you. My phone sitting on the armchair lights up again. This time, it isn't a call. It's a text. I look at the screen from a distance. The name flashes. Nathaniel Hayes. I shouldn't look. I should throw the phone out the window, but my hand moves before my brain can stop it. I pick it up. Nathaniel, I know you saw the news. I know what the audio says. Please, just tell me where you are. I can explain. Explain. The word makes me laugh, a sharp, jagged sound that hurts my throat. Explain what? That he agreed to ruin my career? That he viewed me as a desperate woman he could force into submission? That the man who held me last night was the same man who plotted my destruction on tape? Nathaniel, I am coming to find you. Do not listen to your father. Do not listen to Thorne. Listen to me. I stare at the words. He thinks he can still fix this. He thinks he can talk his way out of the betrayal. He thinks that if he just gets in a room with me, he can spin the narrative until I believe him again. I type back. My fingers are shaking, but my resolve is iron. Isla, don't come near me. Nathaniel. Isla, please? Isla. You said you'd keep me in check. Consider me checked, Nathaniel. We're done. I power off the phone. The screen goes black. I hand it to Carmela. Put it in a drawer, I say. I don't want to hear from him again. What are we going to do? Carmela asks, taking the device like it's radioactive. We wait, I say, pulling the blanket around my shoulders. We wait for the fire to burn itself out, and we hope he doesn't take us down with him.
Chapter 24. Nathaniel. My mother's kitchen in Silver Spring smells of lemon pledge and anxiety. It is a small house, a brick bungalow that I paid off 5 years ago. It is immaculately clean, the kind of clean that speaks of a woman who spent decades scrubbing other people's floors and terrified she might miss a spot on her own. I'm sitting at the laminate table. My tie is gone. My jacket is on the back of the chair. I'm staring at a ceramic coaster, trying to calculate the blast radius of the explosion I just survived, only to realize I'm still standing in the crater. He is outside, my mother says. I should have expected it. She will call him and tell him I am here. She is standing by the sink, wringing her hands in a dish towel. Fiona Hayes is 62, but today she looks 80. Her eyes are rimmed with red. I know, I say. I saw the black SUV pull up. I saw the security detail flank the walkway. The senator does not knock. He invades. The front door opens. Oliver Davenport walks in. He fills the small kitchen. He's too tall, too expensive, too loud for this room. He brings the smell of the Capitol with him. Old Spice, wool, and power. You are hard to find, Nathaniel, he says. He does not greet my mother. He does not apologize for the intrusion. He pulls out the chair opposite me and sits. I needed air, I say. You need a strategy, he corrects. He places a folder on the table. The narrative is slipping. Thorne has the audio. The press is eating us alive. We need to pivot. Now. I look at the folder. What is the pivot? Isla, he says. He says her name like it is a disease he is trying to excise. We claim she is unstable, Oliver says, leaning forward. We use the contingency plan you drafted. We say the coercion on the tape was theatrical. That I was a desperate father trying to rein in a daughter with a history of substance abuse and erratic behavior. We paint you as the stabilizer who failed. We paint her as a wreck. I look at him. I stare at the man I've served for 15 years. The man I built a fortress around. I no longer see a titan. I see a coward in a $3,000 suit. You want me to destroy her, I state. I want you to save the seat, he snaps. And your career. If we don't discredit her, that audio tape puts us both under investigation for extortion. Do you want to go to jail, Nathaniel? Do you want to lose your license? I look at my mother. She's staring at the floor, making herself small. She has spent her life making herself small so this man could feel big. I will think about it, I say. There is no time to think. Oliver hits the table. The press conference is in 2 hours. You go out there, you read the statement, and you end this. Leave, I say. The word hangs in the air. Oliver blinks. Excuse me? Leave my mother's house, I say. My voice is steady. It is the voice I use when I am closing a deal, but the deal I am closing now is with my own past. I will be at the headquarters in an hour, but right now you need to get out. He stares at me. He sees something in my eyes, perhaps the reflection of his own desperation, and he stands up. 1 hour, he warns. Do not disappoint me, son. He walks out. The door slams. The silence rushes back in, heavy and suffocating. You have to do it, my mother whispers. I turn to her. She is gripping the edge of the sink. You have to do what he says, Nathaniel, she pleads. He is the senator. You owe him. I owe him nothing, I say. He saved us. Her voice pitches up, cracking. When your father died, we had nothing. I was a cleaner, Nathaniel. I was scrubbing toilets at 4 a.m. I didn't want that for you. I didn't want you to end up a guard like your father, or a janitor like me. He trained me, made me a secretary, and gave you a future. So you sold us, I say quietly. I secured your future, she cries. How else was I supposed to raise a brilliant boy like you? How else were you going to get into prep school? Into Yale? He gave you a life. He gave me a leash, I correct. I stand up and walk over to her. I take the dish towel from her hands. They are shaking. You're the strongest woman I know, I tell her. You worked double shifts. You kept the lights on when Dad drank the rent money. We would have been fine, Mom. Without the senator, without the money, we would have been fine. Your father, she starts, tears spilling over. My father was a drunk, I say brutally. He didn't die a hero, Mom. He died because he was working a detail he shouldn't have been on, likely hungover. And Oliver used that. He used your fear. He made you believe you couldn't survive without him, so he could have a servant for life. She covers her mouth, a sob escaping. I was so scared. I didn't want you to struggle. I am struggling now, I admit. I am drowning. I lean against the counter. The refrigerator hums. The healthcare bill, I say. The one I wrote. The one I spent 3 years refining. He is never going to pass it, is he? My mother wipes her eyes. She looks at me, and the veil drops. She knows. She has always known. No, she whispers. He says it is too radical. He uses it to keep you working, to keep you hoping. I close my eyes. The final pillar of my justification crumbles. The legacy I thought I was building is a mirage. I love her, I say. The words land in the small kitchen like stones. My mother freezes. Isla? Yes. Nathaniel. She is his daughter. I know. I run a hand through my hair. I have loved her for a decade. I just didn't know what to call it. I look out the window at the small manicured lawn. I used to hate her, I confess. I hated how loud she was. I hated how she threw away the privilege I worked so hard to earn. But it wasn't hate. It was jealousy. She was free. She was everything I wasn't allowed to be. I looked at her, and I wanted to be her. And I needed to destroy her. Needed to possess her. I turned back to my mother. She's the only real thing I've ever known, I say. And I broke her. I treated her like an asset. I treated her like Oliver treats you. My mother steps forward. She reaches up and cups my face. Her hands are rough, calloused from years of labor. Love is never easy, she says softly. But fear is harder. I let fear run my life, Nathaniel. Don't let it run yours. I cover her hand with mine. I squeeze it. I have to go, I say. The senator's office is silent. The storm is outside, raging in the press pool. But in here, the air conditioning hums its steady, sterile tune. Oliver is sitting behind his desk. He looks over as I enter. He looks expectant. Is it done? He asks. Is the statement ready? It is done, I say. I walk to the exact center of the room. I do not sit. I do not offer him a file. I am resigning, I say. Oliver freezes. He puts his pen down. This is not the time for a tantrum, Nathaniel. It is not a tantrum. It is a correction. I gaze at the man I idolized, the man whose approval I chased for 15 years. He looks small behind the massive mahogany desk. You never intended to pass the bill, I say. You never intended to help the families. You just wanted the power. Power is how you help families, he sneers. You are being naive. I'm being honest. For the first time. You can't resign, Oliver says, his voice turning cold. You are implicated on that tape. If you walk away, I will hang this entire mess on you. I will say you went rogue. I will say you coerced Isla without my knowledge. You can try, I say. I am your father, he shouts, standing up. In every way that matters, I am your father. No, I say. I run my hand through my hair. You have a daughter, I say, my voice dropping to a low, lethal register. A daughter you ignored. A daughter you sold. A daughter you were willing to destroy today to save your own skin. I step closer to the desk. I am not your son, I say, and I'm not your fixer anymore. I take my badge out of my pocket. I drop it on the desk. It clatters against the wood. Goodbye, Oliver. I turn and walk out. I do not look back. The press room is a shark tank. There are 50 cameras trained on the podium. The air is hot, smelling of damp wool and aggression. I walk out alone. There is no senator. There is no Beatrice. There is just me, a microphone, and the truth. I step up to the podium. The flashbulbs go off in a blinding wave. My name is Nathaniel Hayes, I say. The room goes silent. By now you have heard the recording, I continue. You have heard a man threatening a woman's career. You have heard a political operative discussing a human being as if she were a commodity. I look directly into the center camera. I imagine Isla is watching. I imagine she is sitting in the dark somewhere, hating me. That recording is authentic, I say. I said those things. I threatened Isla Davenport. A low sound ripples through the crowd. But the narrative you are building is wrong, I say, my voice ascending over the noise. Isla Davenport is not a fraud. She is not unstable. She is not a wild child who needed to be reined in. I grip the sides of the podium. The photos from Daytona, I say. They show a young woman grieving her mother. They show a teenager trying to find her voice in a world that told her to be silent. Her past is not a liability. It is a testament to her survival. I take a breath. The liability, I say, is me. I look at the reporters. I coerced her. I leveraged her reputation to force her into this engagement to save a polling number. She agreed because she was trying to protect the business she built from the ground up. She is the victim here. I am the villain. I pause. Effective immediately, I have resigned as chief of staff. I accept full responsibility for the blackmail scheme. Senator Davenport was advised by me, but the tactics were mine. It is a lie. A final lie to shield the senator just enough to keep the focus on me, so Isla stays clear of the blast radius. Isla Davenport is the most honorable person I have ever known, I say, and she deserves better than this campaign. She deserves better than me. I step back. I will not be taking questions. It is raining when I exit the building. A summer downpour, heavy and warm. It soaks my shirt instantly. I do not have an umbrella. I do not have a car waiting. I do not have a job. I stand on the sidewalk, the water running down my face. I feel lighter than I have in years. The concrete has set, but the fortress is gone. I'm standing in the rubble, and for the first time I see the sky. I pull my phone from my pocket. My hands are wet. The screen is slick. I dial the number I know by heart. It rings. Ring. 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 You have reached Isla. Leave a message, or don't. I probably won't listen to it. The beep sounds. I hold the phone to my ear, listening to the silence on the other end. Isla, I say. My voice is lost in the sound of the rain. It's me. I stop. There are no words left. I lower the phone, I end the call. I stand in the rain and I wait.
Chapter 25. Isla. 48 hours feels like a lifetime when you are watching a man destroy himself on national television on a loop. I am sitting on the damp grass of Rock Creek Cemetery. It rained all morning, a heavy, oppressive DC downpour that turned the ground into a sponge. My jeans are soaked through. The air smells of wet mulch, stone, and the decaying sweetness of the lilies someone left on the grave next to my mother's. I stare at the headstone. Elena Davenport, beloved mother. It's quiet here. No cameras. No pundits screaming about the engagement pact scandal. No looping audio of my father's voice bartering my future like a stock option. Just the wind and the silence. I look down at my phone. It's in my lap, the screen cracked from when I dropped it yesterday. I play the voicemail again. I know I shouldn't. It's a form of self-harm at this point. Isla, it's me. Silence. Then the beep. He didn't say he was sorry. He didn't ask for forgiveness. He just existed in the silence. And then he hung up. I switch apps to Twitter. It's a bloodbath. #Hayes resigns is trending. The memes are vicious. They're painting him as a monster, a predator, a Svengali who manipulated a vulnerable woman. They are taking the lie he told at the podium, that he was the sole villain, and they are nailing him to the cross with it. He did it for me. He stood in the rain, stripped of his title, his reputation, and his armor, and he lied to the world to shield me from the fallout. He took the blame for my father's greed. He took the blame for my compliance. You idiot, I whisper to the granite marker. You absolute architectural idiot. My mother, obviously, does not answer. But I can almost smell the lavender. It's a phantom scent, cutting through the damp earth. For years, I thought my anger was my superpower. I wore it like Kevlar. I used it to push my father away, to keep the world at arm's length, to prove I wasn't just a prop in their political theater. I thought Nathaniel was the opposite, cold, compliant, a marble statue of duty. But I was wrong. I used my anger to hide. He used his duty to hide. We were both just scared kids trying to survive a house that didn't have enough oxygen for the people living in it. And now he's suffocating out there alone so I can breathe. I stand up. My legs are stiff. The mud clings to my boots. I am done hiding in cemeteries. I am done letting men write the narrative of my life, whether it's my father selling me or Nathaniel saving me. I need to write the ending. The house in Bethesda looms like a mausoleum against the gray sky. I haven't been here in months. It looks exactly the same. Manicured hedges, imposing columns, windows that reflect the world but let nothing in. It is a house designed for photo ops, not for living. I use my key. The lock turns with a heavy, expensive thunk. The foyer is silent. It smells of lemon oil and stagnation. The grandfather clock in the hallway ticks loudly, measuring out the seconds of a campaign that is currently circling the drain. Dad? I call out. My voice echoes. I find him in the study. The heavy oak door is open. The room is dark, the curtains drawn against the afternoon light. The only illumination comes from the television mounted on the wall, muted, flashing CNN headlines about the implosion of the Davenport ticket. Oliver Davenport is sitting in his leather armchair. He is holding onto a glass of scotch. The bottle on the desk is half empty. He looks small. That is the only word for it. The senator is a man who usually occupies space with the force of a weather system. But today, slumped in his chair, his tie undone, his face gray and unshaven, he looks like a man whose skeleton has been removed. He looks up as I walk in. He doesn't straighten up. He doesn't put on the senator mask. Isla, he says. His voice is gravel. I didn't think you'd come. I didn't come for you, I say, stepping into the room. I don't sit. I stay near the door, keeping the exit visible. He lets out a dry, humorless laugh. Fair enough. He gestures to the TV with his glass. It's a massacre. We're down 12 points in Virginia. The donors are fleeing. The party leadership called an hour ago. They want me to withdraw before the town hall tonight. Are you going to? I don't know, he says. He takes a long drink. Whatever I do, the legacy is dead. 40 years of service, and I'll be remembered as the man who blackmailed his daughter. You did blackmail your daughter, I point out. He flinches. He sets the glass down on the coaster. Always the coaster, even at the end of the world. I thought I was securing your future, he says. It sounds like a rehearsed line, but the delivery is weak. And Nathaniel's. I thought... He stops. He looks at the empty chair opposite the desk, the chair where Nathaniel usually sat, the chair where the fixer sat and solved the world. He resigned, my father says softly. He walked into the office, dropped his badge on the desk, and told me he wasn't my son. I feel a sharp tug in my chest. He told you that? He said I only had a daughter. Oliver looks at me then. His eyes are watery, bloodshot. He was right. I spent so much time molding him into the perfect successor that I forgot I actually had a child. It's the closest thing to an apology I will ever get. It's clumsy, it's selfish. It's rooted in his own loss rather than my pain, but it's real. I look at this man, this powerful, broken stranger who shares my DNA. For my entire life, I have been desperate for him to see me. I cooked loud food. I got loud tattoos. I dated loud men, all screaming, look at me, look at me. Now he is looking, and I realize it doesn't matter. I don't need his approval. I don't need his apology. You broke him, I say. My voice is steady. You took a grieving boy who wanted to build bridges, and you turned him into a weapon to guard your secrets. And when the weapon stopped working, you told him to fall on the sword. Oliver looks down at his hands. He offered Isla. He went to that press conference. Because he loves me, I interrupt. The words hang in the sterile air of the study. My father looks up, genuinely shocked. What? He loves me. I repeat. It feels terrifying to say it out loud. It feels true. He didn't take the fall to save your seat, Dad. He took it so I wouldn't have to carry the shame of those photos. He destroyed his own life to keep mine intact. I reach up. My thumb finds the pad of my forefinger. Rub, rub, rub. The friction grounds me, burning away the last of the hesitation. He is the best man I know, I say. And he is currently sitting in the gutter because he thinks he deserves to be there. Isla, my father starts, leaning forward. If you go to him, the press will eat you alive. The scandal? I don't care about the scandal, I shout. The noise startles us both. Don't care about the polls, about the Michelin Guide, or the Senate seat, or the Davenport legacy. I care about him. I turn toward the door. Where are you going? Oliver asks, standing up unsteadily. The town hall is tonight, I say, checking my watch. The cameras will be there. The voters will be there. You're going, right? I have to, but you don't. Isla, just don't, he warns, the politician flickering back to life in his eyes. If you go out there and speak, you can't control the situation. You'll make it worse. I stop in the doorway. I look back at him. That's the difference between you and me, Dad, I say. You think the situation is something you control. I think it's something you live. Isla, I'm done being an asset, I say. I'm going to go get my fiancé. I drive back to DC in silence. The rain has stopped, leaving the roads slick and black, reflecting the city lights like a mirror. My phone is on the passenger seat. I pick it up at a red light. I pull up Nathaniel's contact. I don't call. He won't answer. He's probably sitting in the dark, watching the same news cycle I was, believing that his sacrifice worked, believing that he successfully pushed me away to safety. He thinks he's the architect. He thinks he designed a perfect exit. But he forgot one thing. Structure is important. Logic is important. But sometimes you just have to burn the building down to find the people inside. I pull up to Slo's. The windows are dark. The closed sign is up. I open the front door here and step into the smell of cold pork and stale beer. It smells like home. I walk to the kitchen. It's quiet. I grab a clean apron. I wrap it around my waist, tying the knot tight. It feels like armor. Better than silk. Better than denim. I look at the clock on the wall. 7 p.m. The final town hall starts in an hour at the George Washington University Auditorium. I'm not on the guest list. I'm not on the schedule. Security will probably try to tackle me before I get within 10 feet of the stage. Good. Let them try. I grab my keys. I am coming for you, Nathaniel Hayes, and I am bringing the fire. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Nathaniel. The sound of packing tape sealing a cardboard box is a violent noise in a quiet room. St. Snap. I run my hand over the cardboard seam, smoothing it down. That is the kitchen. That is the coffee maker, the imported espresso beans, and the single mug I use every morning. I stand up and survey the penthouse. It has taken me 3 hours to dismantle a life I spent 15 years building. The apartment looks exactly as it did when I moved in. Cold, expansive, and utterly devoid of personality. The gray sectional is bare. The glass walls overlook a city that is currently being battered by rain and a news cycle I detonated. I check my phone. It is sitting on the counter next to a stack of files I intend to shred. No notifications. I have removed the SIM card. I have disabled the cloud sync. I am a ghost in this city. My flight to London leaves at midnight. From there, I will go to Zurich. I have contacts in the private sector who value discretion over morality. I will disappear into a corporate boardroom. I will wear expensive suits, and I will never look at a polling graph again. It is the logical conclusion. It is the only variable left to control. I pick up the remote control. I should not turn on the television. I should walk out the door, leave the key on the counter for the leasing agent, and get in the taxi waiting downstairs. But I am a creature of habit, and tonight is the final town hall. I press the power button. The 60-inch screen flares to life. The volume is low, a murmur of commentary against the silence of the room. CNN is broadcasting live from the George Washington University auditorium. The stage is set with the familiar trappings of democracy: blue drapes, American flags, a semicircle of undecided voters who look tired of being courted. On the stage, sitting on a high stool, is Senator Oliver Davenport. He looks ruinous. The studio lighting is unforgiving. It highlights the gray pallor of his skin, the slump of his shoulders. He's answering a question about infrastructure, but his voice lacks the booming resonance that usually fills a room. He sounds like a man reading his own obituary. "We have to look at the budget," Oliver says, gesturing vaguely. We have to ensure stability." The crowd is silent. They know. They know about the tapes. They know about the blackmail. They are watching a dead man walking. I lean against the kitchen island, crossing my arms. "Concede," I whisper to the screen. "Just concede and go home, Oliver." He won't. He will drag this out until the last vote is counted. He will cling to the wreckage until the water fills his lungs. The moderator, a sharp-eyed woman from the Post, stands up to ask the next question. "Senator, regarding the recent allegations from your former chief of staff." There is a commotion on the left side of the screen. It is subtle at first, a ripple in the crowd, heads turning, a security guard stepping out of the shadows, his hand raising to his earpiece. Then the camera operator, sensing the shift in the room's temperature, pans away from the senator. My breath hitches. A woman is walking down the center aisle. She is moving with a velocity that suggests she is not there to ask a question about tax brackets. She's not wearing the beige political wife sheath dress Beatrice selected for her. She's not wearing the heels that make her wince. She's wearing dark jeans, heavy combat boots, and a white chef's apron tied tightly around her waist. "Isla." "What are you doing?" I say aloud, pushing off the counter. I take a step toward the TV. 2 uniformed security guards step into the aisle to intercept her. They are large men. They are trained to stop threats. Isla doesn't slow down. She says something to the first guard. I can't hear it over the sudden roar of the crowd, but I see her face. It is fierce. It is the face she wears when a line cook burns a scallop. The guard hesitates. A woman with a headset, one of the event organizers, rushes forward. She looks at Isla, then at the guards. She waves her hand. Let her through. The guards step back. Isla storms past them. She climbs the stairs to the stage. The auditorium erupts. Half boos, half cheers, mostly the chaotic noise of people realizing they are witnessing a spectacle. Senator Davenport stands up. He looks terrified. He looks at her like she is a hurricane making landfall in his living room. "Isla," he says. The microphone catches his voice. "This isn't the time." Isla ignores him. She walks past him as if he is a piece of furniture. She walks to the center of the stage. She stands in front of the moderator. "I need the mic," she says. Her voice is not amplified yet, but it carries. The moderator looks stunned. She looks at the producers in the wings. They are frantically signaling. "Cut the feed? Let it ride?" Rating spikes win every time. The moderator hands Isla the microphone. I'm standing inches from the television screen now. My heart is beating a frantic, irregular rhythm against my ribs. This is a disaster. She's going to destroy herself. She's going to confirm the narrative that she is unstable, that she is the problem. I fell on the sword to prevent exactly this moment. "Stop," I whisper. "Isla, don't." She grips the microphone. Her knuckles are white. There is grease on her apron. Her hair is wild, escaping the clip she tried to secure it with. She looks magnificent. The room goes deadly silent. Isla looks out at the crowd. She takes a breath. I can see her chest rise and fall. I can see her thumb rubbing against the side of the microphone handle. Rub, rub. "My name is Isla Davenport," she says. Her voice shakes once, then steadies into steel. "And for the last few months, I have been a prop." The crowd gasps. "I have worn the clothes you wanted. I have smiled when I was told to smile. I have let men in back rooms decide what my life is worth in polling numbers." She turns to look at her father. Oliver flinches. "But I'm done with the script," she says. "And I'm done with the lies." She turns back to the audience. Then she looks past them. She looks directly into the barrel of the camera lens. Her eyes are dark, burning with a fire that transmits through the screen and sears me where I stand. She isn't looking at the voters. She isn't looking at America. She is looking at me. I reach up, but I can't touch her. "Quit running, Nathaniel," she says to the camera. "I know you think you fixed this. I know you think you're a villain." She steps closer to the edge of the stage. "But you're wrong," she says. "I'm going off script. I hope you're watching."
Chapter 27. Isla. The silence in the auditorium is heavier than a cast iron skillet. I'm standing center stage, the heat of the spotlights baking the grease stains on my apron into the fabric. Thousands of eyes are drilling into me. The air smells of cheap cologne, floor wax, and the distinct metallic tang of a political campaign dying in real time. I grip the microphone. My palm is sweating. "I'm going off script," I repeat, my voice echoing through the massive hall. And honestly, I should have done it months ago. I look at my father. He is frozen on his stool, a statue of a man watching his legacy crumble. I look at the press pit, a hydra of lenses and flashing lights. "You want the truth?" I ask. Here it is. The audio tape is real. The contract was real. I agreed to play the part of the dutiful fiancé because I was terrified. I was terrified of losing my restaurant, terrified of my past defining my future, and terrified of disappointing a father who only knew how to love me when I was polling well. A murmur ripples through the crowd. It's a low, buzzing sound, like a hive disturbed. "I spent my whole life trying to shrink," I say, stepping closer to the edge of the stage. Trying to be less loud, less black, less much. I lasered off my tattoos. I wore the beige dresses. I pretended that a seat at the table was enough, even if I wasn't allowed to speak. I lift my left hand. I shove the sleeve of my t-shirt up, exposing the lavender tattoo. "But I'm not a politician," I say, my voice rising. "I'm a chef. I work with fire, I make messes, and I don't fit in the box you built for me." I take a breath. I find the camera lens again. I imagine Nathaniel watching this in some sterile airport lounge, thinking he's saving me. And Nathaniel Hayes, I say his name and my chest aches. He isn't the villain you're painting him to be. He didn't coerce me. He protected me. He took the blame not because he's guilty, but because he is the only man in this entire city who was brave enough to put a person before a party. I rub my thumb against the pad of my forefinger. Rub, rub. The engagement started as a lie, I admit. It was a deal, a pact, but the love... I pause. The room is dead silent. The love is the only thing about this campaign that was ever real. I love him, and I am done letting fear run the kitchen. I drop the microphone. It hits the floor with a deafening thud. For a second, nothing happens. The silence stretches, tight as a drumskin. Then, a woman in the third row stands up. She's wearing a Davenport pin upside down. She starts clapping. Then a man in the back. Then the students on the balcony. The sound builds. It's not the polite golf clap applause of a fundraiser. It's a roar. It's the sound of people who are sick of the polish and hungry for the blood and bone of the truth. I don't wait for it to peak. I turn around. I walk past my father. He looks at me, his eyes wide, seeing me, actually seeing me, for the first time in 20 years. Isla, he starts. I keep walking. I have to go get him. I jump off the side of the stage, bypassing the stairs. The security guards part like the Red Sea. They don't know what to do with a woman in an apron who just nuked a Senate run. I hit the aisle. I need to find the exit. I need to find a car. But the double doors at the back of the auditorium burst open. A figure stands silhouetted against the lobby lights. He is soaking wet. His black sweater is clinging to his chest. His hair is plastered to his forehead, dripping water onto the carpet. He is breathing hard, his chest heaving as if he ran here from wherever he was. Nathaniel. He scans the room, his eyes wild, frantic. He spots me in the aisle. The relief that crashes over his face is so raw, it nearly knocks me over. He starts moving. I start running. We collide halfway up the aisle. He doesn't care about the cameras. He doesn't care about the voters. He grabs me, his hands wet and cold and strong, and he buries his face in my neck. You absolute lunatic, he groans against my skin. You destroyed the Senate run. I wrote a new one. I sob, clutching his wet sweater. Get them out of here, a campaign manager screams from somewhere. Backstage, now! Nathaniel grabs my hand. We run. The backstage area is a labyrinth of cables and pipe and drape. We ignore the staffers shouting at us. We ignore the frantic producers. Nathaniel kicks open the door to a private holding room, an office meant for VIPs. He shoves me inside and slams the door, throwing the deadbolt with a violence that shakes the frame. The sound of the lock clicking is the starter pistol. He spins around. You were leaving, right? I accuse, shoving his chest. You were going to leave me. I was saving you, he growls. He catches my wrists. He backs me up until my hips hit the edge of a heavy oak desk. You lied to the world, I yell, the adrenaline spiking into something hotter, darker. You tried to make me a victim. I am not a victim, Hayes. No, he says, stepping into my space, his wet clothes soaking the front of my apron. You are a hurricane, and I should have known better than to try to contain you. He crashes his mouth down on mine. It's a devouring kiss. It tastes of rain and terror and salvation. I bite his bottom lip, hard enough to taste copper, punishing him for the fear, for the silence, for the suitcase I know he packed. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Slowly, Nathaniel pulls back. He looks wrecked. His lips are swollen, his hair is a disaster, and there is a scratch on his cheek from my nails. He reaches for his cuff. He tries to twist a button that is currently hanging by a thread. He stops. He looks at his hand, then at me. He drops his hand. He doesn't need to restore order. The chaos is better. He brushes a damp curl off my forehead. So, he says, his voice rough, we are unemployed, we are scandal-ridden, and your father is going to need a very expensive lawyer. I smile. It feels wild and free. And we have a dinner service to prep, I add. He laughs, a genuine breathless sound. He leans his forehead against mine. What do we do now? He asks. I kiss him, soft and slow. Now, I say, we win.
Chapter 28. Nathaniel. The public defender's office in Southeast D.C. runs on a cocktail of stale coffee and hollowed-out hope. The carpet cleaner just makes it smell like we tried. My desk is not mahogany. It is particle board with a laminate finish that is peeling at the corner. My chair does not have ergonomic lumbar support. It squeaks violently every time I lean back. The view is not the Capitol Dome. It is a brick wall and a dumpster that is currently overflowing. I have never been happier. I stacked the file for Commonwealth versus Jenkins. It is a petty theft case. A 19-year-old kid stole baby formula. In my past, I would not have glanced at this file. I would have been too busy brokering backroom deals for tax loopholes that benefit men who are politicians. Now I am going to argue for dismissal based on necessity, and I am going to win. I check my watch. It is a Timex. I sold the Rolex 3 months ago to pay the retainer for the ethics investigation into my conduct. I kept my law license, but I lost my savings. It was a fair trade. I pack my briefcase. I turn off the fluorescent desk lamp. Leaving early, Hayes? Millie, the senior public defender, leans against my doorframe. She is 50, cynical, and the best lawyer I've ever seen. She wears cardigans, not power suits. I have a meeting, I say. With the chef? She smirks. Tell her the brisket sandwiches she sent over on Tuesday saved my life. I will relay the message. I walk out of the building. The humid D.C. air hits me. It is late August, 6 months since the town hall. 2 months since election night. The Davenport defeat was not a landslide. It was an annihilation. The voters did not appreciate being lied to. They did not appreciate the audio tapes. Oliver Davenport lost by 15 points. He conceded in a 3-minute speech from his living room, blaming the corrupt media and his disloyal staff. He is currently sitting in that mausoleum in Bethesda, drinking scotch and writing a memoir that no one will read. I do not think about him often. I do not have the bandwidth. I get into my car. It is a used Honda. It is reliable. It gets me where I need to go. And right now, I need to go to the source of the heat. The kitchen at Slow's is in the middle of the dinner rush, but the chaos feels different now. It is controlled. It is joyful. I enter through the back alley door. The noise hits me instantly. The clang of metal on metal, the hiss of searing meat, the shouting of orders. Corner! Marco flies past me with a tray of ribs. Nathaniel, grab an apron or get out of the way. I step to the side, pressing my back against the walk-in cooler. I watch her. Isla is at the pass. She is wearing her whites, but the top button is undone. Her hair is piled on top of her head in a messy knot that defies physics. There is a smudge of flour on her cheek and a focused, terrifying intensity in her eyes. She is orchestrating the line like a conductor. 2 minutes on the pork, she shouts. Garnish that slaw, it looks sad. Where are my grits? She turns, wiping her hands on a towel, and spots me. The shift in her face is immediate. The general's scowl vanishes, replaced by a smile that knocks the wind out of me every single time. You're late, she calls out over the din. I was defending the innocent, I counter, walking toward her. Did you win? I always win. I reach the pass. I should not touch the chef during service. It is a violation of the sacred geometry of the kitchen. I do not care. I reach out, hooking my finger into the belt loop of her jeans and pull her toward me. I kiss her. She tastes like salt and adrenaline. Get off my line, Hayes, she murmurs against my mouth, but she doesn't pull away. I am observing. You're a distraction. Go to the office. Count the till. Make yourself useful. She spins me around and shoves me toward the back office. I go. I'm a man who knows when to follow orders. 2 hours later, the restaurant is silent. The last customer has left. The line cooks have scrubbed the station down to gleaming steel. Marco has locked the front door. It is just us. Isla is sitting on the stainless steel prep table, her legs dangling. She has a glass of cheap red wine in one hand. She looks exhausted. She looks magnificent. I'm standing between her knees. So, she says, swirling the wine. Millie called. She said you got the Jenkins kid off. It was a procedural error, I say. The arresting officer failed to read the Miranda rights properly. You're a shark, she teases. A shark in a cardigan-wearing pond. I am after the blood of those who prey on the innocent. I look at her. The fluorescent lights hum overhead. The smell of bleach and lingering garlic is in the air. This is not the romantic setting the senator would have chosen for a photo op. There are no roses. There is no string quartet. It is perfect. Isla, I say. She takes a sip of wine. I have a logistical query. She rolls her eyes. Oh God, is this about the dishwasher loading strategy again? Because I told you the bowls go on the top rack. It is not about the dishwasher. I step back slightly. I reach into the pocket of my jeans. My hand brushes against the small velvet box. I've carried it for 3 weeks. I bought it with the money I made from selling the Italian suits I no longer wear. It is not a 3-carat diamond. It is not a family heirloom from a dynasty that hates her. It is a vintage gold band with a sapphire the color of the Atlantic Ocean. It is flawed. It has history. I look at her. Isla stops swinging her legs. She lowers the wine glass. She notices the shift in the atmosphere. She notices the temperature change. Nathaniel, she whispers. I do not kneel. Kneeling implies submission or performance. I want neither. I want a partnership. I stand eye to eye with her. The last time we did this, I say, my voice steady, it was a contract. It was a transaction designed to secure a voter demographic. Isla sets the glass down on the table behind her. Her hands are shaking slightly. It was a lie, I continue. I told you I would keep you in check. I told you I would control the variables. I reach for my left cuff. My fingers find the button of my flannel shirt. I twist it. Click. It is the only time I have used the gesture in months. I am nervous. The realization terrifies me. I have no desire to control you, I say. Do not want to fix you. I want to live in the house we will build. I want the fire. I want the mess. I pull the box out. I open it. Isla sucks in a breath. She looks at the ring. Then she looks at me. Her eyes are wide, glassy with tears. I cannot offer you a Senate seat, I say. I cannot offer you a legacy. I can offer you a public defender's salary, a used Honda, and a life where no one ever tells you to smile for a camera again. I take her left hand. Her skin is warm, rough from the kitchen work. I run my thumb over the lavender tattoo on her wrist. Marry me, I say. For real. Isla stares at me. A tear spills over, tracking through the flour smudge on her cheek. You idiot! She chokes out. You absolute logical idiot! She jumps off the table. She wraps her arms around my neck, burying her face in my shoulder. "Yes," she sobs. "Yes, yes." I wrap my arms around her waist, lifting her off the floor. I bury my face in her neck, breathing in the scent of yeast and soap. The war room, the noise, the endless calculation, it all dissolves into the quiet of this kitchen. All that's left is the steady weight of her in my arms and the terrifying, magnificent freedom of a life we chose.
Chapter 29. Isla. The air in Slows has a working thickness to it. Vinegar and wood smoke and the sharp bite of beer that settles in the back of the throat. Tonight, that layer has been scraped clean. Now, the light is amber and soft from 100 fairy lights, catching the gleam of polished silverware and the deep lacquered shine of my mole Negro. The old prep tables, swathed in forgiving linen, hold vases of heirloom roses whose velvet petals bruise at a touch. I stand by the bar, watching my restaurant breathe differently, not a place of sweat, but of held breath and expectation. No press, no donors, no polling analysts, just the kitchen crew. Carmela, Nathaniel's legal team from the public defender's office, and a handful of friends who survived the purge. "Easy?" he says, materializing beside me. "The hard part's over." When I turn, the air catches in my throat. No three-piece suit. A charcoal tux, worn with an undone button and no tie. He looks devastating. He looks like a man who traded approval ratings for peace of mind. "I'm checking the flow," I say, clearing my throat and nodding toward the buffet line where Marco is carving the brisket. "Marco is cutting the slices too thick. The food cost is going to be a nightmare." "You are not the chef tonight," Nathaniel says, sliding his hand around my waist. The warmth of his palm seeps through my thin silk dress. "You are the bride. The bride does not worry about margins." "The bride paid for the brisket," I counter. "The bride is stunning," he whispers, leaning down to brush his lips against my ear. A shiver chases down my spine, settling low in my belly. Even after 6 months of waking up next to him in our cluttered Adams Morgan apartment, the physical pull hasn't faded. It's only gotten sharper, honed by the knowledge that he is completely, terrifyingly mine. "Go mingle," I say, swatting his chest lightly. "Your mother is terrorizing the bartender." He laughs, a real sound that vibrates against my ribs and moves into the crowd. I watch him go. I watch the way he moves through the room. He still has that predator's grace, that innate awareness of space and structure. But the tension is gone. He stops to talk to Millie, listening intently as she gestures with a rib bone. He isn't fixing anything tonight. He's just living. "Isla." The voice comes from my left. The temperature in my immediate vicinity drops 10 degrees. I turn. Oliver Davenport is standing there. He looks smaller than I remember. The suit hangs a little loose on his frame. His hair, once perfectly dyed, is showing streaks of iron gray. He is gripping a glass of sparkling water like it's a shield. "Dad," I say. We stare at each other. The ghost of the press conference, the audio tapes, and the years of silence stand between us. He isn't the senator anymore. He's a consultant now, writing a memoir in that mausoleum in Bethesda that nobody visits. He clears his throat. "The food is excellent. The mole has a kick. It's chocolate and chilies," I say. "Bittersweet." "Appropriate," he murmurs. He looks around the room. He looks at Nathaniel laughing with Marco. He looks at the vibrant, chaotic joy of the wedding he didn't pay for and didn't plan. "You look happy," he says. It sounds like an accusation, but when I look at his eyes, I see something else. Regret? Fatigue? "I am," I say. "I'm trying, Isla," he says quietly. "I'm seeing a therapist. Nathaniel suggested it." Good. I missed a lot, he admits. I was so busy building the monument I forgot to live in the house. He waits. He is waiting for me to tell him it's okay. He is waiting for the daughter to absolve the father, to smooth over the cracks with a smile and a hug. I look at him. I feel the old anger, the familiar heat, but it's distant now, like a pilot light on a stove I'm not using. I reach out, briefly touching his arm. I'm glad you came, Oliver, I say. I don't hug him. I don't tell him all is forgiven. I just acknowledge him. His shoulders slump, just a fraction. It's enough. Isla? Fiona Hayes appears, saving me from the moment. She is wearing an emerald green dress that makes her look regal. She is holding a glass of champagne and looking flushed with happiness. Mom? Nathaniel calls her that, so I do too. That boy, she says, beaming at Nathaniel across the room. He tried to organize the seating chart alphabetically. I told him to sit down and drink a beer. He can't help it, I smile. He likes grids. He loves you, Fiona says. She reaches out and squeezes my hand. Her palm is rough, like mine, the hands of a worker. He found his own way back, I say. Across the room, Nathaniel catches my eye. He checks his watch, a habit he hasn't quite broken, and raises an eyebrow. Time to go. I nod. I don't throw a bouquet. I don't do a garter toss. I grab a bottle of the good mezcal from behind the bar, take my husband's hand, and we walk out the door into the humid DC. Night. We don't go far. The loft above the restaurant used to be storage for dry goods and extra chairs. For the last 3 months, we've been renovating it. It's raw. Exposed beams, wide plank floors, and a wall of windows that looks out over the alley and the city skyline beyond. It is imperfect. It is ours. Nathaniel locks the door behind us. The heavy thud of the bolt is the only sound in the room. The space is lit by candles we set up earlier, dozens of them, flickering on the floor, on the windowsills, casting long, dancing shadows against the brick. He turns to me. The playfulness of the reception is gone. In its place is a heavy, simmering intensity that makes my breath hitch. Come here, he says. I walk to him. He doesn't grab me. He reaches out and traces the line of my jaw with his thumb. His touch is reverent, slow. You survived the senator, he murmurs. He's just a man, Nathaniel. And you, he says, his eyes dropping to the low neckline of my slip dress. You are everything I didn't know I needed. He turns me around. His hands are steady as he finds the zipper. There is no ripping of fabric tonight. There is no frantic haste to prove a point. He lowers the zipper slowly. The silk pools at my feet. I step out of it. I'm wearing nothing but lace panties and the gold chain he gave me. I turn back to face him. He looks at me. He doesn't just look at my body. He studies it. He looks at the scar on my thigh. He looks at the stretch marks on my hips. He looks at the lavender tattoo on my wrist, now proudly displayed, no makeup covering it. Beautiful, he breathes. Take it off, I whisper, tugging at his lapels. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I run my fingers through his damp hair, pushing it back from his forehead. He kisses the hollow of my throat, his lips soft and lingering. The city outside is noisy, sirens, traffic, the hum of life. But in here it is quiet. It is sacred. Nathaniel shifts, rolling to his side but keeping me pulled flush against his chest. He drapes his arm over my waist, his hand resting possessively on my stomach, his thumb brushing the skin there. His breathing deepens. He is drifting, the adrenaline fading into a contented exhaustion. "I love you," he mumbles into my hair, his voice thick with sleep. "Mrs. Hayes." I smile against the pillow. I lift my hand, watching the candlelight catch the fire in the sapphire ring on my finger. I look at the man who burned down his life to build a new one with me. I kiss his knuckles, tasting the salt of his skin. "It's Chef Hayes to you," I whisper. He chuckles, a sleepy, contented sound, and pulls me closer into the dark. Epilogue. Isla. The neon sign above the bar buzzes with a soft electric hum. It casts a pink glow over the polished concrete floor, spelling out 2 words that used to make me nauseous, and now make me rich. The Pact. I wipe the stainless steel counter of the pass, watching the dining room. It's a Tuesday night in D.C., which usually means dead air and half-empty bar stools. But the Pact is packed. The air smells of wood smoke, charred citrus, and the expensive perfume of the lobbyists who crowd the corner booths. But unlike the old days, they aren't here to see Senator Davenport's daughter. They're here for the short rib mole and the fact that I finally got the Michelin nod I spent a decade chasing. "Chef," Marco calls from the grill station. "Order up. Table 6. "Heard," I say, checking the ticket. I slide the plate onto the tray. It's perfect. The plating is chaotic but deliberate, a mess of color and texture that tastes like rebellion. I check the time. 6:30 p.m. I'm late. I untie my apron, tossing it into the hamper. I smooth down my jeans. I don't wear the chef whites anymore, not the stiff ones. I wear a black t-shirt that fits tight and boots that have seen better days. I walk out the back door into the alley. The DC humidity is gone, replaced by the crisp, biting air of late October. A beat-up Honda Civic is idling at the curb. I smile. Nathaniel could afford a better car now. The nonprofit he launched last year, the Justice Initiative, is fully funded, mostly by donors who used to fund my father and are now desperate to look like they have a conscience. But Nathaniel likes the Honda. He says it's structurally sound. I say he just likes proving he's not a snob. I slide into the passenger seat. The car smells of old leather and baby wipes. "You're 7 minutes late," Nathaniel says. He doesn't look up from the file he's reading in his lap. He's wearing a soft gray sweater and jeans, his glasses perched on the end of his nose. "I'm a chef," I counter, leaning over the center console. Time is a suggestion, not a rule. He looks up. The blue eyes are crinkled at the corners. He looks tired, the good kind of tired, the kind that comes from fighting for people who actually need it, rather than people who just want a tax break. He closes the file. Time is a coordinate, Isla, and we are currently off the grid. He leans in and kisses me. It's been 2 years. The desperate, frantic heat of the campaign trail has settled into something heavier, deeper. It's a slow burn now. It's the pilot light that never goes out. His hand cups my jaw, his thumb brushing my cheekbone, grounding me instantly. "Hi," I whisper against his mouth. "Hi," he murmurs. "Drive. I promised my mother we wouldn't be late." "You're the one reading case files in the pickup zone." I am multitasking. You are lagging. I shift the car into gear. "I hate you." He smirks, resting his hand on my thigh. "I know." The row house in Capitol Hill is narrow, brick, and loud. We bought it 6 months ago. It's nothing like the penthouse or the mausoleum in Bethesda. It's creaky. The floors are uneven. The kitchen is huge, but the living room is tiny, which means everyone is always on top of everyone else. I unlock the front door and the noise hits me instantly. No, you have to support the head, Oliver. Like a football, not a briefcase. That's Fiona. I know how to hold a baby, Fiona. I held Isla. That's my father. You held Isla for photo ops, Fiona counters. This is a living human being, not a prop. I walk into the living room, Nathaniel trailing behind me with the diaper bag he retrieved from the back seat. The scene that greets us is one that still, after a year, makes my brain short-circuit. My father, the former senior senator, the man who once terrified interns with a single glance, is sitting on our floral armchair. He is wearing a cashmere cardigan that has a suspicious stain on the shoulder. And in his arms, looking entirely unimpressed with the U.S. political system, is Leo. Leo is 8 months old. He has Nathaniel's serious eyes and my inability to sit still. You're suffocating him, Fiona says, hovering over the chair with a burp cloth. I'm securing him, Oliver argues. He looks up and sees us. His face transforms. The guarded political mask is gone, replaced by a softness that makes him look 10 years younger and infinitely more tired. He's awake, Oliver announces proudly. And he has opinions on the legislative process. He's hungry, I correct, dropping my keys in the bowl. Give me the baby. Oliver hesitates. He actually hesitates to give up the child. I had him settled. Dad. He sighs and hands Leo over. I take my son. He feels solid and warm and smells like milk and baby powder. He looks at me, blinks, and then lets out a happy gurgling screech, burying his face in my neck. I rub my thumb and forefinger together against his soft onesie. Rub. Rub. I don't do it out of stress anymore. I do it to memorize the texture of happiness. Hey, little man, I whisper. Did Grandpa try to explain the filibuster to you again? It's important context, Oliver defends, standing up. His knees pop. Nathaniel walks past me, dropping a kiss on Leo's head and clapping my father on the shoulder. Oliver, Nathaniel says, did you read the brief I sent you? The one on sentencing reform? Oliver nods, his expression shifting to serious. I did. It's aggressive, Nate. You're going to have a hell of a time getting the committee to look at it. That's why I have you, Nathaniel says. You know the committee. I know the law. I watch them. 2 years ago, they were enemies. Nathaniel resigned in disgrace to save me. Oliver lost his seat in disgrace because of me and his actions. They shouldn't be in the same room. They certainly shouldn't be collaborating on nonprofit justice reform initiatives. But Nathaniel is a builder. He saw the wreckage of my father's life, and instead of walking away, he handed him a hammer. He gave Oliver a way to be useful without being powerful. I'll start the dinner, I announce, shifting Leo to my hip. Fiona, can you take the baby? He needs a change. Gladly, Fiona says, snatching her grandson from me before Oliver can protest. I'll help, Oliver says, following her. I'm getting very good at the tabs. You use too much powder, Oliver. He looks like a beignet. They disappear up the stairs, bickering like an old married couple, which is ironic since they hated each other for 30 years. I turn to the kitchen. Nathaniel is already there. He has taken off his sweater, revealing a white t-shirt that strains across his shoulders. He is washing his hands at the sink. They are getting along, he observes. They are codependent, I correct. It's different. I walk to the island. The ingredients are already laid out. Nathaniel's doing, obviously. Onions diced into perfect uniform cubes, carrots julienned with mathematical precision, a bottle of red wine breathing on the counter. We're making short rib ragu. It's Sunday. We need something that takes time. I grab an apron, not the one from the restaurant, but a soft linen one Nathaniel bought me. You prepped, I say, eyeing the mise en place. I optimized, he says, drying his hands. You tend to chop with emotion. I chop with the geometry. Geometry doesn't taste good, Hayes. It cooks evenly. He moves behind me to tie my apron. His hands linger on my waist, his chest pressing against my back. How was the restaurant? He asks, his voice low near my ear. Loud, I say, leaning back into him. Busy, the critic from the Post was there. He ate the mole, and he scraped the plate. Good, Nathaniel says. He kisses the side of my neck. He knows better than to cross you. I turn in his arms. We are alone in the kitchen, the sounds of Fiona and Oliver debating diaper brands drifting down from upstairs. You look happy, I say, studying his face. I am, he says. I got a grant approved today for the Juvenile Defense Fund. That's huge. It is. He tucks a loose curl behind my ear. But mostly I am happy because it is Sunday, and I know you are going to put too much garlic in the sauce, and I'm going to have to fix it. I do not put too much garlic, I scoff, pushing him away playfully. I put the correct amount of garlic. You just have a bland, waspy palate. I have a refined palate, he argues, moving to the stove to turn on the burner. I appreciate subtlety. Subtlety is for people who are afraid of flavor. I grab the Dutch oven. I pour in the oil. I toss in the meat. The sizzle is loud and aggressive. We fall into our rhythm. It is a dance we have perfected over the last 2 years. He manages the structure. He watches the timer. He keeps the station clean. He ensures the heat remains constant. I manage the soul. I taste. I adjust. I throw in a handful of herbs because they smell right, not because the recipe called for them. It is chaos and order, finally balanced. 20 minutes later, the sauce is simmering. The smell of red wine, thyme, and roasting meat fills the kitchen. It smells like a home. I dip a spoon into the pot. I blow on it. Taste, I command, holding it out to him. Nathaniel leans in. He tastes. He closes his eyes, considering. Well, I demand. It needs structure, he says. Structure? Acid, he clarifies. It's too rich. It needs a splash of vinegar to cut the fat. You're out of your mind, I say, taking a taste myself. It's perfect. It's velvety. It is heavy, he insists. He reaches for the bottle of balsamic. I block him. Don't you dare touch my ragu with that vinegar. Isla, trust the logic. Trust the instinct, Nathaniel. He reaches around me. I hip check him into the counter. He laughs, grabbing my waist to steady us both. You are a tyrant in the kitchen, he says, looking down at me. I am the chef, I correct. This is a dictatorship. Is that so? He lifts me up. I gasp as he sets me on the edge of the counter, right next to the simmering pot. His hands grip my thighs, spreading them so he can step between. I seem to remember, he murmurs, leaning in until our lips are millimeters apart, that you like it when I take control. The air in the kitchen shifts. The playful banter evaporates, replaced by that familiar simmering heat that has never left us. I snake my legs around his waist, pulling him closer. That depends, I whisper. Are we talking about sex or sauce? Both, he says. He kisses me. It tastes of red wine and promise. It is deep and slow and terrifyingly real. There are no cameras. There is no contract. There is just the steam rising from the pot, the sound of our family upstairs, and the man who rebuilt his entire life just to stand in this kitchen with me. I break the kiss, breathless. Fine, I say, resting my forehead against his. A splash, a small splash. Nathaniel smiles. Compromise, he says, the cornerstone of a healthy democracy. Shut up and kiss me again, I say, and he does.